Well, here we are, ladies and gentlemen, back once again with the MistGames Heroes of Lofoten closed qualifier into our second match of the day. We look to move on to find who the next team forward to Lofoten is going to end up being. I'm Niatal. I'm joined, by the way, as per usual here. Bit of a close match to start things off. An unexpectedly close match in your particular case.
Yeah.
Some surprises overall between 7 AM and the opposition of Masonic. So now we move on to a bit more of, I guess, familiar territory in the Academy teams once again.
Yeah, I always thought 3 favourites, get the plane tickets booked already. But after seeing that first best of 3, I think this day's got at least a few more surprises to throw at us.
Well, if this second series is anything like the first series, then maybe this one might not be as cut and dry as many people, and ourselves included, are going to be thinking in this particular case. I'll take a bring up to speed with the bracket in case you missed out the opening game of the day between 7 AM and Masonic. It was 7 AM, of course, losing out to Masonic despite having a bit of a great second map. Map 1 and 3, ultimately much better for the Danes. They move on as the next team forward into the quarterfinals, joining 0-0 prospects at the land, not in the side of the bracket, of course. They'll be awaiting the victors of MOUZ NXT versus Atlantic, which of course will be our third game of today. However, our focus turns towards the middle matchup there between Young Ninjas and Apeks Rebels. Again, a match between Academy League sides who have competed in the Academy League and passed away.
Of course. Young Ninjas, a team that I think has proved themselves a lot over the course of the last couple of years. This iteration of the lineup's got a lot of strength behind it, and I'm sure they're looking to try and get back to LAN because that's where they deserve to be, at that level of competition.
Well, this will be their main opportunity to try and make it to that LAN position. Obviously, this is the LAN qualifying games. All of the games today are LAN qualifying games here, so the Ninjas are up to the task against the Apeks Rebels. I guess now we can start talking about this team, just in general, because, look, they had an absolutely stellar opening round, but not that unexpected against the Trick Future side. Look, we looked at them and said this is probably going to be a bit of a formality matchup, and indeed it was. It was easily the most one-sided best of 3 that we've had so far.
It was, and for Young Ninjas, it's a way to get a W. It's a way to get yourself into the qualification games, and I think a lot of people would have looked at the bracket, looked at Young Ninjas and thought, geez, they're a threat. We don't want to play them at all because they're a very tough team. And they're a team that can go extremely deep in events, and this is one of them, I think.
Well, look, they're the top seed in this bracket, and for good reason in the qualifier, because these guys are just absolutely on fire. Obviously, they come off the back of winning the Academy League at the tail end of last year. They've been doing relatively well in the Tier 2 tournaments. They've been having some great Swiss stages. They've made playoffs of CCT a couple times. So we're talking about a squad that, despite having Academy team in their name, does feel more like a definitive Tier 2 squad as of right now.
Yeah, and I think think Young Ninjas were like that previously. I remember when they had Manon in the lineup and they had Nilo and ZTR, some of the earlier iterations. They were playing at a top 40, top 50 HLTV kind of level, and I think that's maybe something that Young Ninjas are trying to incorporate, is that putting them in more events than some of the other academy teams, and I think they benefited from it.
Yeah, I mean, we were always talking about, obviously, the idea that the academy squads in general have sort of been in this weird position where they don't really play in anything else but the Academy League. Young Ninjas, from the start, were playing in as many events
Absolutely
as possible.
Yeah.
Or you talk about how prospects, for example, have always been playing in all their tournaments outside of Academy League. Young Ninjas were always doing it first, and here they are standing with a respectable position as well. Also made it to the main stage of Elisa Invitational, so they've got all that to add to their tally in terms of their recent results.
Yep.
Everything looks real good for the Young Ninjas here. I can't overstate how much of a favourite this team is in this matchup.
And just knowing that even less than 3 months ago, we've seen them on LAN. We've actually seen them locally make it to a grand final in a Swedish event. So they know what it's like to play on LAN. You've got some very good LAN players on this team. So being back in that environment, I actually think Young Ninjas thrive better on LAN than they do online. So that's why there's so much more to push in this matchup to get them to Lofoten.
Yeah, and actually been playing in the Svenska Cups as well, the Svenska Elite Series, which is of course the Swedish LAN, and also the matches, the league rather, the online circuit that they have over in that neck of the woods. So yeah, again, a lot to talk about when it comes to the Ninjas side, and a lot of favoritism against the Apeks Rebels, who unfortunately not quite at the same sort of level as of right now. I mean, look, they've been respectable in terms of what they've been able to achieve on their own, but just comparing their positions of like failure to qualify for CCTs and last place in the EU Pro League and such, and there's all sorts of things that, whilst look, it's respectable for a squad of the caliber of Apeks Rebels, against the Young Ninjas is not very encouraging.
I would actually say that Apeks Rebels are in a fairly positive position. This lineup's definitely found some legs in comparison to previous iterations and what the last few months have been like. It's been a tough grind. Again, the last player roster change was over 7 months ago. So they've been keeping with this core 5. They're trying to get deeper and deeper in these kind of events. And knowing that they've only got one best of 3 to win to get to LAN, no matter which opponent it is, they know how large this opportunity is for them, and I'm sure they'll do everything in their power to put up a good fight today.
Well, look, they looked good against Flames
they did.
in the opening round, and that was a match that we thought was going to go down to the wire. It was ended up being a 2-0 for the Apeks side, so they deserve that much credit at the very least in terms of that sort of matchup. In terms of bringing it into this sort of match against the Ninjas, though, is that a major positive for them?
It's confidence. It's coming off of the back of a best-of-3 series, which on paper probably could have been tougher. They ended their 9-map losing streak at Mirage, so that might throw into some concern if you're Young Ninjas, because I know they like a bit of Mirage. Do we want to play them on Mirage if they're actually better than what we think they are? So that might be something as well. Berserk had some really good moments in that first half against Flames Ascent on the City side of Mirage. And across the board, I felt as if they read the game very well. So I'm looking to try and get a A-class performance from them today.
Well, short time, it definitely looks like A-class there from the Apeks Rebels. However, in the last 3 months, I think you'll have a look-see. It's exactly how staunch, again, the difference is between the Ninjas and Apeks Rebels. Not quite as staunch as it was from Masonic and 7am a little bit earlier on today, but 50 versus 14 maps played on HLTV, that's still a lot by comparison.
And that doesn't mean that they're not paying events. It just means they're not paying at the same caliber of events,
exactly.
Right? And because of that, you're not getting the same level of officials in. You're not getting that game time to the top quality squads. A lot of their results recently have been in the local scene. That only accounts for so much. So with that in mind, Young Ninjas know what it's like to be in close qualifiers. They actually play in this kind of an environment quite frequently. And there's just a lot of positives pointing in their direction for this best-of-3.
Well, let's talk about individual players and your head-to-heads in particular. Who have you chosen to watch out for in this matchup?
Yeah, Berserk really caught my eye in that series against Flames Ascent. I think he ended up being 18-6 on the City side of Mirage and ended up getting 17 AWP kills over the course of the 2 maps. So definitely a guy that can have some really high-impact moments. The issue can be, is it consistent? That's what we're going to need from him in a series like that today, because when you look at the other side of Era, this is a great player online and LAN, played with Gamer Legion for several years, very much up there with some of the best AWPers in Sweden, a lot of experience, a lot of power that he can bring to the team.
Kind of curious to say that at only 21 years old, he's the oldest player on the Young Ninjas as of right now. He's obviously got the most experience out of all of them, and certainly, again, just comparing the maps played between the two individuals, it is very different. And I think that might have a bit of quite a bit of impact in terms of this particular head-to-head of the AWPs. But just in general, like just talking about some of the other elements for the Ninjas, there are a number of players on this side who are breaking through, looking real solid, looking real good. Like you can't just look at one star player and put him down to give him all the credit for what Young Ninjas have achieved. There are some other very stellar elements in this side.
Yeah, there is. Nilo's on top form. I think maybe peak form is probably where we would have that conversation. I don't know what's changed, but the last 6 months, he actually came back to the lineup, so maybe that's something. He was here the first time, and he was all right, he was adequate, but since coming back the second time, he has matured, and he's been able to show he is a cannon for this team. And I wonder whether it's because you're with more experienced players. You're with the likes of an Adam B that played on Lemon Dogs. You're like there with Era that played on Gamer Legion. You've now got a new IGL in the team as well. Whatever has changed, it's changed for the better, and Nilo is playing insanely well right now.
Yeah, I have to agree on that sense. I mean, if you have 2 stars in that sort of sense over on the Ninja side, you have to look at Apeks Rebels and think, can they respond with similar stardom of their own right, Dwayne?
It's tough, because I think that's sometimes what they're hoping for, they're looking for. Since their IGL was their best fragger in that game against Flames Ascent, VHW's normally someone else you can look at as trying to bring some weight behind it. He hadn't the best of performance in that round of 16 games. So sometimes looking for that second man in charge when it comes to the fragging power on the Apeks Rebels can disappear at times.
Well, speaking of disappearing, let's appear into talking about maps and history. Obviously, best of 3 rules, so we do get to see the map veto in a moment's time. But I do want to mention that these 2 teams have taken each other on in the past. I mentioned Academy League, obviously Ninjas doing extremely well in that event. Apeks not so much in similar comparison. Back in Season 5, in fact, they actually did face off against each other, the course of these 2 squads. There was an Overpass 16-12 and a Vertigo 16-9. Both maps went the way of the Young Ninjas. If we see any of those replicated in this series, are we expecting similar results?
I think the results will be different, but we'll probably expect the maps. I have a look at the side of Apeks Rebels. They don't like Nuke, so they'll 100% be getting rid of that. And Young Ninjas don't like Anubis, so I think those will be the openers.
So only one Anubis for today, and I'm hoping we get one more at the ending matchup, of course, a little bit later on. But yes, Anubis will get taken out by the Young Ninjas. Apeks opening pick. Anything there?
Overpass or Ancient have been the 2 more common ones. For Young Ninjas, Vertigo is always a strength, and Apeks Rebels actually pick into Vertigo. Wow, that changes quite a bit of complexion then.
Yeah, you were just talking about the Ninjas taking this map pick, so now they get to pick into Inferno instead. So is this 2 strong maps for the Ninjas?
Yeah, this is looking good for the beginning of the veto already. And towards the tail end, we know Overpass doesn't get liked there from the Apeks Rebel side. Deciders, Mirage. I mean, we've seen Mirage for both teams in the round of 16.
Sort of see right here and now. So yeah, I mean, look, I think the real highlight of this veto is definitely those first 2 map-ups, though, for the Ninja side. Like, give me some more pertinence in that was the why Vertigo would be a bad choice for the Apeks Rebel side.
It's the highest pick map in the pool. For Young Ninjas, they've picked it 7 times in the last 3 months. The next one down is actually Mirage at 5 and Inferno at 3. So I'm looking at the veto, and I'm seeing Vertigo, Inferno, and Mirage. So the highest 3 picked maps in best of 3 history over the last 3 months are played by Young Ninjas.
And even just that screams 2-0 of its own right at the moment here. I mean, look, we're coming into this match, I'm thinking that the Ninjas were probably the dominant affair in terms of this whole bracket, let alone this whole matchup. So for me, I kind of have to agree with you on the basis of the map-ups that we have in store today. Like, this is a very, very wild sort of situation, and Apeks are taking some serious risks going into Vertigo. So what is the thinking? What's the game plan from the Apeks side here?
Well, they picked it against the side of Flames Ascent, so you've picked it once, it was successful, let's pick it again. It was close, I mean, it was 16-14, they only managed 6 rounds on their T side in the first half, but it might just be, don't play it risky, like 7 AM did, and play it safe. Play it into something that they've been working on.
I mean, certainly it didn't work. It didn't all work out all that well for 7 AM.
Yeah.
So there is that to consider in the sense of the fact that different philosophies, and in this particular case, it might be a philosophy that works out. But at the same time, you mentioned the highest pick weight there for the Ninjas. The only real way I could think that Apeks would be able to suss this out is if they did some serious anti-stratting in this kind of matchup.
Yeah, they could do. Again, they've got some okay Vertigo performances. It's just that it's not consistent at this level. And with that in mind, Young Ninjas are playing much stronger competition teams. They're playing Vertigo much more frequently, and they've got a good track record on it. So this is going to be a tough first map for the likes of the Norwegians. They're going to have to really pull their head in if they want to try and come out on top in this series.
Oh yeah, certainly. This would have to be like a lights out performance from the Apeks Rebels side. I would argue to say a performance we've never seen from the Apeks Rebels in order to bring this kind of match together.
No, I wouldn't say that, because actually locally they've upset it a couple of times and they've proved themselves to be one of the best teams in Norway.
I mean, that's the difference though. Norway local versus Swedish national is a very different sort of like thing to consider. Again, that we always talk about the fact that Telia League and probably is lower ranking than Svenska, for example. In my personal opinion, at least, I'd say that's a fair assessment to make. And in that sort of sense, the Ninjas with their local team, with the international experience, they've got again a lot going for them here in this map.
I would say for Apeks Rebels, they'll need to play better than they did in the first game. That's not to say they play poorly, but you're going up against that next competition. You're going up against that different level, and it's not punching above your weight, but it's playing to a high level. And we saw a good performance from them in the round of 16. I'm hoping we get a good performance from them again today.
It'll have to be. Opening map is the Apeks Rebels map pick of Vertigo, a curveball and a half, and one that might come back to hit them all the same. The Ninjas set and ready to get into this pistol round and start things off for our second match of the day between the Young Ninjas and Apeks Rebels.
And Nilo's always very exciting out on this map, a very hard hitter when it comes to Vertigo, but so is Aggression. Fast up from the ramp control into Ali.
Julie's holding back with Adam beating Nilo. Crossfire for the 3-for-1 trade, dropping the bomb. Two-man advantage for the Ninjas as a result, and I imagine it might just stay that way. USP of Era looking to tap on, but Sense takes him back out of the fold into the back line. Two more players inbound here from the side alley, and at Tarps, LNZ is looking for a little bit more here. Head of Tarps, looks for Wallbang, spots one. Maxler gets that kill on VHW. Sense, 34 HP, trying to prod forward. Bomb out in the open. He does manage to find a decent engagement, reduce LNZ to 8 HP and almost get the kill against the man. Maxter does fall, but it will be a pistol regardless for the Ninjas.
Now, even though we saw the likes of 7 AM, the UK squad, J, not coming through, can we take LNZ again? A Swede that's played in the UK scene once before. So we know that he's an honorary Brit, maybe we could say. But nicely done there from Young Ninjas. Peek together, allow themselves to have the crossfire. The Gooshers did come down, so it was a very expensive round. But without that plant, there's not an opportunity for a force buy here for the Apeks Rebels. So just go in for the clock round and focus on the next rifle.
Yeah, make it simple enough, Apeks. Not quite as effective as they'd like it to be, and damn near won the round itself, so they'll be a little bit disappointed in that sense. But taking a formality second, they've seen a number of harsher ecos in the last couple of games here, especially in that last one.
I don't think we've seen stills to this degree, though, have we? We've seen We've seen damage. We've seen players dropping. And
that's probably the best you can hope for in the Apeks side. Like it's unrealistic to think that blocks are going to come up against FAMASas and SMGs and just kind of rip them apart. Instead, it goes the other way. Maxter with 3 kills on that MP9. Nilo with 2 of his own at the FAMAS. So money gain, $1,800 of bonus kill cash. And Apeks look towards the guns.
I remember even when Nilo was playing on Flo Suka back in the day, and that actually generated some unbelievable talents. We had Chaucy that came out of that team, and the likes of, what's the one that's playing out on Monty at the moment? Joel, the other one. So a couple of Swedes that previous iterations of teams that Nilo have been a part of. And I think that's one thing that we're noticing in the Swedish scene over the last couple of years is these young, up-and-coming talents just trying to push themselves to the higher end of Tier 2.
And I'm going to push himself right into the ramp control, finding Sense, kicking things off with a nice kill. Got one player aggressing down the top. That's Era in the corner. Holding Nerve ahead of that smoke with plenty of backup around him. There's incendiaries being thrown down as well. The drives T-side players away. But Apeks off the back of losing that opening kill. Don't want to rest too far up here at ramp.
Well, they've got Berserk just with a lurk smoke. HE placement out towards the left-hand side of the forklift. Adam B just jump spotting. Era on the gap of the smoke. Nilo does go down, but Era's there for the trade.
4-on-3 responsive. Berserk brings it back to even. He's looking for a little bit more. Continuous spray. Not able to find much with it. A lower smoke underneath the ramp. I've seen that a little bit more out of T-side players in these days.
I like what Maxter's doing here, though. He's actually aggressing through mid to be able to have a backstab and an info play towards A. So what that allows is Adam B and LNZ to play together and make sure that they're peeking on each other's contacts.
They hold themselves on the site itself, 45 seconds, and they do back away a little bit. Maxter continuing to press, about to find one. Is he going to capitalize upon that one kill? He knows it. Sees nothing else, just goes for the pick. And now VHW and Brave are forced to just continue their walk forward, understanding that they're being backstabbed against. But with that one player going down, they think it's all a ruse here. The Ninjas may have played themselves. Baxter walking into VHW with a knife pulled out. So a 2-on-2. The trades have found the bomb can go down.
They're smoking for Adam B. Try to put some pressure on the planter.
Flash forward, VHW with the trade. Adam B responds the same. 8 HP again for a CT player. Brave, however, also similarly low. Who's going to get the killing blow? It will be Adam B. Beautifully done for the triple. And the Ninjas continue the streak, 3-0.
Yeah, that was a wild round because Young Ninjas read it perfectly, played together defensively on A, had that backstab from Maxter. But it makes sense that Maxter gets that frag, doesn't see anything else towards a ramp control, and you just think instantly, oh, well, it's got to be a lurk here towards A. It's probably a regroup out to the B stairs. And it comes down to a clutch situation. 3-0 start still.
Apeks. A bomb plant bonus enabling the reinvestment to come through. There's no major limitation to the CT side. They've actually got an AUG outfit here up. AK also saved in for Adam, as you would expect. The M4 is going to be a bit of a bonus buy-in from that previous round with the FAMAS that was still left in on Adam during that clutch. Now there'll be no limitations at all for the CT forces. Apeks posted up hoping for over-aggression, but that's not going to come their way.
VHW just lurking out here towards the B stairs. You got Sense spamming down to the tops position. Player down there to Ali. Sense swinging out wide, deals with Era.
Almost turns away from the second man, but just barely evades the spray of Adam. Falling back to the site. Waiting for further contact from Apeks.
Another info plate. Maxed up. Seeing nothing out towards the B stairs is going to rotate Nilo over to A. So they got 3 defenders. They might need more off of the back of this. Adam B's not hearing any further utility out to the ramp control.
Nades sent. Molotovs coming in from the T side. Galil out for the AUG on tapeware. The CT's generally being pretty passive about this. They're going to wait for the bomb to go down before going for the retake.
Adam B, how much damage can he do with that incendiary? Even the spam. You got a T-side player getting up high and aggressive over the top of default.
Incendiary nade combination does not quite land towards Brave. It does do damage at least. But again, 5-on-4 favors the T-side line. Adam B had his crosshair trained on one behind the smoke, was unawares of how close he was to getting a kill. We did hear that jump. 2 men pushed up against the wall towards side alley. Incendiary splashes going forward as Adam takes a swing, but Maxter mows down 3 with Nilo following suit just like that. Tapeware's all alone, and you blink and you miss it. The Ninjas in the site, back on the retake again.
Shows me good patience. Slow it right down, use that utility, and that single incendiary out to the yellow position with the flash. They just all grouped up. You can't get an easier 3K there for Maxter.
Yeah.
Apeks Rebels would have felt as if they'd done everything right. Got the opening kill, cross smokes down, bomb plant in, but nothing was granted after that.
Let's force out an early tactical from the Apeks Rebels. First one of the series called by them, and appropriate to do so, because even at a man up, even with the full bomb site gained, they couldn't hold off against the sheer firepower, the fragging force of the Young Ninjas. Their position bolstered by the fact that they picked up all the AKs from the T side as well. Look at the setup for the CT forces.
And for Young Ninjas, this poses quite a threat to the early game of Vertigo to get as many rounds up onto the board as possible. 5 wins and 3 losses in the last 3 months for them on this map. Apeks Rebels. I think we're starting to get an indication of just how tough this T side could be for them. Swedes looking quite comfortable. Apeks Rebels need to fight back instantly.
Nade sent to Maxter, trying to engage against the T side. 2 CTs, meanwhile, backed up towards ramp. Sending nades on Ascent, 48 HP. Great utility placement again, Adam. Another one in his hands. Oh, that's a bad nade. Bit of a weird hitbox there on the sandbags.
Oh, don't you blame the sandbags. Blame the lineup.
Oh, wait, I'm not saying it is the sandbags' fault. I'm just saying weird hitbox, they couldn't account for it. And Adam B goes down in the end. No further damage done to Sense. He gets the kill to open up the round for the T side.
LNZ just doesn't have a teammate now to re-aggress towards top of Crane. Have to give that respect to the ramp presence. And Nilo's the off angle out from mid, not seeing anything. Maxter not receiving anything out to the B stairs either. Walk further forward to alley now.
Molotovs and incendiaries from either side thrown down at that alley entrance, and Ares trying to find an angle to play with. Smokes inbound. Peeks and finds one. Second player also goes falling. Brave with a trade, but the 3-on-3 being brought back by that AWP. LNZ hoping for a decent lucky spray, but not quite able to line up the decent kill for it at the end of that smoke. As VHW deals with Nilo in the back as a 3-on-2 now. Apeks Rebels advantage again towards the side, but LNZ's not done. He's going in for a double. He's got it nice and landed. Brave left alone. Engages one. Down to a one-on-one. Bursting through. 9 HP as Max has got more damage and eventually will land on the kill. A fifth to the board of the Ninjas as they continue to stack up from the worst circumstances in this game.
And I can't be too critical here for Apeks Rebels because this is 2 rifle rounds that have come down to 1v1s. And sometimes you win them out, sometimes you lose them out. And it's telling me that they're actually playing quite competitively. They're getting the bomb down. They're giving themselves quite a few chances. It's just the round is not quite converted yet. They're keeping the CT economy low at least. That's a positive.
Taking away all those AKs as well from the CT side. Move all those major firepower weapons, reduce them to M4s. The AWP was saved, fortunate enough for Era.
They're getting closer to that reset, but they just need that one.
Money's on a respectable position, but as you mentioned, could be much better here for the Ninjas. Apeks sent to the forward player here, edge of the smoke stuff. The AWP has no idea how close he really was. You might have heard some of those tags. The nades coming in with wide support, and Adam B gets the first and a second kill. Perfectly done for the trader Brave, but the AWP can't quite hit the response.
Sets puts pressure onto the AWP. That's well done. As soon as he misses that shot, you've got to jump up immediately, look to take that fight. Era did not have the space in the breathing room or the teammate behind him to get to safety.
Nilo engages back on Senster, responds to bring the advantage back in for the Ninjas. Maxter back at the B side, about to be receiving VHW and Brave. Hearing those footsteps, there's no utility being thrown out by those players. They have full sets, but opting not to use it. The smoke will come down for Brave eventually. 4 HP though, and you're right, a HE will do it. And there it is, lands perfectly from Nilo.
There it is. And that's always the case, isn't it? Got to bait out that util. And that's another one. Okay, how winnable was that? 1v2, no, it wasn't. Some of the previous ones are, you do have to sometimes pick your moments. Nice hold out to the B site. That single anchor just does a lot of damage to set that round up. 6-0. Very different 6-0, I think, to what we've seen on the last best of 3. Because we have had these kind of massive round streaks and massive one-sided leads. But in the 7 AM game, against Masonic, it was just getting blasted. Just not even competitive. Where this actually has been.
Damage continuously being done to the Ninjas. The bomb plant's continuing to come through for the Rebels.
It's probably not helping the mental, though, that you've done so well, but yet you're still 0-6 down. Probably quite frustrating.
But it will be sheer euphoria if they get this reset. Money. Still okay for the Ninjas at this stage. They've got to do a little bit more work before they get to the true reset point. Damage has been done early towards the T side line. Another rebuy in, but Sense and VHW. Not great positions held on their HP bars. The Ts will move as a unit. 4 players up the ramp.
Very passive from the A players here from the Young Ninjas. Not even having anyone fighting alley or top ramp. Might be quite retake heavy.
A lot of mid-presence from these CT forces. Imagine the Era's going to start the rotations. Flash is being sent over by Brave. The T is just going to try to walk their way in. Max is keeping his eyes set back towards B site just in case, but realistically, it's all about the A play. Bomb should get planted here at least.
Still so much utility here for Young Ninjas. First HG, Incendiary, that's going to deny for a moment.
Perfect combination and perfect timing at that combination as well.
No nades left for Apeks Rebels either.
Further HG sent, lands on Brave a little bit longer. They think they might have actually Yeah, they've baited in. I mean, they've baited in utility from the CT side, and they've forced the player to rotate back to the B play. But the bomb will go down. Adam's going to call that in. They can't quite put anything else towards it. A kill is eventually found on Sense, though.
Slow it down. Man advantage. Plenty of nades. They can work together. They're expecting a mid lurk to come in, but not to be.
Slow walks forward. Tap the flashbangs as well. Molotov's being sent in. Another wave of utility from the CT side. Still have something to spare, in fact. Berserk finally responsive, but Adam, Era, and Maxter just come right back in. Instant peaks and picks coming found. Berserk, another good responsive. 2 kills to his name. Maxter falling, but ultimately, a round falling. 7-0 for Ninjas, the same.
And this is where I've got to rip in slightly from Apeks Rebels. They are not doing enough movement on the T side to bait utility. There are so many of these retaking rounds where Young Ninjas have got plenty of smokes, plenty of incendiaries, and it's probably coming down to not showing enough presence on B early rounds, not showing enough presence towards mid. We've constantly seen ramp being taken, and we're constantly seeing post plants, but because they're not drawing that utility away from Young Ninjas, it just makes the retake so damn easy.
Well, we've had 5 rounds in a row which have been retakes. 5 bomb plants in a row for the Apeks Rebels. So they can buy again. But rightfully, a tactical timeout has been called here because they need to find a way to not just do damage, not just to find them on reset potential, but to actually win the rounds themselves. Because at this point, forget economy, just get something on the board.
And they're coming close, but they need more. Even looking at this one, I'm surprised that we're not seeing a full-on buy. Might think to themselves that we need an AWP. That might be the missing element right now.
Going in a hero AK half buy. Maybe the AWP will be the difference maker. You mentioned it being the missing element. Like at this point, it has to be a consideration. It has to be something that Apeks are thinking about. We're thinking about it. We'll get to see it in the next round. But for now, let's see what kind of damage Apeks can do.
HE stack out to the sandbags. No one there, unfortunately. Adam B, slight off angle with the height. LNZ off angle too.
AK set. Molotovs will force Adam B back. Nades coming in. Very nicely landed again on Brave, the low HP entity with the AK in hand. Tech9's forcing forward. Sense up close against LNZ. Does grab another AK to work with here for the T-side line. Another 5-on-4, but we've seen this before here from the Ninjas.
Oh, just look at that incendiary forcing Brave out into the open, and might even think there's a player close up to the right-hand side.
Do they? No one's got their eyes on it. Incendiary stone. Sensor's going to wait. How long does he wait until he strikes, though? There's 3 players in a sniper's nest. Adam with 1. Era checks it at the AWP. Tapeware Deagle back into a 2-on-2. It's Deagle's alone here for the T side. Smoke can come back. Ninja Kit is on Era, and a knife set in for Berserk. He's going to wait here, try and go for it. It's swinging. He's wasting time. He's on the bomb. Tapeware's going to get caught. Deagle out. Don't get the diffuser. Back on the knife again. The body block. He can't find him. Max has got it, but there's not enough time. A little bit too much time wasted there by the Ninjas, as Apeks will finally get there first.
That's a tough one. You try and tap the bomb, you try to draw the fight, you're getting the last couple of remaining T-side players to fight you out in the open, and then it just becomes a scramble. And one of the clutches to be won for Apeks Rebels to end the streak, but there's another buyback. M4's across the board, AWP out for Era, and still money in the reserve.
Yeah, they couldn't keep the damage up forever there. So no reset despite the round win, despite the half by steal there from the Apeks side. They'll be back in with their own investment. AKs. AWP set in for Berserk. Again, we want to see this guy being the difference maker for his team.
Just to create some impact, make an opportunity happen with an opening man advantage. Adam B out to the sandbags. Now they double naded it in the last round. I wonder if they do that again.
Only 1 HE this time. Smokes in, counter HEs. Not doing much here for Adam, but he will have enough cover with that smoke to get out of dodge.
Start working this alley control. Spam up to 51 in case an individual. Adam B still holding the off angle. I'm surprised he's that aggressive. And now Nilo's making the backstab.
Start the rotations with this push forward. Bring the majority of CT players out here as Nilo will bracket in. Will they try and force them back? Will he close in the pincers? Seems to be the 8 hit here from Apeks.
It's all about the execution. Try and get that bomb down. Nilo's going to make in the backstab. How much does he find? He's got to get at least a kill or stall for time.
Might get the bomb carrier here. He might find 3, in fact, 2 sprayed down. Berserk, his AWP picks 1 in return. Sense in the AK now, trying to get towards headshots. Sees that one individual is taking some damage. His teammate moving closer, and Adam has his head tucked away. The AWP only gets leg, but Tapeware has caught him with a kill anyway. 3-on-3 situation, bombs on site. Tapeware up top, does get the kill on Adam, and the advantage with Apeks again on the post plant.
Try and put as much pressure down in that default position as possible, but in the end, it actually works against them. Apeks Rebels regrouping towards the ramp alley side.
Leaning in slowly. Maxter getting aggressive. LNZ watching with that M4. No kits. Oh, sorry, no smoke rather. The kits are on them though. Tap it once. Flash sent, turned away. Engagement from Maxter goes awry against Tapeware. Sense has gone falling in trade though, and LNZ knows he's going to fall away and save the M4. There it is, the second round on the board for Apeks Rebels. So, might have struggled in the early game, but they've got a bit of momentum now.
Disappointing there for Young Ninjas, though. Double kill on the backstab for Nilo. Not responded to a round victory. That was a highly impactful play. But you could see the crunch and the pressure that started coming down onto Adam B up there at headshot. Era not finding anything either. Maxter falling, and then LNZ, the last one that just has to save. Apeks Rebels up against the tactical.
First one from the Ninjas.
I like this.
Yeah.
You've got a lot of control. You've still got money in the bank. You've got a saved in M4. So you want to try and get as much around it as possible and not give that leverage. Not give a tiny little streak back in for the Norwegians.
Is it going to be a full-on investment? Doesn't look like him. Max has bought Deagle and Kevlar, so it looks to be a half buy around the M4 instead.
Try and set it up, maybe.
I mean, personally, I would have preferred it if LNZ dropped a weapon and they tried to force the issue around it. Because Apeks, they are on the precipice of being reset themselves, losing out the loss bonus here.
I guess Young Ninjas have just seen how confident they are in the rifle rounds that to put it in almost a 50-50, just wait until you can get all of that weaponry back out, because you're still looking at double digits in the first half.
Yeah. Situation isn't ideal for it. LNZ still has a rifle to play with, and he could well be the damage dealer that steals it away. We've already seen the hero rifle work well once for Apeks. See it work for the Ninjas here. Nade sent back, and LNZ evades it. Sprays will go back and forth from both sides. All in all, damage will majoritively be done to the T sideline. In fact, so far it's damageless here for Ninjas.
Apeks Rebels should start shifting the offense elsewhere, because they know there's only a single rifle that got saved from that last round. So having that tell that LNZ was trying to take a fight towards top ramp, that's where you want to spread the default. Make sure that whatever happens, you're not running into the rifle, because now there's a gamble stack on B.
Slow but sure from the T side.
This looks very promising for the Swedes. They've got a lot of players here.
One USP on the back of the A side to call in rotations necessary, but really the hits coming through. Ninjas perfectly set up to steal it. Can they do it? No, the rotations, it's all a ruse, it's all a fake. Even Adam B's left the A site.
It's how quickly the CT start moving over though. Adam B should get caught off by Sense. And because Sense was able to walk up and find so much map control towards A, they've brought that rotation over. Smartly called.
Maxter does drop Brave, and the bomb carrier will get picked back up and planted, however, by Sense. 4-on-4 situation, and VHW takes 2 kills, and probably takes away any chance of the round. Even LNZ's dropped. PG50 for Era. Tries to fight, but ultimately he will lose his life. Even the backstab from Tapeware was already setting up, so it wasn't really going to matter if he got that kill or not. 7-3, the Ninjas conceding the last 3 in a row to Apeks Rebels. But it's all about the gun rounds, and one is inbound.
Again, Apeks Rebels up against Flames Ascent in the round of 16. We saw 6 rounds up on the T side from them. And a comeback in the second half. So they're already halfway there to the marker from the previous game. Let's see if they can get there today.
Nade's close. Decent damage done to Tapeware. Outside of that, nothing's really coming through for the CT side here. There's been big bunch up towards the stairs. In fact, it might be that B execution that we saw in the last round, but just fully committing this time from the T side.
And Maxter would have heard that info. Body block and a smoke goes down. Rotating coming quickly from Nilo, a Guardian.
Well, he's out towards quad. Smoke's coming in against the flashbangs. Nilo and Maxter holding the backline defensive, and it will be Nilo with the kill on Ascent. So that's a decent start in. Advantage now for the Ninjas. Damage continuing to be done towards Tapeware here, who does still frag back, however. 4 on 3, making it 3 on 2 as LNZ and VHW go back and forth with Max's position. VHW in the backside, however, is still alive, and he gets LNZ to drop. Bomb has basically committed at this point an error. He's got to hope that that carrier moves out to the outside of the site, gives up the AWP angle.
Now, this is all patience. It's a tough shot to the left perspective, but if he jiggles to the right, it's doable.
If he flicks to the left and Error wins this, I'd be impressed.
He knows he's there.
Sees the utility. He sees his bag poking out. You can't hit that. Oh, a bit of body. He's lost his teammate. Oh, but he's caught him though. VHW gave him a pixel, but that's more than enough. The shoulder also sees. The reface doesn't land. Oh, so close yet so far. A game of millimeters. But a round that goes the way of Apeks.
Maybe a best of 3 of clutches. We have seen a lot of 1vx's. When we compare, the only 11 rounds have been played. That's kind of unusual. Apeks Rebels now on the receiving end of coming through with those 1vx's. Young Ninjas. Era would have been disappointed in himself there.
Half buy again. Upgrade pistols in. The Kevlar on a couple players. Mostly should not see much here from the Ninjas. As finally it looks like Apeks Rebels have found their breaking point. This chance against the CT side. Formula that's worked for the last 4 rounds in a row should be number 5. Bring those Molotovs in towards the alley control. Make sure there's one player out there that can't really receive them.
Adam B, thinking about slightly moving forward now. There is only a single player down at the forklift. Sense on the other side of the smoke.
Seen him. Meanwhile, out towards the B side. Look at Max there. He's caught by VHW, never mind. Holds the corner, thinking maybe there might be a chance that he could catch a couple of T-side members off. Ultimately not to be as execution comes in. Sense is still lurking out towards alley, going to remove LNZ. Pretty clinical, pretty easy kind of round. Being picked apart here on the Ninjas side as Apeks will confidently hold their 5th. And again, it was just pistols in this case. Maybe Nilo gets an exit, but that'll be all.
A slightly missed gap smoke there out to the alley position. Actually meant that Sense could have just walked through the angle. Doesn't have to worry about anyone hiding on the other side. Apeks Rebels getting into a streak of quite a tasty 5 in a row. Young Ninjas looking to respond in. Eagle doesn't find anything at all. Not bad.
It's pretty good.
It's alright.
It's 5 in a row. It's 2 off of what Young Ninjas were able to pull off in their opening 7 rounds. Buyback will be received by the CT forces. Apeks Rebels going to try and make this a competitive half. May even steal the half, in fact.
For Apeks Rebels? Yeah, I mean, if they keep running with the momentum, Young Ninjas have got to try and shut it out. That's why there's an aggressive approach out to the B stairs. So not just one rifler, but actually a second of Maxter.
Meanwhile, Tapeware and Sense are working around the ramp control. Berserk's also stuck there in the mix. Look ahead of the tarps, try to spot the player that's out there. He's in 51 though, Adam B. No need to move as of yet. Now he does. Sense has found the kill anyway.
Might look to try and follow up. Ooh, nice placement there for the AWP, and Maxter even follows up down at the B.
Also get that AWP out of dodge, so error. Frag found, advantage for the Ninjas with, of course, you mentioned Maxter's kill over towards the B site, so suddenly this round has turned on its head here for the Ninjas.
Brave trying to see if he can catch a timing. While Maxter moves away, that's when the walk to B is coming in. So this seems to be an A fake to bring the bomb back to B.
You couldn't have timed this more perfectly here. Not even being watched. Player at Scaff is watching mid. Max about to realise, or well, he won't realise until it's far too late. It looks like the mistake that he's made. Leaning back, kill found. And that's going to be frustrating for Max, knowing that you left one small window and Apeks just walked right through it.
They should still see the retake. Plenty of nades, HE placement, not out towards a default position. Tapeware's watching the backstab. That's where LNZ's going to rotate in from.
Slow walks into that M4A1S. 2 players to find, 1 being seen, and Spray is good. Another one at Banger. Brave with the AK. Holds position, Arrow will get tagged, Sense will get the kill, but LNZ still fighting, fragging, HE going very close to the last man, he's caught him and all, Kit's in, he's got time for this defuse, it's going the way of the Ninjas.
Right, can we just address that that is another clutch in the first half? It's mental.
Are you keeping tally, Dwayne?
It's got to be about 5.
I reckon probably more, honestly.
It's, I should be keeping tally. I'll have a look after this map. Young Ninjas. What a HE placement. What a backstab for LNZ, because he found quite a bit there.
Yeah, that was silly. But brilliant for the Ninjas, because they have the half. 8-5, so it wasn't an easy affair. That was at the back of the 7-round streak, so... Guns in, force back into the Ninjas. The economy's still in a bit of a state, so they have to take SMGs on Adam and Maxter.
Berserk, trying to see if he can lean that AWP up towards a ramp control. BHW possessed himself quite deep outside of the B side, just in case there's some further aggression. Nades actually do not bounce correctly, so slight amount of team damage there on LNZ.
Fortunately, it's slight. Teaser walk forward. Damage will be done to Tapeware to return, and the Molotovs and incendiaries put up there by the CT side. In the end, the Ninjas will back away from the A defense, or at least the aggressive contact in the A defense. Arrow will hold a bit of an angle here towards Sandbags. Might pick up a fight against Berserk, depending on how far out he extends, or find his teammate in Tapeware. First man down.
And see, Era doesn't even repeat the angle, so there's no way that Berserk can position himself to get that fight back. What does get one is Sense onto Adam B, though.
It's 1 frag to gain, 4 on 4. Arrow going to reposition. Incendiary ahead of him, though. Might need LNZ support, especially as he's going to be pretty deep into this side of the angle. And a flashbang turns him completely blind. Sense with another good kill. And they are suppressed from the A site again.
Sense is hoping that there's a quick rotation to come through from that sniper's nest. VHW getting some hype, but actually LNZ gets 1. Trade is back quickly.
Advantage staying here with the Apeks Rebels, 3 on 2. Ninjas sending Maxter towards the backside, smoking him amongst him. Flashbang the camera out here from LNZ. Should keep that player blinded indeed. He is, and dead to the hands of VHW. Now LNZ all that remains, and he can't last forever. VHW with a double up. 3 kills overall in the round for him. Apeks Rebels going to bring us into the last round of the half.
And they're holding their weight, which I think is what they need in this series. If you want to upset a map, if you want to try and pull yourself in for a best of 3 victory, you're going to have to hold your weight against these guys. And knowing that they were down 0-7, whether the rounds are extremely close or extremely one-sided, to bring it back to a deficit of only 2 has been quite successful.
Tactical taken by the Ninjas. Moment's respite. Because this could have been a much more one-sided half for them with the way that it started up. Apeks have battled back. And Dwight, do you know something?
Go on then.
You can actually check the 1vx tally on HLTV.
Can you?
Yep.
There you go. What, live?
Live.
What's it at?
So, right now, there are 14 clutches.
No, that can't be right.
That's what it says.
Yeah, okay. I'm not buying that.
Sense set as part of the offensive line here for the Apeks side. Adam B moving in with the SMG. Molotov sent down, all sorts being thrown out. The ramp is looking more More burnt up than anything else. The Ninjas have walked away the worst of 4 rate. 2 players tagged.
LNZ's still trying to keep that pressure on down to Ali. Now, he's got a teammate close by him of Adam B trying to work behind the smoke. A single lurk here of sense on the other side.
Straight through. Can't quite transfer it to 2. Run out of ammo. At the wrong moment. Error is still tagged, and Adam B playing in amongst the smoke. Needs to find a wraparound. Indeed he does, but far too late. It's a 2 for 1.
Just so much success being landed, and now Max is the only player to hold with a dig on B.
Needs those rifles to get back here ASAP. AK on 1, M4 on another. Bomb going down. Meanwhile, towards the T side line, Max is forced forward. Not going to be the hero of the moment. He's going to wait for his teammates to get back up here. Taps bursts through. Does find Tapeware Brave with a responsive. Nilo next up to task ahead of the flashbang. Is trying to find a gap in that smoke, and he can do, but no one's there to be seen.
Even the angle from VHW trying to play anti-flash. First player comes through. Adam B around the corner. Forced into a 1v1, but the AWP frag comes through in the end for Berserk. Another clutch.
I want to see if that counted. It didn't count, actually.
You were probably just checking the rounds, Jay. There's no...
No, it has a 1vx tally on advanced.
Yeah, well, it can't be 14 when only 14 rounds had played.
It says VHW is 2, Brave is 2, Berserk is 2, Tapeware has 2, Maxter has 2, Adam B is 2,
we'll give it a double check
LNZ
later
is 2.
on. No, that can't be right.
Well, anyway, 8-7 at the half. Apeks Rebels down by a single 1 here. They are getting into the CT side with potential, and the pistol round could be vitally important to both sides.
But just seeing how many players are out to mid, this is going to be very difficult to shake off.
Flashes are sent, smoke come down, Berserk holds that mid control with VHW, they lock out the crossfire, Adam, Nilo, LNZ all dropping with the bomb. Error can't last forever.
And that's just the setup being too strong. You can even see there for Young Ninjas, they flash around the corner, they want a quick smoke down towards the elevators to wrap in from Guardian, but just the crossfire in mid, CTs absolutely everywhere. And Maxter's got no other option but to look for damage. Try and see if he can take some CTs down with him.
Spotted very early by VHW, however. Finds his 2K. Finds the 8th for the Apeks side. A pistol round gained. And now a chance to take the lead away from the Ninjas. The second rounds have been so passive in terms of their buy-ups. But they're going to force this time.
They want to put pressure on early. Apeks Rebels. It's incredible to think that it's a tied-up scoreline and a very good opportunity in this round right here of taking a lead. Because when you looked at the beginning, you thought that it was going to be a long grind and always them on the back foot.
Passing that bomb back. Adam. Leans forward with his teammates very slowly. They prod towards mid. They failed to do much in this mid control in the pistol round, but now with a bit more firepower, a bit more utility. Trying to force Berserk out into the open, but he just mows him down. Gets 1 kill, struggles with the second man. Somehow finds Adam P after the fact anyway. Error is eventually going to get the kill back in, but his teammates are being traded. Maxter does get a couple back out towards the stairs angle, but the bomb's been dropped there by Tapeware. There's a 1-on-2 for the man.
Very difficult clutch because they know exactly where he is. Vertical crossfire should be locked out.
Nade sent. Actually missing out the damage. He extended back towards the cubby corner. An M4 in his hands at long range. This could work well for Maxter himself. He's leaning all the way around towards that A site. The long con. The big old con for him.
I'm thinking there might be someone up at Guardian. Knows that there's someone in mid to the left-hand side.
But where, though? Second incendiary thrown. As you read that angle correctly? I think he might have done. Oh, can't win the fight anyway. Tapeware shuts it down. Denies another clutch. Brings in the lead for the Apeks Rebels.
Up by 1. Norwegians putting on quite a good showing. They're showing us exactly why Vertigo was picked in by them. Why they felt, even with such a good map in the pool for Young Ninjas, that they're able to dictate quite a lot of success. The Young Ninjas, I'm keen to see what they're going to be like once they get their opening rifle on T-side about how they're going to recover things.
going to fast into this round to get there quicker, I think. Berserk with 2, LNZ 1 responsive. Have that M4 and Adam B, but the nades from Tapeware so quickly getting back out of the fold. LNZ with 4, Maxter, another good trade. Nothing major gain though, again, just mostly looking towards these guns here for the Young Ninjas. They need to turn it into success from now.
And just knowing that there is a win streak going on for Apeks Rebels right now on HLTV, 3 Vertigos in a row. Win after win after win. Trying to see if they can stretch that to a 4th. And knowing that the AKs are on the upgrade, even Maxter, how much assistance he was able to provide towards that B site in the first half, we'll be looking at him again.
Molly's quick in, smokes down. Adam B. Receive a nade to him. Very nicely done there from Tapeware. Error. Down to 66. Further incendiaries and flashes being sent down from the CT forces. Adam B is going to start to burn as well. Meanwhile, the mid-walk comes up. There is one CT to try and receive it. He takes a ton of damage, dishing out some to LNZ. Nilo credited with the kill. There is one player still back towards that B site, though. That's Brave back up the stairs. He's going to wait for them to make their move in. The bomb could get caught.
And Brave's just trying to see if he can get aggressive. Tapeware to fall down towards A. Sandwich in. Brave needs both of these kills, and he gets exactly that.
An AK to play with, but gives himself up to Nilo anyway. 2K for him. Advantage still with the Ninjas.
LNZ's low HP. This is very risky with how far forward he is.
Smoke from his teammates, though, going to provide a bit of extra cover. Molotov's also sent in to the scaff area. Nice nade on Nilo. And flashes for the entire T-side. That's all the utility they've got.
It's all about driving this first position out. Smoke goes down to the front side, but Era just a slow walk out in mid.
And Sense has the good sense to save. Not commit too much with this one. It is low HP on LNZ, but a 1-on-3 overall. He doesn't have all that much information. Keeping hold of the rifle. Best call to make in this circumstance. There you go. You wanted to know what happened when the rifles came in for the Ninjas. That's exactly what happens. They start their half off on a high.
Like that mid-walk from Nilo and Maxter. The way they're able to get themselves into Guardian, put some pace down into the B site, crunch in. I do feel for the MP9 down there to the bottom of the B stairs, because that was actually quite a nice play. Multi-frag, drop the bomb. It's just that Nilo was so quick to that wrap and crunch towards the top of the stairs that you can't even reposition.
Tactical called in by Apeks Rebels. They're 3rd in this game.
Unreal how many more tacks we're seeing in this best of 3 than the previous.
Than many of the previous, if we're being honest with ourselves, Dwayne. But yeah, the previous especially. Apeks know that they're on the back foot. They're doing everything within their power to try and definitively take a front foot here. They might have the advantage in the leaderboard, but look at the money of HW, double eco status. They're going to have to force buy around it. He's going to be limited, though. Sense deciding whether we should drop him an SMG or a full M4. You can afford one. Limited in every sort of other aspect, but other than that, it's actually going to be a complete eco, not even opting with the investment here.
It's a good call because you've only got one person on double eco status. To risk it all for a single individual is not worth it. Triple boost. Oh, I like this. I've seen this before.
What are they going to get out of it here? Sense finds it and sees absolutely nothing for now.
Hang on.
Spray through. Transfer for the double. That's beautiful.
And Maxter had an opportunity of starting to walk out, but wasn't in a position to get up to the top of the stairs. So much early impact gained by that M4 in mid.
Molotov sent down. Era. Getting himself into the ramp control. Adam B sees the headshot. He's got Sense next. Responsive. The transfer, the triple not quite there for him. But Era's extended. And they've got rifles to play with now on the Apeks side. A 3-on-2 advantage and all.
And they don't have the information just yet. So Maxter can bring that bomb up. Now, he's got util. They might just leave Era in the slight off angle at the sandbags. Wait for a reposition from one of the CTs.
Jiggle in from one of the CT forces, will try and fall back to Elevator or give up his life. Awkward burst, taps come through, Error trying to adjust, gets Tapeware. Third man wrapped the corner, he's distracted by Maxter, who gets the kill as well. Well coordinated by those last two players, but that would have been a steal for Apeks.
It could have been. That is unfortunate because Sense makes a very good play. Actually only saw that boost about 2 days ago on Twitter, Jay. So maybe something that Apeks Rebels were scrolling, saw it and thought, oh, let's go and take that one. The Young Ninjas losing 2 players on a timing and out from mid. And then Adam B and Era, they survive. They're the ones that get them out of a very uncomfortable situation.
It's forward face from one T-side player trying to get aggressive out towards the B stairs. Era's going to grab that bomb and try and commit it with them. The defaults, careful once again from the Ninjas. Apeks. Very similarly passive of their own right. Nade sent down from Brave. But he's backed up to the center of the site.
One of the MP9s back there towards default. Smoke goes in. Era's waiting for some further aggression. Flash over the top. It's not going to be a full commit just yet. Maybe even a double pump.
VHW just throwing a bit of discombobulation in there with his own utility set. Hoping that they can catch a double nade and Molotov into this white position. That's not happened for them. Adam B starts the rotation, but Sense is getting a sense of what's going on back here towards Ram, just jump facing. Has seen, I think he's seen players, yes.
Tapeware still keeping his eyes on towards the mid control. Now the CTs need to start making a play to the B angle towards the bottom of the stairs just to make sure that there's nothing here at all.
Maxter evading the flash out. Meanwhile, engagement start coming in for LNZ. He has lost Adam B, but that's a 2K for him, and the A site gain for it.
Got to get that bomb down. LNZ still thinking there might be another fight out to the alley control. Late backstab can come through from Maxter towards mid from B.
It is going to be so slow, though. A last-second effort from him.
Unless they save already.
And that's what they're going to do. He's on to get some exit frags here. CT spawn, they start walking around. Backs are turned. He does get caught himself, so not quite as effective, but either way, it's going to be a round for the Ninjas, a lead back in their name.
And what we're noticing from both of these teams is a lot of gimmicky lurks, allowing themselves to catch timing, open space, wrap. It allows the Swedes to gain the lead. Apeks Rebels would have been disappointed with themselves there. Didn't get enough of a read. Money's not great. They're not going to buy around it. They'll have to eco.
Take the true guns in the next round.
Yeah,
respectable firepower. But as you mentioned, they are going to go ahead and get some more.
Now that is slightly high risk in comparison to what we've seen previously. Not all the way down to a full commit, so maybe thinking loss bonus is pretty good for us. Let's buy down, but not all the way.
Could well be the case. Flash is sent, Sense involved. VHW. Set. Oh, those nades on Brave and Tapeware. Those have landed really well. Berserk's going to get caught to the wall bang. Sense actually charged down the ramp. Okay, he might have the bomb control. He's caught LNZ most certainly, but back turner Error gives up the kill. And Maxter and Error will hold their nerve, leaving all of VHW in the blink of an eye. That one has once again ended the way of the Ninjas.
The VHW is just stuck. Out to CT spawn. The best that he can hope for is to drop a player. If he can hold on to the M4, that would be even better. But without the bomb down, and with that sort of time remaining, I can't see a way that he ends up saving here.
See what you can do. Flashbang in the utility pouch means that there's really not much in the way of a Ninja defuse. Caught by Error anyway. I'm not even going to go that far to think about the retake. The bomb hadn't even been planted. 12-10. The Young Ninjas back in full control. The Apeks should be able to buy down here.
And now they will weaken themselves because of the investment in that last round. Anytime you're making that sort of call, you've got to get as much out of it as possible. And looking at what happens, only a single casualty, it's probably not the best. 2 to the difference. Young Ninjas I'm looking at this one thinking if the Swedes win round 23, I think it's done.
Yeah.
I think map 1 and potentially even the series is wrapped up going into Inferno.
I think Apex Rebels think the same thing. Taking a tactical timeout. Try and figure out the future strategy because the Ninjas are closing in. And again, Drake, we were like 2-0 potential right here.
Yep.
If Ninjas take this map up, it feels like that'll be an inevitability. Again, it is the Apex Rebels map pick. Inferno is where the Ninjas will play. Now, possibly the most important round in this map up. The broken buy from Apex. Ninjas with their full guns out. The AKs, the AWP for Era. Damage has been sustained early here.
It's the right idea to bring pace into this round, just to bait out early utility and allow a rookie mistake to come in. Full side exit. There's actually no one on B here for Apex Rebels. They've stacked so heavy to A.
SMG of Sense leaning in. On and careful. Nades and Molotovs sent his general direction. Brave backed up at that M4. Joining his teammates on the B site. LNZ as the bomber is back for the time being. It's very slow, very careful. These are all kind of a non-details at this stage. Nothing compared to what really matters right now in this map up in this round, which is going to be this execution. Might get cut up by one player. Aggressive. Oh, Sense gets the kill.
They're not going to get any more than that, though. Swing around the corner. He did see the bomb from LNZ, and Berserk deals with Nilo. That's an all-important kill with the AWP.
Beauty of a flick at that. The advantage tips the way of Apex. Ninjas have maxed awaiting down the stairs. You'll see the smokes coming in to the stairs itself. The bomb starts to rotate. There's 2 players on site. 3rd player total in tapeware at CT. It's going to be the commit.
VHW's just got to try and get at least one. Set Brave up for the complete bait. The late round play. First spam comes through. LNZ doesn't fall. Instead, he deals with VHW.
Second player at quad, undetected. Brave picks him up. Oh, that's a good wallbang shot. 6 seconds, though. No time to plant the bomb. Era should know this. Tapeware standing. Hide in a corner. Hunted potentially. Okay, keeps his lifeline. That much is a must at this stage for the Ninjas.
That's very clever there for Era, because he could have just backed off, gone down to the B stairs and just saved. But if he stays around, he knows I can get another pick. If he goes down after time, it's not the worst case in the scenario. It's definitely not great. But because of that, think about how much more reset potential is and how much of this buy isn't even going to be perfect. There's going to be a lack of N4s. There's going to be mainly SMGs in this round.
It's a broken situation, and we go right back to what we were talking about in the previous round. The young Ninjas, now with the bonus of being able to knock them back to $2,400 loss bonus, hurt the economy even more than it would have been. Apex. Now need to follow up upon their survival round.
No kit's been bought by Berserk either, which is interesting because he's got over $1,000.
I wonder if that will come back to bite them.
If it gets into a retake, definitely.
See how the Ninjas play around this. Flashes in, the Molotov sent, tapeware. Tomas holding. It was holding onto the center of the ace site. Altimor's ramp error. AWP. Did he see him? Oh, yes, he has. Had to double scope just to make sure he wasn't imagining it, but he gets Berserk. Sense falls to Adam B. It's a 5-on-3.
Even Nilo out in mid. CT start aggressing, and you're just losing so much there. It's a trade back, but this round's pretty much already finished.
No presence on the ace site. Tapeware's gone. Brave. Be the most brave retake if he goes for it, but it's not going to happen. Hold on to his rifle. This from us. 13-11.
Get the AK mid off Nilo.
Yeah,
That's
best
the best.
call.
Yeah, that's the only thing you can hope for.
The Ninjas are in control. And there are very few options available to the CT side. Again, $2,400 in the bank for this round. Backbreaker may already have occurred. We might not be aware of it yet. But this is dire now for the Apeks Rebels.
It's just so frustrating too, knowing that you lost that Orc v Orc battle, and then your player out in scaffolding just gets swung upon. You then have to look at your mid players of making an info play, backstabbing down, trying to return a frag, and Nilo goes 1 for 1. Apeks Rebels, this is where you're desperate for a steal. You're looking at this round, because normally you look at ecos and you go, we'll look for damage, try and find some impact. You've got to think about how is best to position the AK to get a steal. That's what they need in round 25.
Molotov's up. Sense. Set with a USP on part of the defensive. Braves AK is posted here towards this 4-man crossfire on the A site. Utility being thrown down with mid. Trying to be prodded out here by the Ninjas. Apeks banking on the idea that they full send up ramp.
A Brave is trying to get them to draw in, but it's not happening. Regroup out to the B stairs.
No one on B site either.
At least it means you save the AK. That's the two benefits of gamble stacking, is that if you stack correctly, you could be in for kills. If you stack incorrectly, you have a better chance of saving the rifle.
Maybe they might have a chance of taking Adam down to get a second AK out of this, so there's more positives if they just focus on that. Flash is sent from Arrow over to Utility, and the Molotovs are thrown down to the backside. Indeed, Brave will win that fight, so that is a second AK to save in. But well and truly, it will be a save in.
2 to go. And this is where the pressure starts kicking in. One of the factors that we've considered in the last series and this series is both maps look promising. Vertigo and Inferno played a lot, picked a lot by the Swedes. And for Apeks Rebels, this is the best run you're going to have, is this map. That's what's going to set you up in the series to try and push it to Mirage, the one that was really impressive against the Danes of Flames Ascent.
We do get VHW on the exits. No exits found for the Apeks camp, though. Again, 2 AKs going to bolster the buy up here for them. Young Ninjas. 14 to 11 on the scoreboard. Apeks Rebels must know that it's do or die in round 26.
And this is where you almost hope for a hero-like play. Is it Sense? One of the guys that was leading the pack against the Danes in the round of 16. The IGO of the team, trying to get them out of trouble. Pace down to the ramp contact here for Young Ninjas with Utility up to Ali.
Nade sent. Adam B seeing the shoulder, not quite getting the kill on tape where Molotov sent to his general position. They put a smoke down so he can't afford to extinguish it, but he still gets the kill anyway. What a shot!
Nicely done there for Tape, where there was only one way that he was getting out of there, and that was if he kept fighting. Got himself into the duel. Had some assistance from a teammate from the right-hand side. Maxter trying to see if he can use some util down on B, over-rotate, try and bait out some further util. Retaking the ramp control, back passive, now regrouping at Ali.
Sense is posted, so is Berserk. BHW back in at mid, gonna hold this aggressive line to ensure that the T's don't gain access there. Molotovs being sent over towards Sandbag, still trying to force CTs out of the way, but it's all down to the site defensive itself. LNZ, the bomb on his back. Nilo, the entry. Looking around the corner, sees 2, gets 1. Speeds another out towards the elevated position. They've got the information back here. Trying to chase this alley player down. Nilo trying to shoot from the back. Brave gets naded out. Nilo gets that kill. And Ninjas may have lost the opening fight, but they win every single one after the fact.
That's a Nilo special. That's what we know from him. That's what kind of timing is just crunching. So awkward. And they're going to hunt down the AWPer. Berserk's, there's no chance he's saving here.
Pick up a couple frags if possible. LNZ and Nilo drop in. Adjustment almost lands it. He's going in for the man, but he ultimately overextends. And Era picks him up, 15-11. map point for the Ninjas here in Apeks. Well, they have a bye. It'll be weakened, though.
Apeks Rebels have put on a very good showing. Again, their map pick, but 0-7 down against one of the best teams in the closed qualifier. But hard work only goes so far, doesn't it, Jay? It only takes you to a certain distance. The W on map number 1 is looking very red. 4 more to go to overtime.
Sprays through from Nilo, getting berserk and brave. And that might already seal it. 2 kills found, no response from the Apeks. Sense. Tank to 45 HP, does get a responsive, but goes even lower. That's at least something back here for the CT side.
Single player, out to white. VHW with the MP9, got a stall.
Spray does quite a decent amount of damage to a couple players and a bit more towards Maxter, but nowhere near the kill count. Rotations are going to take forever to get here, and he can't hold on for that long. 4 on 2. Bomb will get planted. The retake has got to come in now.
Retaking nades. First the incendiary, then the HE. What's the T side got left? They've still got a smoke and a molly.
That's the last time you need the nade to bounce back. It wouldn't have done much because they planted off center. Sending those smokes, those flashes in to try and get them together. Try and move into the site. Aero does get full blinded by it. But still, the kill comes in from Maxter. Double up against 2. 16-11 result for the Ninjas side. And a brilliant one at that. Well fought from Apeks Rebels, to be fair. I mean, look, they kept it close at the end of the day. But that was their map pick that just fed out.
Young Ninjas with a better team. I think we could see that from the outset alone. We had some back and forth affairs. A very good streak there from the Swedes. A very good streak from the Norwegians. A lot of clutches. I think if you keep replaying this map again and again and again, there is a very good way that the Norwegians come on top. There were so many 1vx's in that first half, and I think that's changed the scoreline at the half drastically.
Yeah, I'm not quite as certain about the situation at hand, because I felt like Ninjas definitely held their own in certain capacity. But you're right about the clutches. In those sort of circumstances, they could really swing either way. So in terms of this match, if you repeated this one isolated map in an identical way, then yeah, possibly some of those clutches do go the way of the Apeks Rebels side. Certainly, I would give you that sort of sense. But as it stands, it is the Ninjas taking the opening map of the series, and that is what's really important. Inferno, our second map of the series, and that might prove to be a bit more difficult now for the Apeks side, because as you were saying earlier, right, these first 2 maps in the series, they're extremely strong for the Ninjas, and they're just proving it right there.
Yeah, Inferno's a tough map for the Apeks Rebels. Don't have a massive amount of game time on it. Not a map that has a lot of wins either. And for Young Ninjas, it's a key map in their map pool. So looking at map number 2, looking at the performance on map number 1, I think for Young Ninjas, they'll be looking to try and close this down in 2.
And I think that they might well do that as well. We're going to head towards a break and see whether or not there is any fight left in the Apeks Rebels. So do not go anywhere as we return after this. Well, the Young Ninjas, we expected them to take a 2-0. Right now, that's what they're on track to do at this particular stage, taking over Vertigo, rather, as the opening map in this series and moving on to their own pick of Inferno, where things do look indeed peachy for the Swedes.
They do indeed. I think the Swedes put up a good effort there on map number 1 and a good effort enough to get it over the line. They showed out their class in some of the second half there at Vertigo, just how strong that they can be. And for Apeks Rebels, they did more than I thought they would on map 1. So for that reason, I actually think Inferno could be somewhat competitive.
Yeah, look, it wasn't that bad. And as you mentioned before during that first map up, the clutches that came through, if you repeat those over again, there's a good chance that some of those do go the way of the Apeks Rebels at the end of it. So the situation really is one of those cases where this matchup, as you mentioned, could still be a close affair. It could be a lot more of a banger on Inferno than we initially expect. However, with that being said, that was the Apeks map pick over there. This is now the Ninjas map pick. And as we mentioned at the start of the show, these two maps extremely strong for the Young Ninjas.
And just knowing that 6 wins, 6 losses, last 3 months for Young Ninjas, only played 7 times since LNZ's come into the lineup. So a few of those results were kind of previous IGL. Now it's the new IGL. Nilo, always a good key piece. And I don't even think we've seen Nilo in that massive detail. We didn't really get to see him much in the Trick Future game. I don't think we saw him massively out in map number 1. So going into home turf as such, again, on Inferno, I think we'll get to see more from him.
So now who did we see in that map? Who was the guy that caught your eye the most on both sides?
On both sides, I think out there for Apeks Rebels, Sense was just making opportunities happen. He was finding opening kills. He was being able to make rounds happen as such. Whereas for Young Ninjas, I don't actually think anyone stood out for him. I thought Era was fairly consistent with the AWP, but across the board, I just felt like the team coordination was a lot better.
I was looking at the stats before we actually left that map, and I think that actually Sense had the most entry frags of any player in the server during that one. So yeah, you're right about the entries. He was absolutely fantastic in that particular respect. So I'm excited to see whether or not he continues with that particular regard again here on Inferno as where things stand. Again, you have to take a look at the map itself though, and the consideration of what we have for the Young Ninjas. And we went into this series saying that this is again 2 strong opening picks for them. So in terms of Apeks Rebels, again, they've done well enough in terms of their own individual skill to show that yes, they can bring it close. But I feel like there needs to be a little bit more to actually make this map successful.
Yeah, that's very true. I think for Apeks Rebels, it proves in the game that they played in the round of 16 against Flames Ascent, it proves in that first map that they've been working very hard over the Christmas break, probably had some time to get off, but also time to make sure that they're on their game, that they're performing well, they're changing their veto around. This is just a difficult draw. You've got to consider that Apeks Rebels aren't looked at as a top academy squad. Young Ninjas are. So we're talking in contrast between the two teams, quite a bit different, even if the HLTV ranking is quite similar.
Well, again, you just think about first place in We Play Academy League for the Young Ninjas versus nowhere near that from the Apeks Rebels side. I mean, again, the difference is so untenable between these two sides. It's the reason why the previous head-to-heads have gone their way, the reason why that first map has gone their way, and it's the reason why we think that this second map is also going to go their way over on the Ninjas side. But in terms of win conditions for the Apeks Rebels side, is there anything significant that you look at and say that this is going to be the key way in which they can work their way back into Inferno and make this a significant map?
I want to see a good T side from them. I want to see good manipulation, not being as readable, a lot of exploitation, taking pressure points on the map together, obviously getting as much involved out of Sense as possible, and just utilizing your coach there of Mytha in a very important map to try and bring it back into a third and hopefully try and pull off a miracle as such.
Well, Mirage will be waiting if we do have to go towards that third, but for now it's time to get into Inferno, our second map in the best of 3 series, the Ninjas map pick, as we get into the pistol and see how far the Rebels can go.
And just knowing that for Apeks Rebels, a good start here in the second map might be able to assist ever so slightly. Because think about the beginning of Vertigo, they were down 0-7.
Time to be vitally concerned here, on the basis of the fact that the Ninjas are up by 1. 1 more map to go to LAN. That's what this is all about here. Pistol set in for the Ninjas, very passive on this T-side start. Out towards underpass for the most part here. Looks to go towards second mid, but changing their minds. have that bomb committing first out towards this banana control. Brave is tagged at the 23. Julie's in for Berserk, spamming his way on, doing tons of damage. Finally getting a couple of these pushed back in. A triple, in fact, being held, but 3 returned by the Ninjas. 2 on 2.
LNZ's going to have to retreat to get that bomb. Does have a smoke down to the cross. Nilo's anticipating a wraparound to come through from the banana control. Instead, both of the CTs have regrouped and heading towards the sport itself.
Tapped one's trying to force out a boost here to the flower pots, but no one's going for it. Second one's going to have to be the full-on stick. Or not. They're just giving more breathing with VHW to make his way in from coffins, but Nilo finally gets that headshot in. Brave backed up, looking for the shot. 1-on-1, sees the head. LNZ, HP advantage. Julie's in, just rounds the corner while spamming away, getting the pistol for the Ninjas.
LNZ's best map in the entire pool right now for Young Ninjas since joining up with the lineup is Inferno. We haven't seen him be a part of that many best of threes. We haven't seen him actually part of that many officials since coming back in, but Inferno seems to be his bread and butter, and he's proved that right there in the pistol. Good composure between him and Nilo. They slow it down, they wait for the overpeak, and then eventually wins out the clutch. Something we were talking about again before this map started.
A good start for them. Bit unorthodox pistol style, but it worked at the end of the day. Apeks Rebels down to the force invest.
Got a feel for Berserk. He gets 3 there at the half-wall, and it's still not enough to win the round. Even if 1 kill would have got presented from the Sandbags players, it could have been a different story.
Was it his Julies that also ended off the round as well?
That's correct.
Yeah, LNZ had the Glock to kill off Berserk, and then, of course, turned it against the rest of his teammates. Brave. Perfect shot to open up the round. At least Deagle's in, of course, part of the force buy investment from the CT side. That's the first kill going their way with no response yet. Tapeware get flashed in, getting a decent double of his own right. Only 1 pick found, but still 2 for 1.
LNZ has another smoke, so could put that down towards the coffins and CT. Do they commit off of the back of it? Because they still have a player lurking in second mid.
They might just have to, honestly. Sprays through with that Galil. Sense backed away. Deagle's firing, but the MAC-10's doing better for Maxter. Sense all alone. Backup's on the way in, but there's just such a massive body advantage here for the T-side line, and the blind firing finally, LNZ's going to connect it. Trace is giving away Sense's position, so now that they've got that kill, they have the sight.
Backstab from VHW, all about the timing. When does Adam B turn his back?
Looks in now, goes for the spray. Second player also out there. That's a nice 2K. A nice round for the Ninjas to continue the streak.
Now, Young Ninjas, again, 6 wins and 6 losses. A T-side of a 54.2% round win, so averaging closer towards the 8 marker. Something they were able to do very close with their early streak out in Vertigo. Limited eco coming in the 3rd round for the Norwegians.
It's a 2-0 start. The end result, as you mentioned before, is going to have to be basics, the pistols, the USPs. Made stacks and rifle power to play with over on the T side. 4-man stacking towards mid will try and gain something out here for the CT forces. And in fact, Berserk does enable Adam B. Nilo and Era come back. Nilo Era actually getting a wall bang through his own teammate to catch off Berserk. So nice and funny and interesting, but ultimately nothing of major damage done to the Ninjas side. So Apeks won't be too concerned about that. The Ninjas won't be too fussed about it themselves. 3 on the streak by coming in.
Now, Young Ninjas have not yet attended an international LAN event with any current member of the lineup. We've seen it in previous iterations, we've seen it in previous members, but not this starting 5. So that hunger factor, a map up in the series already, your map pick, trying to get to LAN.
Nades are back and forth. Utility set to the ready. The crossfire in towards that B site on the part of Sense and Tate, where the defaults are pretty passive from the Nip side. Nilo is the first casualty, however, peeking up towards apartments. The AWP was posted. He gets his kill.
Just what we want to see out of Berserk as well. Get some freedom going on that CT side. Allow him to make some aggressive approaches. Now, it is a regroup to the banana control very deep down here for the 2 B site players. Sense could smoke off just over a minute on the clock, just trying to stall.
Utility at the ready again. Going to go for the execution here on the Ninjas side. Spray through from Sense, getting nothing out of it. Burst fire, Adam B, AK engaging Tapeware, 4-on-4 scenario, decent nade damage done. Burst fire from Sense comes back and he will be able to catch off Maxter in the end. Blind fire also does damage to Adam B, but doesn't stop the bomb plant here.
LNZ just trying to reposition, get out to that dark control. Now there's a player trapped towards Grill. That's the likes of Era on 100 points of health.
Gonna wait not to give it up. Adam might be forward contact. The question is, where does he peek? Into construction or out to this CT cross, this gap, this main entrance? Adam sees two, sprays back, does damage to one on Berserk. Curtis swing back in towards two more players over the Coffins. Era does indeed pick up one, but now it's all on NZ. 1 versus 3. He's lined up 2. One more player at the AWP for the swing and the flick, but the distraction held the timer too far low for the CT player. LNZ holds the round. Berserk goes down with the bomb. 4-0 for the Ninjas.
And Jay, we've had 4 rounds of Inferno, already 2 clutches, being 1 for Young Ninjas. And this is what I'm talking about. This is what I'm seeing out on Vertigo, now transferring over, is that you can't... well, I should say, you can win a game just on clutches. If you get that odd round that goes your way, it adds another one to the tally. It puts more pressure on. It forces an economical reset. Even though we normally say you can't rely on the clutches, you've got to rely on the rifle rounds. If clutches keep coming in, you will continue to win rounds.
And Apeks will continue to have problems buying half invest. Max loss bonus will be in effect for the next round. Have money to work with then, but for now, still looking good for the Ninjas.
Adam B expecting a slight press to come out of the apartments. Everyone's stacked up to the long control. Nyla doesn't see the player to the right.
Wow.
Oh, Brave. You've got to be getting that.
They're all cooking the flick a little bit against his own teammate. 5-on-3 regardless. Engaging in some sort of CT contact in mid. Tapeware does indeed take Nilo down, finishing off the job that Brave had started. But doesn't lead to anything more than further casualties on the CT side. It's easy pickings. Get rid of that AK on Error. Smart call. Means that he can't fall into Apeks' hands.
Sense is just hoping for one more frag to present itself. Just try and chip away at the T-side economy line. Players are so close here in brackets. It's just a waiting game.
Oh, Maxter barely even saw the man before he got the headshot, but that's what he'll get. No further picks, no further economical damage. Of course, no saved AK to Apeks. The rifles will come back in for them, though. The M4's bought, the AWP in for Berserk, BHW. What's he going to bring? M4, yep, standard. Helmet and Kevlar as well. The Young Ninjas. So far, not skipping a beat in this game.
I don't think Apeks Rebels need to adjust too much, only because some of these rounds and the rifles have been very competitive and down to the wire. Just keep it up. Berserk with that AWP. A lot of anti-rush nades going down to that banana control. You can see the Norwegians bringing in 4 players to B, so if there was any kind of rush, they were going to get hit insanely hard. Because Banana's been taken entirely, they can start rotating those players back over, leave Berserk as a very deep play with that AWP in B.
Smokes are in. Adam with the Molotov. Sent out towards the short control. Actually forces players away from quad. Smokes are going to come in from a teammate. Might have even spotted that as well. Maxter flashes teammate in. He's back. We turn towards one of these members of the Crossfire. Engages, sprays, isolates, and forces Tapeware forward. Very nicely done there from Adam.
Berserk up on this crack angle. You know, you'd imagine a smoke to go down to his position, or at least a flash. A regroup can come through for Sense, but this is very awkward now for Apeks Rebels. There's a lack of information, and there's still a lurk from Nilo, so as soon as they hit and commit B, he's going to hear them rotate away from this porch angle.
Probably could cut them off as well.
Mm.
You'd imagine that's the call, that's the plan here right now for the Ninjas. Berserk, AWP, posted and ready, backs up into dark, sees one LNZ, picked up. Hasn't brought any further rotations from the CT side. Adam B goes for another dry face, and that gets him killed off. Nilo, similar story, out to the boiler room. And Brave picks him the same. 20 seconds. Maxter needs to make his way forward. Needs to get both of these kills. They might be aware of them. Brave at Keo. Gets error. And BHW swings. Maxter holds his nerve, but only for so long. 10 seconds. He will get the bomb down here.
And this is winnable. Isolate the individual fights. Get the bomb plant in. Sen's coming quick from Library.
Is he aware of this? He is now. Jump face. Looking for the engagement, but doesn't quite hit the shot. Leans around the corner, and Sense removes him from play. That will be a first round back for the Apeks Rebels. Not quite a staunch a streak here for NIP this time.
You could just see there, that AWP out from the dark position. There wasn't a molly to go in there. There wasn't a flash, and so deep on the angle, he gets 2 kills, and that's where Young Ninjas think we can't keep committing. We have to start shifting the offense elsewhere. And Nilo has to make a play out from Boiler to help create that path into A, and he just finds nothing at all. Decent work for Maxter to still get a couple of picks and a bomb plant. But for Young Ninjas, it was dealing with Berserk on B, which was the difficulty.
Tactical called. Last second, you're right. But cool nonetheless here for the Apeks. I think the first one on this map so far. Got to try and springboard this opening round into an opening half, and one that holds prominence over the Young Ninjas. CT side for Apeks. They have 4 to make up to the lead currently at this moment in time. Of course, buyback will be received on the T side. The damage that was done by Maxter, though, has kept them out of FAMAS and an SMG here on the Apeks side.
Now, we saw in the European Pro League Season 4 Inferno played a few times. 7 rounds against Beyond Possible and 14 rounds against Case the Brazilians that are currently in Europe. Apeks Rebels looking to try and see if they can push it further than just a close loss. Down by 4. And with the buy back, you'd imagine Berserk feels as if he needs to find impact again in this sort of round.
Sense, nades, sailing right past one T-side player, Nilo. Leaning in here. Head of the apartment's doorway. Maxter flashes teammate forward. Sense. Similar story over on the CT side, except rather than going for a peek, just to stall them out, get a bit of information on that AK spray.
And this is for Apeks Rebels' point of view. Not really much being happened. Not many info plays. Berserk, he was slow walking into the angle with the AWP. Gets caught off guard, and for Sense, they might just leave him on B. Keep 3 on A, and if it ends up being the A hit, at least they've got the gamble correct.
And that's the correct gamble at the same time here for the Rebels. Ninjas. Their way in. Incendiary is down towards long. That will cut that off a second. Incendiary comes through towards short, so it keeps them sandwiched in brackets. 40 seconds for the hit.
Still plenty of time. We know how strong the Swedes are in the late rounds.
Line-up potential for Adam. He's seen them. Maxter engages. Brave with 1, but Adam gets the trade back. Needs to grab that bomb. Last player held in towards Pit, and Nilo picks his moment. It was the right call to the stack, but it was not to be for Apeks Rebels anyway.
And it's just very good patience there from the calling style of LNZ that you regroup brackets, you got plenty of time, slow it down, and Apeks Rebels actually start fighting aggressively towards a short control, and it leads to their demise. Era putting pressure towards Banana. Or the AWP goes the way of Era.
Nicely done.
No one's saving.
And that's probably the worst part about this, right? It's one thing to lose a round in the way that you have. It's another thing if you just can't even hold on to the AWP. It's not like he was taking an aggressive angle either. Maybe he gave him a little bit too much with that peek in to get the smoke down.
Nah, I can't be critical there.
No, I mean, maybe. That's what I'm saying. No, I wouldn't even call it. Maybe you can make that argument. But ultimately, it's a save unsuccessful for the Apeks Rebels. And the Ninjas were hunting him down regardless. We're on the hunt in round 8. Looking for their 7th on the board. Stacking towards the B site for 3 players. Still a decent split in with 2 out towards the A plate. But it's just deco, right? There's nothing to protect themselves.
And Nilo, first contact out to the apartments. How does this go? Just like you'd expect.
You'd expect very well. That's not very well for VHW, unfortunately. The eagle shot's missed, but again, rifle firepower. Hand cannons unable to mount up to it. Smokes down at Library and at Arches. A site completely taken by the Ninjas and Apeks. Haven't got options in the defensive. In retake, it might be worth it to send it anyway. You are going to get money in the next round. What do they do here?
I'd like to see some exit frags present.
They're not going to present themselves in the Ninjas. Rebels might have to force it out themselves, but they're sitting pretty in Library, in Arch, back at the B site in case there's a backstab. And neither side are going to move here, so it looks like there won't be many exits for the Apeks camp.
And this would be heartbreaking for Heroes of Lofoten if there is not a Norwegian team present at the LAN. We've seen plenty of them. I think in the previous Heroes of Tomorrow's events, we've seen the likes of Prospects, we've seen Bitfix in the past. We now look at this close qualifier, 777, Apeks Rebels, Metasport previously. And no one has gotten as close to the Apeks Rebels. But even that still feels quite far away.
The Young Ninjas not going to be very economical about their travel to Lofoten. They have to catch a flight. Apeks Rebels just, I don't know, probably walk there if they wanted to.
Yeah, might be an exaggeration. But
won't help our travel expenses, will it?
Apeks Rebels, it's just they might just go there, watch the CS instead. Imagine that. Sorry guys, yeah, we're just in the crowd. It's not where you want to be.
Is there a crowd at this one?
We'll see.
We'll see. Tune
Have
in.
some backdoor access.
Yeah.
Be,
make sure you tune in to see what we've got in store for you.
Yeah.
I know from seeing a few of the resources that I've been sent that Lofoten is going to be a very fun event.
I'm sure the teams are all thinking that. Even the ones that are already in. Again, Prospects, Masonic, the Danes, maybe the Swedes again.
Well, at this stage, it's on track to be that way. 7-1 for the Ninjas. Tactical is just taken. HE's sent down with the LNZ, trying to prod ahead of the smoke. A counter HE comes right back towards him. Doesn't do much overall, though. The more damage has been done towards Maxter early on. One CT aggressing, though. That nade damage, the Molotovs are going to be hurling the damage face. The spray is a bit awkward from LNZ. Can only get one kill. Tapeware quick on the response.
It's still not bad here for Apeks Rebels to maintain that banana control. You've got that AWP from Berserk posted, looking to the head down. Era on the other side. Orp challenge. I wonder how wide Era actually opens up the angle, because Berserk is still holding in.
Era looking for the challenge. Adam B, meanwhile, 2 picks in out towards the A side. This might be Orp battle, might not matter. It still goes the way of Era. And Tapeware holds on Max. That's dropped that bomb. 1 on 4 for all intents and purposes. He's got 2 kills in this round. He's the full-on ace clutch. And he's missed out the AWP. Couldn't see him at the edge of smoke. So it's advantage in the half for the Ninjas.
And I think this is only showing how important these series are to win your map picks. Because for Apeks Rebels, they had some very good moments out there on Vertigo, but those moments aren't quite transitioning over to Inferno. It's becoming a whitewash. It's becoming a one-sided affair. And I just don't know how many more decent rounds the Norwegians have in them in this first half, because they've been simply outclassed.
Look at the nade damage coming in against the Pistols. They're going to try stack it in towards this banana control, and LNZ just sprays through them. Sense and VHW melts. Tapeware tries to block them, but can only go so far into that one killer. 2 for 1. Favourable, of course, to the Ninjas. Does find LNZ, though. He aggresses a bit too far forward ahead of the stack, but Era, the AWP, takes it right back out. 3 on 2 for the T side.
Now, this is actually turning out to be a fairly expensive eco, and it could actually turn into slightly more. Berserk's going to hear some noise. He's by himself. He's got to get at least one fight.
Meanwhile, out to the apartments, you've got Brave. Might see a face in from Nilo here. Nilo's backing away, though. They're going to try towards the A site with that bomb on rotation of Adam B. Brave might have to hold the actual site defensive rather than sitting here in the apartments.
I like the patience for Young Ninjas. Even though they know it's an eco, slow it down. Regroup together. Brave's going to make an info play.
Oh, here we go. Oh, this is brilliant. I love this. Don't shoot. Wait. Hold your nerves, son. You've got so much to gain. This could be the steal of a lifetime. He fires away, gets the first, but it's still premature. Oh, if only he held for an extra couple seconds.
Ah, he couldn't, because he knew that he was going to drop down. He had to fire there.
Could have caught the bomb carrier. Could have caught the 2 on the site itself. And now Berserk left with the clutch. Leaning in, the AWP adjusts. Shot gained. And another round for the Ninjas. Damaging one. But damage at this stage, with the economy being where it is, I don't think it matters.
Nah, not really. You need that steal. And this is where I think you go full gimmick. Aggress down mid, MP9s, G2 smoke, pop flash through it, whatever it may be. If you keep playing standard Counter-Strike, if you keep playing your percentage Counter-Strike, it's not going to happen. There would have been more opportunities created than what we've seen from them.
Good shot from Era. Berserk.
I like the idea. You've got to create something. Go for an aggressive opening pick towards Banana. You got to get an opening pick.
One man down, nade sent. Damage will be done to Adam B. Brave picks up the fight, picks up the frag. Responsive for now. Forward swing out from Brave. Does find Nala on the quick trade. A 3-on-3. Maxter next up to task, but he's going to stall around and go up to the apartments instead.
They've got plenty of time here, so they can still just made a mistake. You can have Maxter working in the apartments, see if the CTs get aggressive back into Boiler. Now, while that's happening, take the Banana control. Tateware even picked up the AWP off of Berserk.
55 seconds. There's Maxter on Brave. Kill found next. Tateware's AWP posted. As Sense goes falling towards the A side. That bomb's the head of the half wall, though, and actually Tateware's going to drop it, so might have to fight back for this. Isolate, another good fight here, wrapping over. Posted against Era, though. The AWP at the T side. Going to wait for his teammate to get back here. Footsteps heard, jump face, and that's brilliant. I love that. LNZ's noise, or rather, Maxter's noise, I should say.
It's just patience, isn't it?
Yeah. Gives up the ghost. The man's forced to peek. Era picks him up. 10-1. It keeps going for the Ninjas.
Yeah, this is Era's 800, or I should say 680th map on HLTV. And when you've got numbers like that, when the entire combined team of Apeks Rebels is sitting under 450, you just know moments like that, he's in his element. He knows. Knows how they're going to be able to reward, knows how they're going to be, what the protocol is. 10-1. And this is so different to what we saw on Vertigo. I do feel for the Rebels because they had a very good back and forth affair on the first map. Not the case at all here on map 2.
Yeah, I feared this would be the case. We both hoped that it would be competitive. We had evidence to such, but that's just not been the case at all. Eagles in. Mostly eco, half the best otherwise. Era, LNZ combining to get Sense. Tateware gets the assist with the flashbang. Not helping his teammate out in that respect. Berserk trying to lean in as the T side lean out.
Yeah, they can get down Banana, but how much does that actually help them? You've got to look at this crossfire down from Pit of Brave and VHW up on the balcony. And between the two of them, they've just got to hold.
Nilo caught quick switching, gets the kill on VHW. Fortunate enough, the player in Pit of Brave does find one frag. That's as far as it will go. The CT's held outside of the site. Be the 11th on the board for the Ninjas. It just continues to rack up piece by piece, round by round, kill by kill. Easy pickings. The Ninjas are in full control.
Indeed they are. Apeks Rebels. They're trying everything. They've tried aggressive plays with the AWP from Berserk. They've tried info plays towards the short control. They've tried gamble stacks. They just are not having a good time here at all. Young Ninjas are just playing with them.
It's been a single round so far from Apeks. The last 6 have gone to the favor of the Ninjas. And they're beating them out in every measurable capacity right now.
And think about the AWP v AWP challenge that we had in the pregame, the head-to-head. Era and Berserk. Very experienced AWPer against less experienced AWPer. The difference is huge. Yeah. Astronomical, I would say, with level of impact between the two.
Well, even the level of frags. Right now, Era's on double digits. Berserk is not.
And even for Berserk, he was the one that won the only round here for Apeks Rebels. So it's not just all on him. I'm not just going to point the finger and say, oh, we haven't seen enough from Berserk. You got to look at someone else. VHW is still on 0 kills. And we're going into round 13.
Now, that's not encouraging. Brave fights on Adam B. Just about wins that fight. LNZ does catch off VHW though. Might be full send in towards the A side, but Brave is doing all he can to try hold off against them. Nilo picked up next. Bomb being dropped outside of the brackets control. Meanwhile, Berserk still playing up in the apartments. The AWP focuses. Maxter is caught. One back to the 4-on-2. LNZ trying to flank around the CT forces. Might catch Tapeware. I have to imagine that Era's got to go back for this bomb.
And the timing is just everything. With the duel, LNZ loses so much damage. Getting that bomb back might actually be impossible from this position onwards.
Could well be. AK trying to lean out, trying to spot them, trying to prod forward. Berserk leaning all the way in towards mid control, trying to find where these two-set players are at. Era caught. LNZ does isolate a third pick for his name, grab that bomb, and straight into the hands of Brave. Waiting out in the apartments entrance. At last, a second round for the Apeks Rebels.
Good on Brave. He did very well there. And from this point onwards, I don't think it matters what the philosophy is, what some of the protocols are. You need hero plays. You need guys just to get you out of trouble, make impact happen, and Brave in the apartments, multi-frags, allows Berserk to rotate back in with that AWP, get the easy pick down there on the short control, and a second round gained by the Norwegians.
We rebuy back in from the Ninjas though, have plenty of money despite a couple of damaging rounds again from the Apeks camp. It hasn't really meant much after the streak that they had gained to start things off, and the follow-up streak as well, just building upon the cash. Berserk, however, really fragging away with the AWP. He heard what you said, Dweg, to try and prove you wrong.
Retaking nades, top banana. Young Ninjas probably have to respect this, just get out of there. No way they can keep fighting forward.
Go back for that bomb on LNZ. Where does he go with it though? Back into Banana, join his teammates, maybe form up with Adam B. Adam is alone. Might have to play Lurk in this petition. 60 seconds, the Ninjas, they'll have time to play with here.
Just trying to see if they can bait one of those duels forward. Era's hoping that one of the CTs re-aggresses to top banana, but it's just not happening.
Berserk's thinking about it. Might even prod forward, but now the hit does formulate, and it does form up towards the A site.
All about this first contact for BHW. Drops that bomb.
Second player, quad, lines them up though. Knocks them both out. Era left alone, and of course, Berserk knowing that that bomb has been spotted out there in brackets will rotate to the long control. Maybe Sense might find a challenge. Maybe Era might pick it up. In reality, this is a third round for Apeks Rebels. A bit of recovery tail end of this half.
And they'll be happy about that. A few rounds. Something. And when it's a map like this, any positive is a good positive.
8 rounds in the lead for the Young Ninjas. Apeks finding a little bit of consolation, reducing that deficit bit by bit. Not fully able to turn it all around right here in this half, but they set things up for the T side. Berserk again, an AWP pick. BHW extends into mid, catches 2 players with it, can't quite get Maxter. And at last, the Apeks side look a little bit competitive, finding that little spark of confidence, igniting a fire with it. It might only burn out so quickly, though. 2 on 4.
It took 15 rounds for something like that to happen. A high-tempo play, something aggressive. And now, play the percentage Counter-Strike. Work a good crossfire. This round is yours. No way back here for the Swedes whatsoever in this 2v4. They can take a contact banana. Max to take the first contact. Nilo to smoke down towards CT. Even jiggle up towards that Coffin's position. No jewels being presented right now, and Sense actually gets a couple. Nice tidy end there for the Norwegians. Just what they were looking for.
Yeah, 11-4. Turn of the half still favours, of course, the Ninjas side, but it could have been so much worse with the way that we were going. So they have to be happy with that on the Apeks Rebels side. Just the knowledge of, look, we've done all we can. Now we go into the T-half with this. But it's much like with 7 AM earlier, Dweg. Is it too little too late for Apeks?
It's down that sort of avenue. This is a near impossible recovery. Because Young Ninjas on their CT side, it's their better half. They've already performed at such a better level. Win the pistol and this game is over.
One pivotal round. Apeks going for the T-half quick in the 4-man crossfire. Held back at CT. They're going to make their way in out towards that short control. And you can see them falling to Adam B and Maxter. Easy pickings. Adam with a double. A quadra overall. And a 12th, a pistol for the Ninjas over in an instant.
And that's always a risk on Inferno, or actually any maps, when you've got a T-side rush on a pistol. If you run into a stack, you're going to have a tough time. You are really going to struggle to break that setup apart. And you had 2 players out to long, 2 players out to short. Work around the utility as well. Apeks Rebels onto the Glock round.
Basic pistols inbound for the T-side line. The Ninjas might have a broken buy, but it's still far better than anything the T's are going with. They're not going to go with the aggressive buy strategy here. They're going to save, go for rifles in round 18, and make that the one that could decide it all for the Swedes.
Apps pop, maybe. Without the pop, I guess. Just apps.
It's not a bad question. What would you call it if an apps pop doesn't have a flash?
Yeah, I have no idea. I was just wondering that. Apps dive, maybe.
Well, it goes through Boiler instead of apps itself, and as predictable, he gets absolutely ripped apart by the M4s. All 5 alive. Maxter with a quadra himself this time. And 13-4 being the difference now on the board. And surely, at this stage, the last chance for Apeks Rebels with their investment, with this buy-up. Have another rifle round when we get to 15-4 if they lose it. At that point, you're playing for overtime. They don't want to play for overtime now.
Heartbreak for the Apeks Rebels, not attending an international LAN with any current member of this lineup except Sense, who was on the previous iteration. Just knowing that this was our best chance in quite a few number of events. This was the one that we needed to come through on. They put up a good performance on map 1, but map 2 has just been shallow. And for Young Ninjas, you can just see the discipline in the passiveness going into the opening rifle.
Yeah, they look like a better team right now, don't they? Sense does find LNZ, though, punishing an extension. Try to hunt for the top of banana control, but does lose his life for it. No passive defensive from the CT forces. A 3rd man will rotate to the B site, though. They have an inkling this is going to be a B hit, and they'd be right to assume so.
Are they going to take top banana control again? Try and sit in that smoke, perhaps?
3 players are going in for it as well for the CT side. Starts to clear, swing forward, Maxter, caught, Brave, doubles up, Era, SMG, Sense. Gets him the drop. And this will be a round for the Apeks Rebels, an all-important one at that.
Survival. They needed that, and they know that. You could see just an absolute bombardment of both teams towards one another at the top of banana. And it works out nicely for the Norwegians. Young Ninjas, though, plenty of cash. Adam B can drop. Maxter can buy himself. Era can buy himself. Nilo's the only one that's limited.
Just hold fire here with the M4. Keep it in for the next round. Give yourself options if nothing else. And Molotov there from Senjit in case they are going for a Ninja Stick. They're not going to, though. It's the 5th round to the board of the Rebels. I imagine they'll buy up here. Adam drop, Max to Era buy. You mentioned it earlier, Dwayne. It's still a little bit sus, but it's on for the Ninjas here and now.
Young Ninjas can almost taste what it's like to be in Norway. Close in location, I guess.
Taste the fish in Lofoten.
Yeah.
At least I'm told there's like a big fishing thing in Lofoten. I don't actually know.
If you do know, you're familiar with the city, at us, MistGames GG, let us know.
I'm sure the social media guys that's missed will know.
Oh, I'm sure they will, but I'm wondering about the audience. Funny enough, actually, I kid you not, Jay, a Norwegian friend of mine actually sent me a message the other day and was like, "No way, there's a lad in Lofoten." So it was close. He was close to me. Thought that's actually pretty cool.
Yeah, so the production guys are telling me it's known for their cod. There you go.
The cod. Oh, I love a cod fillet, but I like my English cod, so they're gonna have to really overwhelm me.
English cod is just covered in batter, though.
Oh,
like,
that's how it's got to be made.
Oh yeah, I mean that's the thing though. It's just like that's what's special about it. So
don't give me anything that's grilled.
I imagine that Lofoten cod is going to be much more sophisticated. Anyway, we'll come back to that when we actually get to the event. Right now, into the half by around these pistols. Max to Ronaldo caught a couple of kills for it. Stacking out towards the ace site. Brave has caught LNZ with a return. A 4-on-3 and making it the 3 versus 2. Oh, the trades are good for Max to Adam B. They're going to steal it right here. This is the worst round to concede for the Apeks Rebels. VHW, nades being sent, has caught Adam at least. That's something.
He's just hoping that he can draw individual fights. Era is just not even moving from this hay cart. And Max is jiggling down. This is such a strong crossfire between the two. Because eventually VHW is going to have to get closer to the site. He has to focus on getting the bomb plant in at some point.
40 seconds. There you go in. AK trying to watch out. They know that he's in this pit control. They know that he has to cross. They'll play off each other's contact. Who's going to get seen first? AK in the way. Spray does not come forward. Era steals it. Oh dear, oh dear. Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear.
There isn't much to say about that one, but yeah, just it happens.
Yeah.
It happens. And sometimes it happens at the worst moments in a game.
Yeah, I was going to say, like, it couldn't have happened there. It couldn't have happened in a worse position for Apeks Rebels.
Because that was a freebie.
Yeah.
And not for Young Ninjas.
Yeah. Became a freebie towards the end for Young Ninjas, to be fair, but from the outset, that should have been a 6th. It should be 13-6, and another rifle round will come through for the Ninjas. The rifle round will come. But once again, it's a bad set of circumstances for Apeks Rebels. They absolutely have to win this round without question about it.
Oh, nade damage down onto Tateware. 6 points of health before even a contact can come in. LNZ jiggling down, could smoke off the top of Banana. You've got a couple of players lurking in the apartments for Apeks Rebels, but the majority of the default is towards Banana.
Sense backs off. Nades are being sent in by Era. Adam B with the M4. There's smoke coming in against them. Hold fast in. Hold nerves out to the apartments. The T's slowly but surely walking their way towards the A play. Only 2 for defenders here.
It's all about these entries. Dealing with that first player up onto the balcony. Smoker's got some coverage for now.
Flash turned away from. Molotov's come down. Suppression involved for the T side line. VHW trying to find his teammates. Player out towards the balcony will try to take an engagement. Adam B and Era do not last long. And Apeks, once again, hold the contest.
Nicely done there. Quick crossfires. Util usage out from the apartments. Only one further kill between Adam B and Era. Young Ninjas hold on to the rifles. Another invest. Era should get the big green in the next round.
That he should. Money stacking up for him. Still the high rollers in him and Maxter. So these rifles staying in for the Ninjas is vitally important. Won't need to rely on an unlikely pistol steal to come their way, but they can just go in with the rifles again and try and secure map point with that.
Apeks Rebels Seem like the only organization in Norway that aren't making roster changes at the moment. Again, Metasport, brand new lineup, 777 making roster changes today. It makes you think, is stability the way forward? They're the only team that at least made the qualification games.
I mean, they're making a good case for that.
Mm.
So, yeah.
We've always said, the longer you keep the team together, the more successful it will be.
It does have its cut-off point.
It does. You got to know when sometimes.
Probably a bit early in a lot of the cases of the Norwegian teams. Apeks Rebels might have found success to get this far, but they're still playing from the back foot against the Ninjas. There's a lot more to do to get this one together. Molotov's in against Era. The AWP does get forced back here, but LNZ nades in a sandbags. He is somehow alive from this. Burning still to 5 points of HP, but he's alive.
He's a lucky man to get out of that one. AWP was still posted there for Era. He's going to double peek.
Or pin, he turns away at the wrong moment. Takes more damage, no kills found against the Apeks Rebels.
Take where, good timing to flash around the corner. Put some pressure onto the AWP, but he ends up falling back. Now there's a rotation from LNZ, meaning there's only 2 A defenders right now.
Once again, Maxter and Adam B left alone to the defensive line, and they'll be both held back at pit. One player's going to start to extend out towards the short position, get towards the site itself, but meanwhile, the execution is inbound from the Apeks Rebels. Maxter's going to try and get up close and personal with them.
Off angle. Oh, this could be cheeky.
There's nowhere to look, though. He's so paranoid. A potential flank. The incendiary comes in at the worst moment. Sense gets his kill. Adam B can hold off against the first, but no more.
And that's it. Another save call. Apeks Rebels are reading the game fairly well here on T-side. They're making some good adjustments. They're not running into the stacks. And between Adam B and Maxter, these two are struggling to hold A.
Need that extra support. That third player could be vital to them.
And maybe it probably shifts the Banana players on making more of a contact to not make LNZ have to rotate from Moto. You can see Era kept putting pressure towards that half wall, but without finding that connection, it was still a lack.
Number 7 on the board. Young Ninjas doubled up on the scoreline here for the Apeks Rebels. Holding on to those 3 rifles once again. Considering the idea of a force buy again, and yes, they will be able to drop weapons for that, so guns will come in across the entire rifles. Utility pretty well set across them. A couple players lacking in kits. The Ninjas set into the defensive once again. They're going to receive LNZ potentially with Beak. Does jump face to C1. Or tries to fall back, but again, take the 6 HP.
And they're just sponging damage up here towards top of Banana now. Adam B is hoping for a walkout to come from the apartments or the short control. But both of the B players are so deep, and LNZ just has to rotate away. Nilo gets dropped. I think this is another save call.
Might well be. I'm surprised that LNZ is sticking around with as little HP as he has. M4 of Adam. Holding him back, and the rest of the CTs will just escape. Everybody over towards that A site. Maybe VHW might get a hunt together. But this will be number 8 for Apeks Rebels. They're starting to build back into this game. It's still a long way to go. The Ninjas. Similar story towards what happened on Vertigo. It could be much worse.
Now, Jay, I know you're a man that likes a bit of belief.
Okay.
Bit of hope.
All right.
Do you believe?
Not yet. Not yet, I'm afraid. Not quite as convinced as I'd like to be. Era and Adam get a couple picks. All right. Advantage for the Ninjas. Actually getting away with quite a lot of damage being done to the T side. It won't matter too much because they also have cash. And at this point, losing a round is the most important, vital thing. Ninjas taking a tactical. They have been very tactically liberal with these pauses here. Probably because they recognize that they're starting to let this gap close a bit against Apeks. It's been 3 in a row. They only need 2 more to claim the victory.
I get some insight from Abdi, the new coach of Young Ninjas, an ex-pro that played on Primer and Granite. Has also coached the I Will Never Lose Swedish team and Team Sweden.
Did they lose when I Will Never Lose?
Probably. Because that used to be Swag's tag at the end of his name.
IWNL.
Yeah, a lot of people have that.
Hubris to say that you'll never lose. And Swag lost out in the end, didn't he?
Righto.
Hashtag free Swag.
It's free Brax, man. It's not free Swag.
Free, whatever, same thing. Flash is said, incendiaries, back and forth with the Molotovs, Maxter and Nilo. Again, early damage up top, Banana. LNZ is going to get flashed in for the kill, though. Needs to double up, and that's exactly what he gets. Almost gains the triple against Berserk. He's tagged, and they escape.
But that's just come out of nowhere. An instant challenge for Banana, and I guess that's Young Ninjas calling a tactical and readjusting what they were doing top Banana, because it felt like they were contesting with nades, but not contesting with fights. That time around, LNZ actually wants to take Jules from the half wall, and he comes away with 2 freebies.
Here is Orp. Ready for the shot. Brave now down 2 left standing. VHW and Berserk. Orp and AK. The Ninjas have finally had enough of the shenanigans that the Apeks Rebels have posted up here. Should be set to close this one down, at least get to map point now. Likely further on in the next round.
Orp v Orp challenge. Other side of the smoke. He's going to sit in it. Era. What's the adjustment like?
There is none.
There isn't even any.
Berserk adjusted for him. So 1 on 5 now for VHW. Bomb's not even with him. Dropped out towards long. And hold their positions just to ensure that they have all their bases covered. VHW has found a gap in the defense. He's just going to go for that one shot and get caught by Adam B. Map, match and qualification point now for the Young Ninjas. 7 rounds for Apeks Rebels to make up. Dweg, is it possible?
It doesn't seem likely. Young Ninjas. I've seen them previously in Heroes of Tomorrow. Saw them go out to Masonic in the 5th, 6th place. It looks like this time, though, they'll be joining Masonic. 1 more good round to go.
Tides have turned, and this squad fully back in control of this matchup. Sprays a sense, getting nothing against Maxter. Kill to start things off. Nade damage can return, but Tapeware's hoping for an actual pick itself. LNZ stands guard, but does the smart thing and falls away.
Flash around the corner. Tapeware's at least able to clear out the sandbags. Another player down there towards CT on a jiggle. That's LNZ. Giving up a ghost, retaking nades. Tapeware's going to have to fall back.
Incendiating there. Meanwhile, VHW prodding out of the boiler room and trying to get on towards short, trying to get towards that A site. Got 1 player in Apps, 1 player over towards long. Arizorp forced to fall away.
And now, for Apeks Rebels, it's all about the full commitment. Incendiary to go down to stall for some time. It's got to be about this short wrap. AWP from here is going to see it all.
Lean in, what a shot. Berserk down. 5 on 3 now. Smoke's being sent up. There's T-side players crawling all around the site. Arizorp at close range. Adam B is going to get caught in the end. Era knows that 1 player at the broken will take where, however, flanks over the site itself. It's a 3 on 3. The bomb will go down. The Ninjas are going to try commit to this retake.
LNZ's got an incendiary, so if he places that correctly, that might force some of the players in the middle of the site out to the open. Maxter's coming through from the flank. VHW is watching the short control and Apps from pit.
LNZ. And again out towards long. I think he's got that incendiary in his hands. Your eyes on where it goes. Back sight, forcing at least 1 man forward, right into the clutches of Nilo. VHW drops Brave is low. LNZ gets him. Tapeware, sight, 1v3, gets 2, but no more than that. There's time for this defuse as LNZ will land out a 16-8 for the Young Ninjas. They're going to Lofoten. They win the series. They qualify for the LAN.
Don't even drop a single map, and 3 out of 4 of those maps only giving single digits to their opponents. A very good run in here for Young Ninjas and the expected result for the Swedes.
Ultimately, yes. I mean, we looked at the whole veto and said that it was these 2 map-ups that looked confident for them, and as ultimately what ended up happening, Good results from Apeks Rebels, though, to be able to post up as many rounds as they did, especially over on Vertigo, where it was really damn close, and we thought, wow, it's very surprising that they were able to pull this off, and certainly they pulled off, impressing us at the very least, but not quite the results today, Dwayne. There will be no Norwegian teams in Lofoten.
Yeah, not to be. And I guess for the Norwegian teams, it's back to the drawing board, back to the hard work to get up to a competitive position again. As for the Swedes, the first time that this iteration of the lineup is going to an international LAN, that's going to be huge for them. I'm sure they're going to be able to capitalize on that opportunity completely. We've only seen them locally in Sweden, and we've only seen them online.
Yeah, I mean, look, this has been looking real solid from them, and we had them rated as our overall favourites in this matchup and in this bracket for good reason. Right now, they're proving it with the second victory of the day going their way in 2-0 fashion. Dwayne, you're expecting it to be a 2-0. I was on a similar boat as well. And overall, look, they've pulled it off, and it's looked real good in doing so.
And I think for Young Ninjas, they haven't been tested massively over the course of this bracket, which puts a lot of fear into the teams that have already qualified, into the teams that are already there. Because if you're a team that's not even really getting challenged in the closed qualifier, you're a team that can go very far in the actual LAN itself.
Well, it's time to talk about MVPs, Dwayne. I have a feeling I might have a suspicion on who you're going to be discussing here, so just give me the name, mate. What are you saying?
I was thinking about Era because of his consistency, but I'm actually going to go with Maxter.
Okay.
I felt as if his rifling ability was incredibly impactful, and he actually pulled through for me in some important rounds on Vertigo. I don't think he was as involved when it comes to some of the slower rounds, but the clutches, he came through in the 1vx's, he came down in the late round situations, and tipping the tides on map number 1, he was ruthless, and that's what they needed to get that first map under their belt and transition into even Inferno, where he put on a good showing. Yeah,
I mean, I was thinking Era myself personally, but look, I respect it. Max is certainly an element, and right now for the Ninjas, they've got a lot of elements in their side. Things have been looking so good for them in this qualifier so far, and maybe you could sort of forget the trick to future match because of how one-sided it was, but certainly in this game, this was a much more staunch task. They handled it with confidence, they handled it with grace. They might have been pushed a little bit on the opening map, but on their own map, pick on their own home territory, it looked confident, and I imagine that confidence is going to replicate itself going into the LAN itself, right?
I think they are a very strong team. Again, I rated them as the best team in this competition. They've been able to prove that. They've been able to prove it into other events. Now I wonder, can they prove it on LAN?
We'll find out. For now, we're going to take a look at the bracket and show you how things have looked online and how things have played out so far in the online qualifiers. Young Ninjas, 0-0 Prospects, and Masonic currently in the LAN event from our qualification positions. Of course, we saw Masonic and Ninjas a little bit earlier on today make their way forwards. Now, Dwayne, there is only one more match of our week. MOUZ NXT versus Atlantic for the final spot in Lofoten.
It's going to be a huge challenge ahead for the Atlantic side to be able to claim that last spot. They'll have to play their A game. They're going to have a very tough series against MOUZ NXT.
You say their A game, I say their S game right now. They're going to have to be absolutely stellar against this MOUZ NXT side. If you thought there were any definitive favourites in any of our last matches, you ain't seen nothing yet. We're going to head towards an extended break, and when we return, it will be all about our final match of the Lofoten close qualifiers. We approach the end of the road here, the end of the week, and the end of the MistGames Heroes of Lofoten closed qualifier. We have decided almost all of the teams that will be attending the LAN event, and now only 2 are left standing to decide who will be the last squad. Then we'll look to join. I'm the Eternal J. I'm joined by Dwag, as per usual, in the course of this week's proceedings. It has been a long road, one that's been full of surprises, some expectations in there as well. And, well, this final match, I think, is going to be an appropriate way to cap things off and decide our last team.
Yeah, well, there might not be a huge amount of surprises in the qualification games. There definitely was before. So one thing that we've noticed over the course, Jay, is teams getting to LAN. One more best of 3 to go. The last one that we have. Will another favourite make it happen?
We have to find out in that particular case. Of course, it has been a whole week of action here in the qualifier, so we'll just quickly bring you up to speed if you have missed any of it and show you how we have gotten up to this point. The Young Ninjas, the 0-0 prospects, the Masonic side, of course, will be joining Astralis Talent and Ents Academy over in the semi-finals in the Heroes of Tomorrow qualification positions as well. There is one last match to play. You see it at the bottom of the bracket, MOUZ NXT versus Atlantic. And a match that, I guess, on paper, Dwayne, you could look at and say that, yeah, there is probably a clear favourite in this one. But for MOUZ NXT, they haven't been on a great day today, have they?
Yeah, they've had a rough day. 2 best of 3 losses already. Now going into a 3rd best of 3. That's a big schedule. Not as big as our schedule, of course. But for them, they're going into another matchup in a very winnable game where they are the clear favourite. I do wonder if that's going to turn the tide ever so slightly, that they're not well rested. They've had a few games under their belt.
I mean, you could say the match earlier today against Forward would have been winnable, and that didn't actually work out all that well for them, Dwayne. So maybe it might not matter if today's form is as bad for MOUZ NXT as it may potentially look here. Of course, this is a formidable squad. We've seen them over the course of the qualifier thus far. They have been stellar in terms of their victory against Onyx. It looked very, very simple in that 2-0 fashion, not even breaking double digits for that Onyx camp. So for them, right now, they look fantastic. And in general, like, MOUZ NXT is a name to be feared in the academy scene.
Well, one thing that we were discussing was the AWPer and how long Slen's going to last if he does at all. He's now coming up to 40 maps on the team. The only one that's lasted longer was Shield. So that's at least a positive from his sake, that out of all the other ones that we've had previously, they've kind of lasted less than he has.
All very young players involved in this particular matchup, and obviously for MOUZ continuing to go through those long-term, or those short-term adjustments to find the long-term success is currently the aim of the game. But in terms of short-term itself, like, again, the today has been such an awkward day for MOUZ NXT. I think right now they need a goal, a good victory, just to give them a boost, give them the land spot, and just put what's happened today just right behind them.
At the same time, though, their early loss this morning was against a top 30 team in the world, and they took a map and actually had a very competitive series. So while it might be losses, you think about the caliber of squads, maybe that's almost a warm-up for this game today. Having your confidence high, making sure that you're match ready.
Well, hopefully they are going to be match ready against the Atlantic side, who will be looking to take no prisoners. They surprised us against 777 during their earlier first-round matchup. We didn't think that they would take the victory over them. We gave them a small chance to do something decent and do some damage in that matchup, but we didn't think they'd actually take it overall. 777's failings were exploited by the Atlantic side, and if they can exploit the failings of MOUZ NXT the same, then well, what's to say that there couldn't be another massive upset here?
Well, that's something to consider. One thing as well, difference of lineup. Vesta, the IGL of the team, has been playing with them most recently. Not the Vesta that was playing with Masonic. You got Vesta with an E and Vesta without an E. So both Danish, but different players.
It's Vista.
So for his sake, good to have him back in the lineup. Remember seeing him on Singularity and Arbe. So notable teams in the Danish scene, but not notable with Atlantic in this competition so far.
Yeah, haven't seen him at all. Like you mentioned before, the standing situation in that one match might prove to be a little bit discombobulating in terms of the team form. But Atlantic in general, you have to consider them as probably the underdog team in this matchup, regardless of the situation that's currently seen on the MOUZ side in that particular in today's particular proceedings. So you have to just take a look at the last 3 months, for example, and we've mentioned this across a number of teams over the course of this qualifier. Is the fact that we've got some very experienced squads versus some teams who are still looking to cut their teeth, still looking to be just find their established position and find where they are in the grand scale of Counter-Strike.
But just to give you a bit of an idea of some of the events that MOUZ NXT are playing in, they've already beaten Young Ninjas and beaten Prospects in best of 3. So teams that have already qualified to the LAN, they've beaten them within the last couple of weeks. They've taken a map off of Harvu, they've beaten Tricked, they've beaten Godsend, they've beaten Ents Academy, they've beaten Eternal Fire Academy. A lot of good victories when it comes to the competition internationally right now for them.
Yeah, Atlantic, on the other hand, not really playing much international competition. We seem to have been hitting that similar sort of note across all of our series over the course of today, especially. So for Atlantic, I mean, look, 7 a.m. proved that they can take a map off of their opponents today.
Yeah.
There's a possibility it could still happen here for the Atlantic side, but it's just, again, there's always going to be that consistent point for the favourites, is that they've just been playing a much higher level of game, much more consistently. And in the case of MOUZ NXT, much more frequently finding success at that level as well.
And for MOUZ NXT, they'd love to be able to get back to a LAN environment, get these guys up and ready, because, again, we've seen previous iterations of this team on LAN, haven't seen much of these guys on LAN. So, one best of 3, get them over the line, have the one and only international squad making its way into the top 6.
Well, the international squad has got its own star players. Do I go head-to-heads for this particular series? I want to know who you're looking at, who you're planning to, or who you're expecting to see. I guess Jim Pat and Basso sort of make sense. Jim Pat especially.
Jim Pat's always a go-to. Very consistent rifler, one of the OG members of this team in comparison to the 5 that we have today, and just always lethal. Great anchor player, good multi-fragging potential, good experience on this team as well. I compare that to Basso. While he hasn't been on Atlantic for very long, he's played at a very high level for a very long time. So in this one, I look at experience of Jim Pat on MOUZ NXT versus the experience of Basso in the Tier 2 scene. And in this sort of matchup, when you are a heavy underdog again, I am counting on Basso to put in a good performance if Atlantic won anything.
Yeah, this is encouraging for Atlantic, because talking about a lot of the teams that they've been the underdogs over the course of the day, they've been very much just new elements and new players a part of these sides, and maybe you could count Kier out of that example from the Masonic side. But here for Basso, obviously, as you mentioned, he's been part of many a great team in the Danish scene, especially back down the years. So seeing his position and obviously the experience he has at Tier 2 is going to be able to battle the likes of Jim Pat. I do have concerns about the individual head-to-head when it comes to
for sure
firepower. Yeah. Because for me, it feels like Jim Pat has just been tearing up servers whenever he wants to.
It is true, but fragging only gets you so far. I think Basso's going to have to help out with the IGLing, maybe not help out in terms of actually calling for the team, but getting some good reads, passing it over to Vesta, and just trying to incorporate all of that success that he's found over the course of his career and transition it into, I would say, Atlantic's most important game in a very long time.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Like, I don't really think these guys have been to an international LAN, right?
No, they had locally the LAN in the Power League where they took on Tricked in the quarterfinals, but no, not a LAN very often. Basso's kind of the only one that's played on international LANs. Everybody else is only local.
Yeah, and as a result, you look at this thing thinking that for Atlantic, certainly it would be a big deal to qualify to Lofoten, to win this game, and to set themselves up for what could be a very fun time at the Bay. It's going to be difficult, though. I think we know that just from the outset, and I don't see much of a way in which the veto could potentially play towards their favour, Blake. So just walk me through it. How do you see this one going?
Well, for MOUZ, we know they don't like Inferno and we don't like Anubis. So one of those two are going to get banned out, and I have a feeling that Atlantic might pick whatever does not get banned.
Well, Atlantic are going to get rid of Ancient. Seems to be their sort of idea of things. MOUZ getting rid of Inferno, so that's the first wave of the ban.
Pick.
Anubis could well come through from the Atlantic side. They have pick of the litter here.
Yeah, well, they picked Inferno last time, but obviously don't have that option. They're going into Nuke. Again, very difficult to read the map veto for Atlantic. For MOUZ NXT, they love their Vertigo, so I wouldn't be surprised if that comes in.
Okay, that does seem like a very obvious option to me, and it would be nice to see, I guess, the whiteout maps. A lot of white textures over there, so don't blind your eyes too much. But yes, Nuke and Vertigo coming in as the opening 2 maps of the series. Where do you see the third map bit going here?
Well, MOUZ NXT won't ban Overpass. Atlantic do, because I was going to say they quite like their Overpass. So towards the finale, maybe, yeah. I mean, Mirage is okay. It's a middle ground to get some decent game time in there for the MOUZ NXT side. They've played it 11 times in the last 3 months, and we've actually seen it a few times from Atlantic as well.
So only one Anubis over the course of the entire qualifier.
Look, it tells you what happens when a new map comes into the pool. A lot of teams want to play against it. A lot of teams want to play it very safe, and it's not until a few maps a few months come in for a new map that normally we get teams picking it.
Well, looking obviously at this veto, what we have right here, Nuke, Vertigo, Mirage, the maps that we're going to play out in this best of 3 series. Again, the key thing I always ask about these underdog teams is, have they won any significant advantage? Do you think Nuke is a good advantage for the Atlantic side?
Nuke was played well from Atlantic against 777. Again, that was the third map decider that got them over the line in the round of 16. And Yebowen was playing well with that AWP. Basso was making some very good adjustments on the top side. And it just felt as if they were calling an overall decent game. And you got to remember, they didn't even have their IGL in that game. Vesta wasn't playing, so they were without a caller.
No, I mean, look, when you consider that consideration on Nuke, it does show you've got a very well-drilled side in terms of their own tactics and their own protocols, their own cohesion in that sort of sense. I do have a look at this, and I wonder, however, is it weak enough for MOUZ to the point where Atlantic can take this map?
Nuke is okay. It's not a great map. It's not a poor map. It's one of the least played in the entire pool for the MOUZ NXT side. So I look at this, and I'm still shaping up a 2-0. But if I want to give the benefit of the doubt, and I want to maybe play a little bit of underdog, I think if Atlantic's got any chance, it's going to be on the first map.
I'd say so too, most certainly. I mean, it feels obvious given what we have at the Vertigo pick from MOUZ NXT. I look at that and I give them again the benefit of the doubt. Yeah. But I think the key defining factor is, it kind of always has been for each of these series, is just the experience differential between the whole team of MOUZ versus the whole team of Atlantic, and just the level of caliber that they're playing at is just so much higher. And that's the reason why I would say anyone will pick a 2-0 in this circumstance, because Nuke can be weak, Nuke can be a little bit weird for MOUZ, but I think that just the basis of who they are as players probably was able to beat out Atlantic anyway.
They're a very strong team. They've proved themselves in the academy scene to be lethal. They've proved themselves in previous Heroes of Tomorrow event where they've got a core 4 of the exact same lineup. To be a team that can pretty much smash the weaker teams. So with that in mind, I'm backing MOUZ NXT to go for a 2-0 and to make their way to Lofoten.
Yeah, I'm kind of in the same boat as well. For Atlantic, I feel like this is where the road is going to end here. It has been great to see them over the course of the Heroes of Tomorrow events and the Heroes of Lofoten qualifiers as well. We saw them back in fall. Where the core 2 competed in that particular event. So obviously we have seen a bit more of these guys representing themselves on the most international stage that they can possibly do.
Do you know what? To add to that point, every best of 3 that they have played in MistGames has been competitive. I even think back to that fall event. Okay, it is only core 2. They took Eternal Fire Academy to 2 maps, or to 3 maps, I should say. They took OG Academy to 3 maps, nearly won that series. They've beaten 777. Every series, they've put up a fight. That's something we've got to consider.
I mean, yeah, sure, you're right about that. That's certainly a pattern that has to be thought about in this case, and it does bode well for them with the idea of the map veto and how that's gone for them. I mean, look, if they can take a map, I think they can call that a success overall, considering who they're up against right now.
And they're up against a strong team, and Atlantic are going to know we're going to prep hard, do what we can. Again, resources are going to be limited with a team like this when you didn't have your IGL one game, now you do. Basso's only joined the team just over a month ago, so they know that they're still in a transition phase and that they're not going to be at 100%, but sometimes you don't need 100%. You just need on-the-day performance, and that's something that I'm really looking at Atlantic to see what they can offer.
On the day means everything on this day here in the Heroes of Lofoten closed qualifier. I wonder if on the day the Danes can reign supreme in this particular context. Well, the question is which Danes, though? The Danes on the Atlantic side or the Danes that sit there on MOUZ NXT? Remember, there are 3 Danish players over on this side. QQ, Chris, and Tobias, of course, the coach, are sitting in wondering if they can beat out their fellow Danish teammates. Oh, no, not teammates, but you know, their own fellow Danish brethren. And certainly for Atlantic, there will be a little bit of pride on the line in this kind of a matchup, right?
Yeah, funny enough, actually, both the coaches used to play with one another on the same org. So there's a bit more there. Tobias and Boychild both played with Atlanto and with Alpha. So there's actually more connections here that they've played with the same organizations.
Well, again, a lot that you can expect to see. That's quite a lot that you can expect to see in the Danish scene because they are so interconnected in that sort of sense. So there might be some friendly banter in that one. We won't get to see the game chat, unfortunately. So we can't see a lot of that friendly banter. Even then, a lot of it probably going to be in Danish anyway, so we wouldn't be able to read it ourselves.
Yeah, unfortunately not. Yeah,
I mean,
and you know, get the Google Translate ready for every single comment.
Duolingo up in there, just try and figure out exactly what they're saying. But look, I think this is going to be, a nice way to wrap up this qualifier overall, to solidify one of our top teams for me personally into the Lofoten event, and set us up, you know.
Just to see international teams as well, because I think in previous events, everyone backed in full Fnatic Rising. International team, don't even exist anymore. OG Academy, we kind of looked at that event thinking, okay, they can probably go deep. The only ones that are still here are MOUZ NXT that have now come to the closed qual. So they're the last ones to prove out of all the international squads, We're here at LAN. You're not.
Exactly. That's what I'm thinking. They fell to Fnatic Rising twice. They gave them that team that shot, the opportunity to make it into the Heroes of Lofoten event by winning Heroes of Tomorrow. So the fact that they haven't done that, and the fact that MOUZ and NXT still exist, indicates that already they've won one battle. Let's see whether they can prove them out and, of course, make their way in to win another. It is the final match of the qualifier, the final match of the week here for the MistGames Heroes of Lofoten Close qualifier. MOUZ NXT versus Atlantic on Nuke, our first map in the best of 3. Let's kick things off with the pistol rounds.
Every match that MOUZ NXT have won so far in a MistGames event is a 2-0. Will that be the same here again? Pace with the util out to the squeak door, but it's actually going to be a ramp dive.
Engagement's looking out from Xanto being the backup dancer. Vesto's going to be the man to find Crizzen to kick things off. Jimpat is falling back in towards the double doors. Going to bait them in real close here. All those footsteps surrounding him. Nexius also inbound with a bit of support. They will lose Jimpat, but Nexius with a decent trade. 3-on-3 situation thanks to the CT efforts, but Croc wraps over and Nexius will get caught off guard. So advantage sits here with Atlantic. Bomber's been dropped, shouldn't get recovered very quickly. Where do they go with this? Back up to the A site, it seems?
This looks good for Slend if they go back towards upper, in through the vent up. They've got QQ down at lower, just maintaining that ramp control very slow. Atlantic brought a lot of pace towards that lower bomb site. Now they've been able to hold themselves.
A little bit wary about where they could go with this. Hoping the CTs make a move. Even QQ's on his way back upstairs. They think they might still be in the vents. But I think Atlantic have pulled them for a loop. I think they're going to go ahead and commit to this B plant.
Get down lower, get that plant in, and pretty much game over from that point onwards. The only way that this is winnable is that it gets shifted back towards the top side, and that just does not look like a possibility whatsoever.
Slen's going to start to realize with the doors opening up, the squeakies making noise. Bomb plant down the back site, they'll hear that as well. They will try their hand at going for this. Doors opening up, a quick shot did come through from QQ. Was the ramp entrance to the right-hand side. Crocs did see him take an engagement, do a little bit of damage, goes back and forth for both sides. The Bowen, meanwhile, spotting out where Slend is at. The double doors dealt with. Last player left in QQ. 1-on-3 situation, firing away with that USB to get at least one headshot in. He does manage to do so, but half the time are left. No kit on his pouch. Leaning in with your Bowen as well. Basso. Other side, crossfire locked. Might isolate this one individual. Not quite able to do so. Headshot comes in the way of the T-side line. It will be a pistol round gain for Atlantic.
I like what I saw there for the Danes. Very quick into the ramp control, take control of observation window, push Jimpat into an awkward position down to the double doors, and then slow it. Wait for MOUZ NXT to have that response, to rotate back in, get the bomb plant down to low. Will be a force up. MOUZ NXT with 3 wins and 2 losses in the last 3 months on Nuke. So only 5 maps played. Not much map time at all.
Force back in for MOUZ NXT. As you would expect here. Scouts the SMGs, the Deagles against the gambit of rifles and MAC-10 in for Vesta. Do some money hunting here with the lack of helmets across most of the season. A bit of a gap in that smoke to play with. Trying to pull distraction from Croc though. Crizzen back in at secret. Detected. Oh, what an adjustment that is. The Slend. Not quite as great against Nexius. She does get 2 back in the SMG. That's not terrible. 3-on-2 still favours Atlantic here.
Jimpat's trying to get down to this lower portion. Has to try and reposition, not get seen out by that single door. Even QQ lobby sees nothing whatsoever.
Jimpat's the Eagle held in the corner. Bowen fighting on with Xanto with the crossfire, holds himself out towards ramp, gets that kill. And QQ is very far away from doing anything here. He is in ramp, so he's going to potentially get hunted down by Xanto. Ultimately not to be the case though. Falls back away. The T's have got control of this. Be a second round for Atlantic.
Yeah, we saw them taking 14 rounds off a trick on Nuke. Beating the likes of Young Ninjas the other week at 16-9. Beating Spirit Academy. So when it comes to Nuke, we know against Academy squads they've been pretty decent. Atlantic though could not have asked for a better beginning. Now they started T-side on Nuke in the 3rd map decider. Of course, we showed the knife round there because we thought it was very impactful considering how the halves had actually gone down.
Yep.
They got 7 rounds on their T-side. They put on a very good showing.
Oh, Vesta catching QQ's going in for a cheeky rifle. Little do you know how close the T-side player was. That was a bit unfortunate. Ultimately, though, it was the 2-0 money again building up for MOUZ NXT. They forced the issue in that previous round. Take it on the chin to go towards this harsher eco. And you are right, that nuke is something to look back on over on 777 and figure out how much of that impact is going to happen against the MOUZ NXT side. I mentioned it's not really often played by them, so you can imagine that CT side is going to be where the key strength lies.
And we also saw Atlantic getting 14 rounds up against Tricked on this map. So locally having some very close affairs on Nuke. And Nuke's always been a Danish map though. A lot of these smaller squads have always tried to introduce this into the map pool.
Used to be a Lingby Viking special, wasn't it?
Yeah, them, Masonic, Arbe.
Even Harvey. Wow.
Yeah.
That's a name I ain't heard in a while.
Fast Loosed.
That's a name I've not heard at all.
Really?
Really? Maybe I've heard the lineup though.
They used to have the wheelchair logo.
You
don't remember the blue one with the white logo?
I don't.
I'll have to show it to you later.
I think it's giving me vague memories about a team like that.
Ambush used to like a bit of Nuke.
What was the lineup for that team?
Can't remember.
Can't remember.
I just remember they liked Nuke.
Nice. Well, Nexius likes kills. He's going to find one on Croc with that USP. Galil now to play with for the CT side. That next player up in Prison. Back at Hell. Nade straight at his feet. But now knowing where the T-side players are attacking from, so these USPs are going to try and give it a decent firefight. Vesta does catch Jimpat. Nexius and QQ adjusted to by Xanto. They do get one kill out of that exchange. And damage done to Xanto, making it a susceptible target to these pistols, or at least this pistol, now that Krisen's fallen to Vesta. Bomb plant can't be denied here. Slend. We can try and fight back. Actually, hold on. Oh, no, never mind. If he had a better rifle, sure. But not to be 3-0.
Atlantic getting themselves off to an early start. And looking to try and get that youngster core moving along. Again, Croc is 18, Xanto is 18, Yaboan is 17. So those three guys have a lot of youth behind them.
Moment's respite. Not to waste some of that youth, but to take a technical pause. An FPS bug apparently is what I'm being told.
Okay.
So I think it's that one with the Archon command.
Oh yeah, I know. I'm very familiar.
So am I, sadly. Don't like that at all.
That's all right. On command, it is sorted.
Yeah, but it's like when it comes up, it's just
Just CS.
Well, it happens randomly, so it can happen mid-round, and your FPS can just tank to 24.
Mm.
It's like I'm watching a movie. It's like I don't want that in my CS game.
Yeah, but it doesn't look the same.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying.
No, like a movie in CS at 24 frames.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying.
Oh, why? So what's your comparison then?
My comparison.
So you said it's like a movie, and I just said it's not like a movie, and you just said yes.
No, you said a CS movie, right?
No!
Like a frag movie. No,
I mean an actual movie. Oh, just forget it. It's gone now.
You need to work on your communication skills, don't
Oh,
you?
you're the one that brought it up.
Guns in, rifles out. In the vein of movies, stories being told by MOUZ NXT. The story of how they'll conquer their first round, ideally, if it's the one that they want to tell. The one that they have in their hands at the moment. Guns held in position, T's playing around the default. But it's slow, quiet, and no contact is taken.
She's eventually got Jim Hat hugging the wall on a slight off angle towards the ramp controls, so might be able to get himself in a 1 for done if they do commit all the way. Even that AWP from Slend is playing out from that hell position to be the first point of contact. Outside smokes will force him to rotate.
Red box cross, it looks like. Actually, diagonals, excuse me. Incendiaries from Christian. Incendiary up to try and stop any aggression into the secret control. I'm just not going to stop Croc though, he's just going to tank the damage. Does extinguish very quickly after the fact, and there'll be 4 players now working their way downstairs.
Slend with that AWP out to the single door. Got to wonder what this crossfire between the QQ is going to be like on the rotate. He's got to get at least one.
25 seconds. Atlantic are taking their sweet time. Prison gets one of them. QQ going to wait back. Here in Decon. Knives are pulled out. These are easy pickings. Only gets one of them, though. Suppressing the other player back towards the corner. Drops that bomb. That should be round here. No one can get to it in time for Atlantic. This will be the first on the board for MOUZ NXT. That spray is continuous. QQ just hunts them down. Even Yabone doesn't know what to do. That's a quadra for him in a Decon. And the first round game for MOUZ.
And it just showed how much of a bait that really was. You had Crizzen down there towards the stairs, and then you actually have QQ tucked in the corner out there at decontamination. MOUZ NXT finding their first. Atlantic like the pressure that they brought towards the outside position, try and dive down lower again, but that time just being hit head on, no one being able to trade out QQ at all.
It's a good confident way to get involved in this matchup here, MOUZ. Overwhelmed in that pistol round, but now the guns are coming in for them. True full force fashion, they are decimating the buyback from Atlantic's side of things. And Matt 10 and the Deagle to surround 3 AKs. Spray damage being done to Crizzen on the outside, though. Playing in the midst of this smoke, they were spraying through towards him completely blinded, and now he's been seen by Vesta.
Very aggressive towards the back of T-Red, finds himself on the front side of it. Oh, dealing with Nexius, and now 2 players fall within 10 seconds of one another.
And he leads to a 5-on-3 advantage now for Atlantic. T-side's looking pretty good right now. MOUZ struggling to find answers.
Yeah, they're playing good trading. Working the timings, repositioning, not making much noise either. Towards a top site play. You've got QQ out towards the main position. Rotate heaven for the AWP.
Good shot in from QQ again to be able to find a responsive that could have kicked off the round there for MOUZ, but the response is just as good from Vesta the same. Slend at hell, Jimpat downstairs in the vents. Probably looking to save here, it looks like.
Does seem that way. MOUZ NXT off to a slow start here on City side. Atlantic putting on quite the show.
4 rounds. 3 in a row, followed up by 1 little hiccup, and from there, instant responsive from the Danish side. MOUZ NXT. There's no choice but to hold on to these weapons that they've held into the next round. The AWP, the AK. Requirements at this stage. That's about all she wrote here for round 6. Nice and effective. I imagine there's not a lot of drop potential for Slend and Jimpat, but do they force around here?
Nah, probably not. I mean, Nexius is okay. QQ's limited. Play it safe.
Yeah.
This is still one of those rounds where if you set up the AWP aggressively, you can find some impact. I mean, unfortunately for Jimpat, he's playing ramp, and there hasn't been many ramp takes at all, so just no impact from the AK or the rifle from him at all.
AWP, meanwhile, trying to play ahead of the squeaky door. And there is nothing to receive on that side either. Atlantic playing towards the outside position, so perfectly playing away from the big threats of MOUZ. The Deagle on Crizzen being the only thing that can resist as soon as they make their way towards the red box.
MOUZ NXT. How do they try and even fight towards the outside smokes? Diagonal cross. Crizzen might just have to spam wildly and actually deals with a headshot onto Croc.
And Slend will catch off Basso, sticking around there at the squeaky door. 2 casualties, no trades. Jimpat's AK now maybe about to shine. It's long last. They start looking into the ramp position. There's 1 CT protected. Oh, Jimpat goes down though. The important player in that exchange, QQ, comes up good with a respectable trade. 3-on-2 situation. There is 1 T-side player that takes damage to that incendiary that was thrown there by Jimpat after his death. And now Slend's AWP watching the right-hand entrance. Needs to look to the left. He's seen 1, but can't quite take the extra shots.
They could put some pressure on towards that single door. Rotates are going to have to be quite slow. Crizzen's going back into lobby just to be able to recover a rifle. Old toxic plant for your Bowen.
Hearing the footsteps as well down that ladder. Knows that there's a player down towards the vents. Smoke will start to clear with the closed decon. Xanto's going to engage out towards ramp, bring it into a 2-on-2. Where are the other 2? Where are these last players? The taps of the AKs revealing position. Yebowen trying to spot them, trying to see where they're coming in from. Time is ticking. They've got no kits in play, so I think the CTs might be looking to fall back and save again. Yes, they are. MOUZ conceding a 5th round to the Atlantic side. A little bit half-hearted there on that retake attempt.
Well, they know that it's not a full buy, but you are right about the hesitation. They didn't want to commit there all the way. Yes, you hold 2 rifles into the next, but that was also an opportunity of putting pressure onto Atlantic, making it very uncomfortable for them in the post plant. Even Jimpat possibly overextends slightly too much from that ramp position. Comes off of his line while the crossfire is being locked. And Atlantic, I'm surprised they win that round.
At least the gun buy comes in, like you mentioned. It wasn't a true investment in the previous one. M falls on the other 3. Orb stays in Stend. Prison. AK as well, held up. Towards the outside, the smokes will come in. The CTs will suppress as much as they can.
It seems as if they wanted the aggressive approach with the AWP, looking for an opening kill out to the lobby presence.
Receiving wallbang bullets attempted towards his position. Checking out the trophy entrance. Seeing anything? Oh, he has seen Xanto. But Xanto's going to win that fight.
That's not what Slen wants, and it's not what MOUZ NXT want. Atlantic with yet another opening pick. Start working their way towards the outside. Full respect has to be given. Gap in the smoke, and they still deal with Crimson.
Jimpat and Nexius do try and back, in particular Jimpat with the double up spray down. Looking with a triple. Sees that last man as well, Yaboan. Revealed to the CT side. 1 on 3 for him. Try and hunt down Jimpat if possible. 45 seconds to the clock. This man's just waiting here in lockers. M4 held. Position does get checked. Yaboan does adjust towards that. Okay, that's good. Bomber's back now to lean into the B side.
Difficult situation because rotates are going to beat him. Opens up the glass, try to get the bomb down. Open up the double doors. Yaboan, another pick. Oh, close. Very close. You can see it. The stars were aligning for a moment there.
Nice try. Very nice try, but not to be. A round like that, a clutch like that would have been crippling, I think, to MOUZ NXT.
It's showing that for MOUZ, they need a lot to close rounds down. Jimpat got 3 there, and still it got on edge towards the tail end. And all kind of that gap in the smoke. I don't even think they fight towards Heaven if that smoke goes down directly.
Rifle basis in 2 players of the T side line. Mac 10, 2 Deagles. Atlantic. Very broken off the back of that round from MOUZ. Just going to show how much damage was done in the interim in those 5 that they had scored. Loss bonus also whittled down by the virtue of the T side line, so streaks haven't aided them in terms of this particular round either. Make their way towards Secret uncontested. MOUZ have that covered off.
Nexius down here with no util towards the double doors. Still got a teammate up there towards Garage. All about the timing on how they decide to peek. Now he can jump spot over.
Damage done. Basso falling back as Croc tries to push forward. Jimpat and his M4 standing by with the player up in the catwalk. Waiting with Vesta. Deagle standing by to hit.
I wonder if this is a lower fake, because they've still got a player of Xanto towards ramp. You've got a couple of players trying to come up the secret control. Oh, Kristen spotted it already, knows what's going on.
AWP taken out from that kind of a range as well. Xanto will drop towards Jimpat. Slend holding, hearing footsteps, going to cut off. Early shots in, Basso down, bomb dropped, M4 with support. Vesta will get that AWP to drop, but there's so many more CTs around him. QQ leaning forward, is Jimpat there with a closer. Was on 0 frags a couple rounds ago, and now he's suddenly springing to life, and finally, MOUZ NXT will reap the rewards.
And for MOUZ NXT, this has got to be the kind of matchup and the kind of team where you want to dominate from the word go. You don't want to give Atlantic any room to start working with T-side rounds, give themselves leverage to get into the second half. You want to try and be squeezing them for double digits. Obviously, that's going to be insanely difficult from this point onwards, because it does mean 7 in a row is going to be necessary.
Now it's rifles versus pistols, and Jimpat takes Vesta down to start things off. Perfect in the opener.
Atlantic just hoping for anything from this point, because even 1 kill, it will knock the economy down by 1.
Rocks leaning, taking burst fire shots. M4 to Nexius, taking a firefight against Basso, wins that first and that second. QQ there against Croc, leaving your bow, and all that's left on a 1-on-5 should be 4 to the board of this MOUZ side. And there it is. Eventually a spray comes through. And eventually they bring it within 1. Atlantic may have held the lead for the longest time. That may be about to change.
And just knowing the nuke that we saw previously, of course, the one that we saw against 777 in the round of 16, we saw a very good performance out of Xanto and Basso in particular. Those are the two guys that definitely stepped up in the rifling capabilities. I think we've seen very little from Basso so far.
He's your highlight player exclusively because of his experience, and it was the one thing that I mentioned is that pound for pound against Jimpat probably isn't the most flashiest or key individual when it comes to fragging potential. Prison is caught off with the opening frag. Xanto trading him. M4 in from QQ though, holds his nerve out towards Squeakdoor. Sees that second player, puts the nade out to his position. Croc and Yaboan taking damage. Xanto trying to find QQ out in the open. He got away with one more pick before he fell. Jimpat with a trade and doubles up with a spray transfer. Another 2K for him, another round for MOUZ NXT.
Bloody hell, that was close though.
Yep.
That was very messy, but at the same time, probably what Atlantic were trying to do. There was a slight team flash for a moment there of the main player onto the Squeakdoor presence, but it was just so back and forth, so chaotic. And for Jimpat, he was the heaven rotate on what, 8 points of health when he got the last kill? Slend was still on rotation. Slend wasn't even at upper. So I think it was just showing in that last round how close that really was for Atlantic to at least get a plant and maybe a 1v1 scenario.
Pistols will be left in for Atlantic once again, finding a bit of economical difficulty since they started losing rounds. Has been 4 on the trot for MOUZ. So loss bonus will start to build up. Almost completely built up at this stage.
All timing.
Prison sees the first and the second. QQ now. Go for the next couple of players, and Nexus does get Xanto. A little bit of damage being done out towards those wallbanks. But again, firepower and rapid fire differentials. A little bit too much to handle here for the T side.
And Basso's just hoping they keep extending forward towards the Squeakdoor. Will he find anything at all? Nexus. Oh, he's feeling a bit hungry. Slender was very lucky there.
Yeah. 1 HP.
He is the Slender Man.
It's appropriate because he's got no
yeah, that's
picture,
that.
so.
Yeah. Yes, Jay. That is why I made the comments. When do you reckon? What era do you reckon that was?
What, Slenderman?
Yeah.
God,
End
that
of
was...
the Nords?
Yeah, like 2010.
You reckon
roughly
about
era?
like, that sounds about right.
Within that sort of orbit.
Yeah, you might be right.
Nobody likes to the party, buddy. Let's see if he's as terrifying with his AWP as he was in the game. Incendiary sent. The T's are walking forward and head of those smokes. Just about start to clear as the T's will just begin to cross and make their way downstairs, including that bomb on the back of Esther.
Nexus can just jump spot. Now he does have a HE. It's all about the timing. He wants to spot them and then get the HE placement in.
Seeing the Molotov instead. Perfect nade. Nice damage. Well done. 55 HP for Basso.
Even a rotate from Jimpat from the ramp control. So they might actually send Slend back to hell because of it.
M4 and AK on the site. 55 on the clock. Double doors not being opened up. Xanto has caught QQ and he's looking for another player. That corner spray wallbang attempts not quite coming through for them. Incendiary is held. Molotovs head of the vents as Basso leans in. Quad kill. Basso follow up. And Atlantic now have full control.
I don't even know where they're going to end, Jay. This must be so difficult to call right now if you're Crizzen, because Atlantic have players down secret and towards double doors, but yet they still have double lurks in lobby. And when you get teams like that you're playing against on T-side and Nuke, it scrambles you so much in the rotates because you just don't know, is it a top site hit or is it lower?
Despite MOUZ clawing back a lead, it seems like the struggles are not over because of that. 6 apiece. And what was it, 7 rounds that Atlantic got against 777 on this map?
Yeah. Do you know what? I'm actually getting in the boat that it's fairly doable of them stealing map 1 because they're playing insanely well on T-side.
whilst MOUZ are playing well themselves on the CT half, you expect to have a much more staunch lead at this stage. Could still make it 9-6. It's entirely possible. But Atlantic doing work at the moment.
Yeah, they're putting in a very good showing. I think that they're reading the game with pace at a very high level. They're slowing it down. They're baiting mistakes. Xanto's finding some all-important kills. Vesta seems as if he's got a very good idea on the protocols from MOUZ NXT and the rotating positions. Opening nade towards outside. Krisen doesn't even know if they're down secret again.
Damage being done to both sides by utility and sprays as standard. A little bit more so onto MOUZ NXT with Krisen being on 57. Xanto on 68. Not a major loss. That nade, again, getting pretty chunky as well. More so onto Bassa than anybody else. But even then, Xanto caught a bit of that explosion.
Off angle coming through from Jimpat. Has to keep fighting. Flashed off. Has to try and dive down. Not being hunted at the moment. Instead, Atlantic are just taking the ramp control.
Getting a little bit of a lurk back here in the corner. Krisen, okay. Croc is playing around him. Is the M4 going to check this? Now, yeah, he's seen him just about registered where that player was. So 1 kill found was outside. Meanwhile, the inner hit comes through towards upper sight. Basso trading Nexius after his 2 kills. It's a 4-on-2 still for MOUZ.
Ooh, I like this. Vesta coming up. Heaven does get seen there from QQ. He needed that fight.
He read it well. Information called that no one was watching the outer yard, so someone better watch Heaven. That's what he did. Basso now aware of 1 player. Seeing the second man, that's going to be information called out. Could still dive down. Oh, Slen was in the vent though. Out of the no-scope shot. Just terrifying.
Atlantic. Actually did quite a bit right in that round. They forced Jimpat down to lower. They took ramp control. They went back to a top site. They came out towards Squeak Door. That off angle at the back wall, where you're kind of positioned to the right-hand side of Tetris, is so difficult to deal with without good utility. And then even that Heaven wrap, you're guaranteed, or at least you're hoping that as soon as you get that hut kill, there's workability in the round. But if you ain't getting that kill, that's it. That's the round done.
Great flashes in, Krisen backing away, adjusting the spray, but can't get Croc. Low HP. There are players on site, upper heaven in particular for Nexius. QQ burning alive in that Molotov sent there. The smoke does not quite land, but Nexius doubles up, bails out his teammate, looking for more as Jimpat can strike. QQ's dealt with, but Jimpat doubles up, and Yeboah, all that remains, 1-on-3, dealt with immediately. Advantage end at the half for MOUZ.
It's another one of those messy rounds, and I don't mean messy as a negative. There's just so much going on.
Yeah.
And it just complicates the trades, the communications. Everything just gets so out of whack because there's just so much fighting going on. A fast top site hit there from Atlantic. I mean, even Nexius that was at the back of default, he was burning for so long before that smoke eventually went down, and he still found a massive amount of impact.
Doing well to try and make it that 9th. Again, they're 1 step away from doing so. QQ. Oh, look at Krisen. Did he see them? I don't know if he did.
They're crossing.
Is he going to find anything with it, though?
I don't think he will.
1 smoke will clear. He'll see absolutely nothing. The red box smokes will also clear. He's been seeing himself. Damaged up from Vesta. Not quite the kill. The AWP is Slend. Shoulder bait. Lands on 1.
Incendiary goes down, but Basso, oh, what a duel that is!
Why would you jump? Oh, God. Smoke sent. Molotovs as well, suppressing both entryways from ramp. The bomb's on site. It will go down, but QQ has caught Xanto. Brings it back to the favor of MOUZ.
Xanto was just hoping to clear out that lobby control. Vesta's waiting for a vent rotation. All 4 players here from MOUZ are coming from the ramp contact.
Slight HP advantage above 2 of those players as well. Here they come. Slowly they creep. Atlantic hiding. Molotov sent. There goes 1. Yeboah in AWP. Picks up a frag of his own right. Waterbird called out the position information. Flashbangs in a decon. Got to get on the defuse right now. Cover it off from all assets. They're both coming in from decon. The AWP. Yeboah wrapping over. Switching to the AK. Transfer spray does not work out. And in the meantime, the defuse is being stuck. So it will be 9-6 at the turn of the half for MOUZ.
Atlantic, though, look at those 6 rounds on T's side and the
Yep.
way that they perform. I think, my goodness, what have they got in stock for us in this second half? They're really giving a good fight.
I can give you a decent idea because we saw it against 777.
Yeah.
9-0 on their CT side.
Yeah.
They went completely flawless.
I remember that.
The question is, was that more down to 777?
It will be a bit. I mean, not all the way, right? We've got to be real with ourselves.
Yep.
But it was very clean. That I do remember.
Well, for a map that MOUZ don't play often, I have to wonder how much has been done in practice to try and bolster up this T-side line. Smokes being sent, flashes are being sent over as well. QQ trying to bolster up his teammates to make their way towards outer yard. There is one player in the locker rooms, undetected. Basso picks up one. Slend, meanwhile, with the one taps. Vesta caught
Back to
Nexius.
upper, I think. I think they bring the bomb back up because Nexius is clearing A.
All the way in heaven, QQ making his way upstairs. There's one player in the squeaky door being challenged and headshot is gained. Grab the Julies as well, looking for a bit more and all. Now bomb's going to commit towards the A site. Heaven's been blocked up, but they're all coming in back in from Decon. In from squeaky door in particular.
QQ's got this crossfire. Bowen does deal with one, and now Pace being brought forward on the retake.
Basso's low, 3-on-3. Slend is caught, P250, looking for taps to the heads regardless. Gets a kill alongside Jimpats too. There's a pistol gained by MOUZ, an important one of that.
I swear, I have no idea what's going on in this game now. You even look at that pistol strat, and they're down at lower. They've taken Heaven control. You think it's lower. You get a cracking shot with the P250 onto Slend. And then as soon as Nexius sees nothing on A, the bomb goes back up. It's both teams on T side being really creative. And that's something that you can do on Nuke when you do play at a decent level, is just strong protocols and manipulation of over-rotations.
It's been a long day, Dwayne. Both us and MOUZ are currently playing a much better game. But not by that much of a margin. Prison. Less than 20 HP as he gets tagged up in the early engagements here. The AK is, of course, out for Jimpat. Really coming to life in these last handful of rounds. Still only middle of the board for his squad, though. Khalil's on 2 others. Mac 10s for 2 more. Force back, as you would expect, coming in from Atlantic.
A Croc, the only player that can spot towards outside as of now, outside of your Bowen that's playing out with the scout. Cautiously dry to outside, actually, here from MOUZ. Not using the standard smoke wall.
Maybe some smokes here on some players. Nexius, one out towards Mini. That will block off Croc. You can hear those footsteps. They make their way quickly towards the outer yard. Smoke's also one towards the window at locker rooms. Basso's Deagle will finish off Prison. Advantage now for Atlantic.
It still could be a crunch down towards that lower position. A couple of players in from Secret. The CT's aggressing lobby. This works better for the T side, actually.
Galil backed up. Xanto leaning around. Nexius. Galil held. Eagle in. Shots ringing out. 2 of them. None of them connecting. Nexius has Overwatch on the site. Will recognise now that there's nobody here. The bomb should commit. Should get planted. It's a case of the retake. And Nexius has one marked. Matt 10 of QQ gets another. Slim with another one. And it all starts to fall apart.
The Basso had a great pick towards outside in the early portion of the round. But it seems like nothing else is going to get granted. Maybe one more pick. That's what your Bowen's hoping for. Basso knows that he's trapped. He might as well keep fighting.
Looking the wrong way at the wrong time, though. Slend in from locker. Picks up his second. And the scout of your Bowen left to save his weapon, save his Kevlar. Force bind not working. He might even get hunted as well after time. The T's are working in against him. One good shot towards QQ, and the second T-side player can try to follow suit. Oh, engagements. Very awkward. Mac 10 against it, and your Bowen should just catch it. Jimpad can't see the angle in time. So a little consolation prize there for the CT side, but it will be an eco around this sniper. And MOUZ should be up to 12-6 here.
And for Atlantic, this is when I'm getting desperate. Focusing on the next rifle round to find that conversion quick. Calling some tacticals as well. They've been bare.
Yeah. Seen a significant lack of them over these last couple of series, haven't we? Right now would be the time to make a significant adjustment to your game. Smokes towards outside. Nexius catches Croc. tempting fate to look on towards the outside control ahead of that red box smoke set and loses life for it. Slen meanwhile, Mac 10 in, Xanto out, second player on the bomb site, also dealt with. The AK holds, Vesta's P250 does get one on top of the hut control, and the second with the bomb being dropped. But Chrism with a response now leaves it all on your Bowen. Facing QQ, tapping at the AK, backstabs coming through. Jim Pat says, I'm not wasting any more time with you. 12-6, double scoreline. Rifles coming back in for Atlantic now.
And it's incredible to think that Jim Pat was at 1 point 0-4. Had a quiet beginning, didn't find much impact out towards the ramp control. He's now found himself just skyrocketing the frags once again. No surprises, of course. I think anyone that's familiar with the Academy scene will know that Jim Pat is a rising rifler over the last 6 months or so. 14 and 8.
AK's held the AWP up. Smokes in. Basso not quite able to see anything ahead of that squeaky door. It's Chris and the man that's going to be the forward contact to the T side. Nexius getting back out towards midi and we'll make noise for it. One player watching just in case.
Free smoke off the squeak door position. Vesta up towards the top of hut. Jim Pat incredibly passive on T-roof. Haven't seen much of the upper hits when it comes to util through the skylights. Chrisen down at the lower bomb side. The only person to deal with would be Basso to his left-hand side.
Molly's down. Chrisen holds face. Vesta, similar story. Slen looks for that AWP pick. The Galil of Chrisen meanwhile working downstairs. Only player here in the corridors. The rest of his teammates working up towards this upper play, it seems. He does still get a kill on Croc. That's something. Second player out there as well. Adjustment from Basso brings it into evens.
AWP has to make a decision on where that bomb's ending up. QQ's got another pick. And there is a single player on the upper bomb site and, well, pretty much gone now. This is going to be a save call again.
Yeah, 4-on-2. Easy pickings here for the T side. Atlantic. No choice but to save these weapons because there is absolutely no way they win this out. And when it was good on T side, it was very good on T side for Atlantic.
The issue is when you're on Nuke and you have a good T side performance and you go into CT side and you lose the pistol and you lose the force buy and you lose the first rifle round, you're basically lucked out at that point. You had sort of your buys to make it worth it, and you haven't been able to do so. So even if Atlantic in their back pocket have a very good CT side, I don't think we'll see much of it, only because of the way the economy is, the way that the rounds are disappearing, and even that hunt down onto your Bowen is thoroughly going to hurt, because there could have been a very good force buy going into the next round where your Bowen drops, Basso drops, and maybe one of them buys themselves. Now it's just an eco. Now there's just not even an option.
Yeah. Looking up 14-6. And Atlantic may have kept it competitive in the first half, but moving over to the CT switch, we aren't seeing much of a resemblance of that 9-0 that we saw. The end result might be a very quick end to this map up here. And not one that Atlantic's going to like. Nade stack. Basso does catch two before he gets dealt with by Nexius through that smoke. Croc towards the outside, meanwhile 5-7 held alongside Xanto's 5-7. It's a good start with that M4, 4-on-3.
QQ's been able to get down to lower. The issue is, what about the rest of his teammates? Lurk smoke in, Nexius up on the other side. Should get a kill. Yep, Vesta to drop.
Smoke out to get a bit more cover, but go down to the vent drop continuously. Then I'm going to go back for that M4, make sure that the TTs can't get their hands on it. So they will go ahead and get the bomb site here. There are a couple of rifles to play with those casualties, so it is a 3-on-3. The lack of the Kevlar and the kits is the big concern for Croc and your Bowen.
I reckon you go for this. 6-13 down. What's the risk? You might as well have a go.
Your Bowen's already been picked up. QQ tapping. Knows that his player's out there. Eventually gets that headshot on Xanto. And Croc's AWP, 1-on-3. Scene gets that one shot off. And at this point, does catch Nexius. That's okay. AK swapped out to Animals Decon. Time's too far ticked though. Hasn't got enough to go for this whole 10 seconds. Grab that AWP. Probably get hunted by Christian after time though. There it is. The spray to secure it. Lock out the eco. Expensive one, but at this point, expensive does not mean much to MOUZ NXT. They're closing in on the win, 2 rounds away from doing so. Atlantic have this last round to stand and fight again.
And I fully respect that they went for that there. Again, you're not working with many rounds.
Yeah.
You've got to buy in the next. Just have some confidence. There'd be a lot of teams that would just instantly save there, knowing, oh, we've got some AKs, we've got an AWP.
At this stage,
man,
though,
you got to go for it. And
yeah.
they did. They gave it a good college try. Unfortunately, they have not been able to find themselves many opening man advantages. MOUZ and NXT have looked incredibly strong on this T side.
Spray from Croc at least holds fight here against Nexius, and Atlantic are not ready to die. Nades on to QQ next, though. They continue to keep the hurt up. Incendiary's on. MOUZ will get forced back for now.
Croc has to start spamming out to that squeak door. It is going to be a ramp run.
Quick in, you're bowing with a shot back. Zanto bursting through Prison Court. Two left standing for the MOUZ NXT side, and it looks like Atlantic might hold on for an extra round here. Slend will burn your bow and after time after his demise. But it will stop map point for the MOUZ side.
It's just what Atlantic need, some hope. That opportunity just to take it. Allow themselves to look at the situation and say, okay, don't have the AWP, we got the rifles. Come on, boys, we got this. Let's keep it close. 7 rounds to tie up.
Seven to make up here. Smokes in. I don't think one's going to land towards that gap. One came through towards Secret, in fact. Nexius. AK sent in. Rock. Holds back here with the M4 in hand. Might be a potential boost up here on top of the red box that Slender's going to look for a kill. No one's going to get seen. Croc's very far passive.
It's all about that timing. Slen's not looking out to Garage. Croc might have the advantage.
There's other players there, though. Sees his man. AWP does drop. Advantage now for the CT forces. Krisen's hoping he extends. And he will. Second player also out towards the locker room's entrance over the hell position, the hell doorway. Damage being done to his teammate, Yeboah, 15 HP. Basso Investor get a couple of clicks back towards the outside. Zanto is going to get flanked in by Krisen in the end, but now he's the last player left. Bomb dropped and all. Oh, barely evades the nade. With 7 HP to spare.
So tough. And now the CTs are just playing together. Look at this crossfire. Got the bomb, got some util. There should be no way that Krisen can win this.
All right, call for Vesta to make that. Put that incendiary, try stop, stall for any time for Krisen. Making noise now, going to reveal his position. The CT's just against it as he tries to prod forward, grab that bomb, but he can't make it down towards that B site. He's got to fight onto upper. What? There's no way. There's no... They're calling his bluff. They know that there's no way. Krisen just now has no choice but to save. At 7 HP, he wasn't going to win that fight anyway, so... 8 for Atlantic. Finally getting started here on CT side. Finally starting to look like a cohesive unit. And the money just isn't there now for MOUZ.
Have to be a lot of eco. One thing that we have seen quite a bit of, though, is these hero AK buys landing a lot of success. So I wouldn't be too surprised if damage is done in a round like this. And that might help. Drop the AWP. Try and take that AK. I mean, the last thing that you want to do is give that AK up to Atlantic.
Try to keep away as much as possible. It would be ideal if Krisen was to use it to steal the round away, be the hero weapon in this eco. Engagement coming in as QQ will drop. Danto. Many more to face him though. He gets away from the T side line. They do have ramp control at least. But the next step is taking the site.
Trying to set up the AK for an opening fight down towards lower. Krisen with the walk. Ooh, timing.
Hasn't seen him either. He's going to creep very close, and Basso's going to swing in from the window. Only rifle dropped. Smokes in. Zanto watching for more. M4. Trying to see if he can spot them right here. Indeed, he will be able to do so for the time being. Bursting, continuing to tag up Nexius. Zanto catches the next couple, and Basso with the closer. And it doesn't look like they didn't read the AK. I thought it was completely ecoed out, so... But they didn't have it to their name. Either way.
Now, Joe, I'll go back to the question earlier.
Uh-oh.
You're a man that likes to have faith. Do you believe? 5 rounds? CT sides? Couple of rounds in a row? AWP? Basso's getting on decent form? Rifles across? Mac 10 even in this next round for MOUZ NXT? A Galil as well?
I don't know, man. This... I don't think I have faith yet.
The
honestly.
fear factor is Jimpat can just make a round happen by himself.
Exactly. Like, that's the problem. And MOUZ and NXT have generally proven to be the better team overall. All they need is one good round, and Atlantic's backs will be broken, the map point will be gained. And probably the map win off the back of that as well, so... I don't have faith yet. Give it a couple more rounds and ask me again and see where we stand.
Well, the AWP from Bowen going down towards lower indicates that he's trying to get into that secret control. Crizzen is super quick outside here with the Mac 10.
Pretty long-range fights to take at this particular stage. Jimpat, however, well, you mentioned the guy that can pop off and steal around right there. Bowen is going to feel the wrath of that force. Kill found. Crizzen is going to fall back, join his teammates. Take some damage, I believe, to an M4 towards outside. Slender's challenging that player. But neither side are going to get away with the kill in that outside position.
I do wonder how Jimpat's going to be able to regroup, because they kind of need to take secret and get to lower. QQ's hoping for cutting a rotate out here towards the squeak door. They've got a lot to work with Jimpat down at lower at B.
Molly's up, smokes across. T-side players will make their way in. Blind firing, 180 against the Nexius. Going to burn Nexius. A follow-up frag, a 5-on-3. Faith is starting to slip from the hands of Atlantic.
Basso might have to make a play here. Off angle, aggressive out from Trophy. Xanto up at Mustang. Basso's got to drop the bomb.
Yeah.
Get a multi-frag.
Definitely. Rifle held, 35 seconds. Mac 10 still trying to play entry, just trying to gain the early peek and pick. Or just sacrifice the SMG to allow a trade, or give away a lineup to Vesta. QQ takes out his backup. Xanto has fallen. The bomb has still been dropped. And Vesta's still fighting as best he can in the midst of that smoke. USP pulled out. There's not enough firepower there. But Basso's lined up too. He's coming with support in time. Nade sent. 10 seconds. QQ got to grab this bomb. Got to get it planted.
QQ just doesn't have the time. Basso should know this, surely.
Oh, he just gets it down in the open as well. Basso had the perfect chance. He just didn't know it. The jump face has now revealed him. But QQ, HP disadvantage, needs to win this next spray. Basso, oh, he has no idea that QQ snuck out. Back in towards Hart. That bomb is open for it. Just about on the defuse position. Basso on backside. Cross-locked. QQ holds it. No, the spray is so awkward, though. Down to 6 HP. Basso trying to get on it with the 5-second defuse. QQ got a swing, a second tap. A Molotov's on it. He's forced out in the open. And QQ plays it to perfection. A triple for him. Map point for MOUZ.
And up against a super experienced player as well. I looked at that scenario and thought Basso's got this in the bag. He's played this so many times before. I don't think he intentionally wanted to get off that bomb from the stick. The way that he was moving up showed me that he wanted to hold it down. And then the molly came in, and as soon as that molly comes out, that's it. You know it's over. Oh, Atlantic. They're getting so close in some of these rounds.
Oh, boy. Oh, boy. Oh, boy. Smoke sent, Bowen. Straight shot. Crizzen. Killed off first and foremost. The advantage sits with Atlantic for now.
Silently making their way down to lower. They're going to leave Jimpat out here towards the Africa position in hopes that there can be a rotate from Garage or main into secret. No one at lower. The quickest player can be on rotate from Xanto.
Minute on the clock. Lean over with those AKs. The M4 Tries to hold position back here to the observation window. Jimpat, Khalil leaning in, trying to check out credit card, trying to check out garage. Crocs M4 holds its nerve and will bust open the windows of observation, try and Molotov and smoke their way onto the site. Block off the entrances. Xanto turning away from flashes, engages one, gets a kill. Second player feeds himself. Third man out of Decon, does finally get the trade, but now Slen stands alone to fight alone, get a 2K in, needs an ace clutch in this round.
Even the bomb out towards observation window, not going to happen at all. Yeboah with that AWP hitting another impactful shot, and Atlantic, they're still here.
Still alive, just about, in this matchup against MOUZ.
I mean, realistically, there's 3 chances to close for MOUZ NXT. There's going to be a bye at round 27, a bye at round 29, and then half a sort of, depending on a bomb plan and what the situation is, round 30. So it's 2 to 3 good buys forward.
And the Glocks are in harshness. 5 chances for MOUZ to close this one out. Croc's already caught Nexius, so that's the start of the M4. The MOUZ, they recognise this probably isn't going to be their round. They'll do whatever they can to try and put some damage on, in particular Slen with the Deagle on the outside. Croc, not dead yet.
It's a good reposition from Croc. He realises that it must be a very light eco reposition. Do not try and fight that dry, because that's when you start losing casualties.
Fight on from Croc, 21 HP for Jimpat. Basso downstairs, drops the bomb. Croc finds Jimpat in the end. 2 left, 1 left. QQ standing alone with not a lick of damage done to the Atlantic side. Good anti-eco, very solid stuff. But now comes the real challenge.
And you wonder at what point do MOUZ NXT just call that one tactical just to refresh? Whether they do at all. Maybe they feel as if they've got them on the ropes and that pressure is almost aided better without taking the tactical, without giving that breathing room forward. 4 to go for Atlantic. And when we consider the kind of underdog teams, it's been a while since MOUZ NXT have been tested like this.
Atlantic putting in the hard yards. Another pleasant surprise in this bracket. But will it be enough to go to overtime? Will be our first overtime in the qualifier as well. How appropriate in the last best of 3. To make our long day a little bit longer. Vesta hit to receive the upper take coming in from the T sideline. Prison is going to find that first. Jimpat is traded though. It's a 4-on-4. M4 burst to Vesta, still looking for someone out towards the squeaky door ahead of that smoke. Nothing will come through. There is a T-side player that's dropped out a minute. I think he got heard.
It's all about that timing. Krisen's hoping for a rotate to come up from the secret area. Even a squeak door smoke going down. Players absolutely everywhere. Yeboah at Heaven, Basso down here at default, and even a top hut player too from Vesta. Nexius grouping back to T-Roof or even outside. Lack of nades. They might try and regroup with Krisen and work down secret if they can.
40 seconds. Yeboah set towards outside. He suspects that there might be a player. The vertical flick on Nexius is still good. Sacrificing himself to get Krisen out of dodge. But now he's got to lead the charger to the trade.
They've got a split upper, and now they've been seen. That's the bomb.
They'll have all the information they need. Krisen. Actually, there's a breakaway from Yeboah to go back towards Ram. I'm not sure what this is about. 15 seconds. The backstab's perfect. He sees one, but Basso's got it covered. 10 seconds. They've got to save. They have no choice.
Yeah, that was the play. Deal with Basso, drop him, and then just start encroaching. Put that pressure down towards upper and get the bomb down. Not to be, though. Basso now putting himself in a top fragging position. Just what we want to see from him. And Atlantic, they continue to add another round to the tally.
Perhaps this is where now start thinking about that attack.
Well, the worst case scenario here is that you've awkwardly rearranged the economy line. Because QQ and Slens, unless they get a bomb plant, are going to struggle to get a good buy-in for the next. They're at max round loss bonus. They'll need these plants.
How do you get him if you're MOUZ, though? The last 8 rounds have gone without a bomb plant at all.
It's very tough to get bomb plants on Nuke.
That's
in rounds like this as well.
Slender's already dead. Jimpat has at least grabbed the AK. That's something. Doesn't fall out of favor for the team, so they're going to need that firepower as well. The Eagle trying to look towards outside. Croc at the M4 leaning above that smoke, trying to look over the secret control. Damage done to QQ continuously. He does win a fight against Vesta though.
Croc's got to try and respond outside. This smoke's going to clear, so he might have to drop down and play passive.
It's Herd. Leans in. He's actually going to go aggressive instead. One swing. Damage done to Chris, and he eventually goes falling. The Deagle stands to Jimpat, but he can't pick it up. 4-on-2. Nexius. Even his spray is awkward, but at least he gets the trade.
Bring that bomb back to lobby. You've got QQ here. Now, no one's pressed the issue towards ramp or even into lobby. Another rotation from Basso towards main. He's waiting for them on the run out.
Okay, lean. Basso can't adjust. QQ has made this winnable. 2-on-2 now. Bombs on site. The backstab from Xanto, though. Keep your eyes on him. He's leaning in closer.
Come in from behind. They won't see it coming. Surely this is a denial if distraction comes from Heaven.
They're going to lean around to try plant Heaven's side, so there could be a chance for your Yabona to swing forward instead. Orpa's so concerned about the outside presence that they're just going to let this bomb to go down. Set up the retake.
Xanto got a flash forward for the NWP to peek.
That's in shot to connect. That's lightning fast. And now QQ is all that remains. AK wrap the corner. Spray is good. Lost man spray down the same. And that's it there for MOUZ. 16-12 coming up to another clutch right there and then. And the beauty of one of that, Dwayne. Wow. What an end to Nuke.
I can't believe you Bowen hit that ripper, mate. And it doesn't end up being the retake. Fair play to Atlantic. They put on, I mean, I expected it. Again, you're going into a very tough matchup. We saw them play a good Nuke against 777. They played phenomenally well. And it is a shame because you're going up against a top quality squad, right? You always know it's going to be a tough game. But the way that they manipulated some of those rotations, the avenues they had, this was a very winnable map at times. There were some very close rounds that came down to 1v1s, 2v2s, and for MOUZ NXT, they are very glad that they were able to actually win that on Nuke.
Very glad they won it on that round as well, because that wasn't exactly one of their big buys, right?
Yep.
We're talking about the idea of the economy being so lopsided thanks to the 2 AKs being saved and everything, and it would have just been more awkward after that fact. So the fact that clutch came through, the fact it was a round victory and a map victory right there and then is pretty massive for them, because there is a chance I think it really would have gone to overtime had it come through for Atlantic. 16-12 on the opening map of the series. That was the map pick of Atlantic as well, Dwayne. We had our doubts about whether or not the map identity for the map pool identity rather for MOUZ NXT was going to be any sort of hindrance to them with that opening map pick. However, for Atlantic, it might not matter. Vertigo is next. Is there any hope?
It's limited. I've seen some Vertigo here from Atlantic, and it's okay. It's not bad, but MOUZ NXT is the best map in the pool. It's a comfortable one. They've picked it 13 times in the last 3 months, and the only one after that is Overpass at 6. So when you weigh up just how many times Vertigo gets played, it's won a lot, it's picked a lot, and it should be a 2-0 for MOUZ NXT.
2-0 calls Dweg, 2-0 calls I for that matter, so we'll head towards a break and see whether or not there is any sort of life, whether or not they can pull a 7 AM off in our second map of our final best of 3 of the Heroes of Lofoten qualifier. Well, here we are on for our 2-0, as was predicted. MOUZ NXT taking over Nuke. Not an easy affair, to be fair, on that map up, but still, it is a map that has gone their way. It's now their pick of Vertigo up next to Egg. And I don't think there's much hope there for Atlantic now in this series.
There can't be a massive amount. Again, MOUZ NXT are a very good Vertigo team. 12 wins and 4 losses in the last 3 months from them.
Yeah, not looking good at all right now from the outset. And look, maybe there could be a surprise, right? Like, we talk about the idea of a 2-0, obviously indicating confidence on the part of MOUZ NXT in that sort of sense. But that was, I don't want to say a confident map per se, it was a map win, but that still was like a 16-12 scoreline. So it still was pushed back quite far by Atlantic. Even on halves, we didn't think they were going to hold contention. They still held a contest and they still made it as close as possible.
Yeah, we actually did see Vertigo being picked by Atlantic against Tricked in a local competition just before Basso joined the lineup. So we've actually seen them play into Vertigo, and they got 11 rounds against Tricked. So there's been some moments where Vertigo's been okay. But yeah, again, you're going up against a different class. And I think for MOUZ NXT, Vertigo's a very strong map for them and always has been.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's funny to say the star players of this MOUZ NXT side have not necessarily been the stars in terms of that last map up. QQ was the guy that was able to close it out. For that side, he ended up to 26 picks in that last map as well. So much great emphasis from him. And just the prowess in general of MOUZ NXT, like, it just looks so solid in terms of what they can do. And when they look great, they look fantastic. I think the only concern is really down at Atlantic showing up their own individual prowess at times, and it feels like, again, some teams might underestimate them in what they can do, because again, they've shown us a good series so far.
Yeah, and hopefully, I don't want to say they can send it to a third, but they can get their teeth stuck in and give us another good showing, because again, they've proved in a lot of best of threes that they can keep it tight against some strong teams, and map 1 was a perfect example of that.
Yeah, I think so too. I have to agree on that particular front. Again, I think it's going to be close. I'm hoping it's going to be close. For no other reason, I just want it to be a nice end to what has been an already pretty fantastic week. It's been a long day as well, Blake. And for MOUZ NXT, like, obviously, part of the reason why things have probably been a little bit sour for them over on Nuke could have been down to the fatigue. But based on what we've seen so far, I don't think fatigue is going to cost them this map up here.
No, it doesn't seem that way. I mean, so far in advance, we saw an overtime victory for the likes of Atlantic against EC Brugge. We've seen some victories against Pact, some very close performances against Sashi. So a few times that Vertigo's come in.
But not quite at the caliber that we're talking about here with MOUZ NXT. And that's always been the big concern for all of our underdogs over the course of today's proceedings. MOUZ set and ready to take their spot in Lofoten. They are one map away from doing so, so we are this damn close to deciding our final squad involved in the Lofoten land. It's pistol round of Vertigo. Going live and immediately going unlive as we have a tech pause due to a disconnection.
No problem at all.
Never.
One thing that I would like to add, Slend, best map since playing with MOUZ NXT is actually Vertigo. So I'm going to be keen to get an eye on him, because we saw them pick it against Onyx in that round of 16, and they had an 11-4 T-side half, so very one-sided from the outset.
Yeah. Of course, MOUZ currently in position in prime angles to take control of this matchup, given the map victory basis that they have at the moment. Again, we've waxed lyrical about their stats on this map up, and again with the emphasis involved in the last map and what's happened there.
Well, they only beat the Godsend team yesterday on Vertigo 16-10, and that's a team that's actually on the rise.
That's a good squad.
Yeah, they're doing not too bad.
When you talk about on the rise teams, none of them are more on the rise than MOUZ NXT.
Yeah, definitely so. I think the further we get into the conversation of who is the biggest threat out towards the LAN itself is probably quite tight-knit. I mean, I'm very much looking forward to the Swedish derby between Prospects and Young Ninjas, only because that's been played before on a grand final on LAN. It's been played in the play-in stage of last season's Academy League. It's been played in CCT as well, so there's actually been quite a few head-to-heads between those two Swedish teams.
Always excited to see a Swedish derby. It was one of our closer matches over the course of this bracket as well, our Swedish derby.
It was.
Yeah. Surprisingly so in 9 Academy now.
That was a surprise. I'm going to have to definitely get my my pen and paper out and look back at some of the teams that went out early in the round of 16, because there were some good pieces. Deep and Ockand looked to be quite promising on that lineup.
Of course, Dwayne will be doing that for his future demo reviews.
Yes,
So
I am definitely going to be doing something this event.
So he can farm the views when they actually break it through to tier 1, like he always does.
Mate, I've done pretty well so far, actually. I've got like a list, a database, and there are so many that I put in there and didn't find the time to do that have now made the jump to tier 1. I was like, damn. One of them, as an example, was the Crimbo debut for alternate attacks, I think. And then went to Big Academy, and then went on Big. I was like, great.
Wow. It's okay, Dwayne, because you got your revenge back and then get eliminated to 0-0 prospects. So.
Yeah. Yeah,
small victories.
We'll see what happens with Big Academy, because even though I don't think, I mean, I definitely put the prospects as the favorite in that game by a smidge. That's disappointing, not being able to qualify from LAN after having a fairly poor exit in the last season of the Academy League. So I do wonder what's in store for Big Academy for the next few months. It's the first time we've seen them in a MistGames event as well.
I wonder what else they're playing at the moment, because I imagine Meister Shaft would be the obvious thing that they'd be competing in at the moment. They are playing in Elisa, so there's that. Do they get invited, or do they play in the contender stage?
Yeah, not
Yeah,
sure.
they play the contender stage, so they made it through that particular Swiss into the main stage, so they have an opportunity to prove themselves again in another tier 2 tournament, another one of those academy squads that end up growing to the tier 2 events.
We have seen Atlantic in the past with different iterations of the lineup actually get some decent tier 2 exposure. That was when they still had Croc and Gizmo on the lineup itself, so slightly different variation to what we know today.
We'll talk about their potential in tier 2 a little bit later on. For now, we have to jump in to this matchup live again. Take 2. MOUZ NXT versus Atlantic here on Vertigo. The MOUZ pick leaning into the pistol round. The Glocks and USBs pulled out as they try and qualify it for Lofoten. Julie's in for Croc, and there it is. Shot on Krisen, kicks things off.
A slight over-rotation there for a moment for your Bowen, but because that kill comes through from Croc, that actually gives them more of an information to start stacking up, bringing players back over. MOUZ and NXT have just got to focus on trying to get this bomb down.
Smoke set on. Molotovs at the ready. Body block would have been heard there. Molotovs onto the headshot position. Slen tagged up. Jimpat is going to fall next. 5 on 3. It's Atlantic that have the man advantage, but the site is under T-side control. Slend making a double, almost a triple happening against Vesta. He's on 3 HP. Slend on 19. And Atlantic will try their hand at this retake.
These Julies from Crocs just trying to get that second position in, try and force that default angle out in the open, and QQ drops.
2 left here on the T side. It's going to be Nexius that does the heavy lifting. The bomb's in the open. Swing forward. Headshot is going to get gained against Slen, but Nexius there with one back of his own. 1 on 2. Tap that bomb. They think he might still be at the ramp control. Out towards Samex. He's going to get checked, and he cannot seem to hit the shot back here. Defuse at 10 seconds. Plenty of time for it. It will be a pistol for Atlantic.
A good attempt there from Slen to recover things, because that was quite awkward on the site take. They had a lot of players falling, a lot of casualties, and he's able to make it winnable for a moment. Not quite being able to extend it all the way over the line. Bomb plot goes through, so probably should see a force up.
There's guns in play. Indeed, the Galils will follow suit for the T side line. Jimpat should also be able to get one out. Yep, Galil, Kevlar helmet. No utility for him. Generally pretty limited across the T side line. That's why they call it a force bite. Atlantic. 3 M4s on the contrary.
Early cross out here towards the bottom of the B stairs from Xanto, while Croc's holding the top side. The only person out on the other opportunity in that connector split is going to be QQ. Even Basso jiggling down with a teammate out from the bottom of the ramp, Sandbags. Just spotting for information.
Spray through the M4. Vesta taking a fight that he doesn't quite win out. Doesn't lose his life either. Xanto, meanwhile, M4. In at the corner of the stairs. Smokes on. Suppression. Spray. Lines up against the 2K. USP pulled out against the last to try to provide suppressing flow. He's got the bomb control, so he's done his job.
Xanto's done everything. Great bait there from Croc just to pull that distraction. And this round's over.
Yep, pretty much. 5 on 3. Yes, a couple of easy trades on Xanto Investor, but with that bomb in the position it is, the crossfire will slowly come together for the CT side. And Xanto's still sticking around for more. Might get that kill easy. Everybody else is going to not be that simple. Looks of the T side getting a bit deeper, trying to find a bit of position over in this gap. I think they smoked themselves off from the bomb itself, though. So again, just covering fire, suppressing from Atlantic. Jibbo actually finds Jim Pat. Blind Xanto gets another one on Slend.
And Nexus just hoping for one kill. Something not to be. Atlantic, a very good second round from them.
All 5 alive.
Can't ask for any more than that up against a force.
Got a bit close on Xanto Investor, so it's a bit unfortunate for MOUZ NXT that he couldn't finish off those kills. The reality we live in is one where MOUZ do not get the start here, and Atlantic do look pretty respectable again in the early game. Only upgrade pistols, not a lot of anything else invested in from the T-side line. No Kevlar, little utility. Partial eco status as Nexius tries to take the Tech 9, one of the only upgrades that they have in this round, into the alley position, spamming away. Tang and Basso down to 23. Can't quite take him away.
Investor realizes he can't continue to hold aggressively out there towards the front side of Crane. Basso with the re-molly out to the scaff. Forces MOUZ NXT to keep fighting and keep pressing.
Investor boost up. Sees 1 and 2, even with the jump phase, gets the kill on both those players. $1,200 in the bank. Early double. Looking for a little bit more. Barely makes it a triple with Yeboah and Basso there to clean up the rest of the pieces. Payday for the CT side with 2 rounds where all 5 stay alive. 2 kills on the SMG in that previous one. Money is flowing. The guns return from MOUZ meanwhile.
Yeah, typically we see a pretty good T-side, actually, from MOUZ NXT. They have a round win percentage of 61.3 across the last 3 months on their T-side. So that's in the ballpark of 8+ rounds. Atlantic may have the opening start, but you'd have to expect soon enough the rifles are going to be able to trump up here for MOUZ.
Quick in from Nexia, spray through, catches Vesta. There's a start. Less than half HP, down to 29, in fact, with the HE support. Yeboah edge of the smoke alongside Basso with the crossfire.
Volley out to that alley position. Another one up to the sandbags. Just try and work that alley control. This is a pretty much full gamble stack. You've got Croc as the only player that's keeping eyes on mid and B.
Nades on Nexius. Responsive held, flash in for QQ, trying to jump phase. Got the smokes up for the CT forces. AK in, Croc. Trying to lean forward, trying to find an angle to play with. Can't see that T-side play. He has escaped though. Is he going to dive down?
No, he's going to hold. He's going to wait for the smokes to start to clear. Get a 1-for-1. That's all he needs.
Ready at the smoke. Ooh, he's heard the sprays. About to see 4 players and realise that he is a den man. Advantage MOUZ, swing forward. Second player also spotted. The spray's a bit awkward against Xanto. He's alive at 36, but can't defend the site. Bomb will go down. Save call here for Atlantic.
Now that 1 kill made it all. And this is something that you're going to notice when you are the underdog and you're playing in a qualification game, is that 1 kill can oftentimes just throw the round completely. A slight reposition. Might have even been a slight moment of hesitation as well, because it seemed like Croc wanted to get out to danger, but then as soon as there was spam, he sort of gets stuck and he's caught in 2 minds, and then eventually when that smoke clears, where do you aim? There's 3 T-side players all sitting there on the stairs position. There's just nothing that you can do.
It's an opening round for MOUZ as a result. There's money to play with here on Atlantic, though. They've got the savings. They've got their reinvestment on Vesta and Croc. 3 rifles saved is definitely going to aid in their economy state.
And what do you think of the idea that MOUZ has beaten every team 2-0 in a MistGame event? Like, the only ones that they've lost is obviously against Fnatic Rising.
Well,
but they 2-0'd Flames Ascent, they 2-0'd OG Academy, they 2-0'd Eternal Fire Academy, they 2-0'd Onyx, and now they're 1 up in the series already.
Well, you also think about the fact that, as you mentioned earlier as well, Atlantic have only ever had 2 1 series in the tournament.
Yeah,
so one of those streaks about to get broken. Nade damage done to Nexius. I do feel like it would be more likely that the 2-1 streaks are broken here right now, because MOUZ are up by a map. Burst through Vesta, burning alive, and the Molotovs put out there towards the sandbags. And it must be there next year, up close and personal against Basso, pushed forward, dead to rights, M4 back into Vesta though, finds the trade.
And Nexius just isn't in a tough enough position to peek out in the open. You've got Slen still waiting for some hyper-aggression to come from the bottom of the ramp. Sandbags are up there at Crane. CT's got to try and reposition themselves very deep and back passive on A to defend.
AWP in fact looking towards the mid control. Bowen watching and waiting. More Molotovs being sent towards sandbags. More times the T sides will test them. M4 smoke up to the backside. Molotovs also coming in for them. Nade sent. HE's back, landing pretty nicely on Slend, but Vesta was to fall away.
Just try and clear out all of this alley and yellow position before they can focus in on getting the plant down. Tap it once, try and draw the util, get it down the second time.
Attempted spray is not connecting to QQ's head. Nexus with a flashbang. He's not going to move from there though. Smokes and flashes will continue to come forward here from the T side line, suppressing as much as they can. Counter smokes in from the CTs. QQ will finally leave that bombing position. They can get on it for the moment being. Vesta in particular pushes ahead, finds QQ in the corner of the site. On the defuse they hold, trying to force these T-side players out. There isn't a stick at this moment though. Quick swing, Xanto and Vesta more picks in. Slen out towards Sandbags, engaging one, gets the kill, and the second needs to find the diffuser, but he's miscommunicated. He thought it was default. It was ahead of the box instead. And MOUZ will lose one more back to Atlantic.
Good retake there from Atlantic. They tap that bomb once. They try and draw as many of those players out in the open as possible. And for Slend, it ends up being a 1v4 clutch scenario. Always very difficult when you're by yourself and you're out to the sandbag. Can't argue with the scoreline, though. This does look very promising here for the Danes. Your favorite, Jay?
I'm not saying anything.
Okay. But you just did. Haha!
Not in relation to that. Say something in relation to that though. Slend, another opening pick of the AWP. Bowen. First man to fall. This time it's MOUZ with the opening advantage. And not much more other than that. They're going to try and take map control up here towards this ramp position. Walks forward against Croc. AK standing. But just holding.
Vesta trying to just create an angle behind that utility, but nothing is really coming in. A regroup towards mid for a couple of individuals. MOUZ and NXT have got plenty of map control. They're actually just giving up on ramp completely. Not interested in it at all.
Okay, Q finds Croc, sees a second player as well. Santo caught off, damaged up a little bit. Eventually will fall alongside Chris and finding Basso and Vesta is all that remains. 1 on 5. He's caught 2, so it's down to 3. Is he going to try and commit towards this? He's got no kit on him. Smoke, molly, flash, leaning in. Another good 1v1 isolated. This starts to look on here, like. As soon as I say that.
Yeah, I would have liked to have seen it, but he's got to be smart here. If he holds, they can still buy next round. If he goes for that, and there probably was a decent chance. Got molly, got a smoke, and he picks up an orb. Okay, it's worth the save.
Yeah, now I can concur to that. I was going to say, like, well, if you went for it and you won it, it would have been a hero moment, and you would have kept the 5-1, the streak running for Atlantic. But now that he's found the AWP, that does seem like the smarter call. Money looks great. So there will be a buy here for Atlantic.
Drop that over to your big man of your Bowen. Looked pretty good out on Nuke. Looked pretty good in that series against 777.
Your big man, your Bowen.
Yeah, I like that.
Yeah.
Feel like I could be Danish one day. Start spamming all the smokes, know all the util. Just play Nuke and Vertigo.
That's it?
Yeah, man, that's like a Danish special.
Those two maps and pugs, yeah?
Yeah. Just all the time.
In before bin men practice sessions is going to be Nuke and Vertigo for the rest of time.
Gotta do what you gotta do to win, Joe.
Molly sent by next AK drop in. Nice incendiary body block right there by the man. Sprays through from Vesta trying to catch the damage, but only 70 points of HP down towards him, so not all that successful of a wallbang. Vesta could get caught off by Crizzen, and indeed he will be.
Your Bowen doesn't quite get that peak on the contact.
What?
Oh, AWP's been seen now. He's trapped.
Headshot peak, incendiary back, smoke ready for your Bowen, puts it down. Tries to see if he can hide himself and tries to see if he can pick up a chance. Bassamim on the other side of the crossfire, finding Jimpat. That's decent. Nades responded to miss. Molly, the Orpa tries to flick, but Slend doesn't quite find him.
And now there's a hole to escape. 4v4, one more smoke left. MOUZ NXT have got all the CTs around them.
Didn't see the player over at Tiles, but Basso got two anyway, alongside Xanto and his responsive. Suddenly leaves it all on QQ, 1 on 3. Picks up the first, pulls out with the bomb on his back.
Xanto saw him going, so have to start getting that rotate over. How much can QQ find off of this? Now, he doesn't have any nades. It's going to be tough to get the plant in and then start fighting straight away.
Just go for the plant first and foremost, one step at a time. It's very open. No one's going to peek him, though, not in that particular moment. And he backs off smartly towards stairs.
Yeah, Bowen might have called out that he hasn't crossed, so they might think he's out to that right-hand side. Checking it anyway.
Very passive. He thinks it's a backstab. Both players on the bomb already right now. Smoke on. Diffuse being stuck. Spray got to come through behind the boxes. That's perfect. Tap burst through. Not like it matters if Santo wins this fight. Yabone was already on it. Was not going to move an inch. And not great post plant there for me.
Well, the thing is, he's got to try and give himself some leverage. So planting there almost makes you think that he's not going to be the stairs. But the problem is, if they stick it, there's nothing you can do.
Yeah.
You've got to give yourself that 1v1. If he wins the fight, then he starts walking up the ramp. Maybe he gets off it. MOUZ NXT, not the easiest of T-sides right now. They're being punished.
5-2.
And this is the kind of series where you look at Atlantic's performance on map 1, you look at their performance on map 2, and even though it's in the back of your mind, even though it's right down there, you do think this is the kind of series that Atlantic could somehow force an upset in. Because out of all the upsetting games, I think it goes down this sort of path. And the only two teams that have upset are Atlantic and 7am. And Atlantic are the last team left that have at least caused an upset.
They're setting ready to try and pull off another one right here, especially on this map. Remember, Nuke started off with a 5-1 lead before MOUZ were able to overtake it entirely. So it's not like this is completely out of the realm of reality or out of what we could expect out of this matchup. Again, Atlantic have shown themselves to be quite a force to be reckoned with, and unexpectedly so. Jimpat clocks in against the positions held in the mid-control. The tactical pause was taken there by MOUZ, trying to set up Nexius in with that AK. One deagle shot from QQ. Vesta and Basso have caught two others, however. So advantage sits with the CT side most definitively.
Even Xanto is trying to keep his eyes locked towards that mid-portion. Him and Croc have to play off one another. It's a boost up. Does this get seen? Yes, it does.
4 on 2. Xanto, nicely done. QQ covered one M4 at least, but won't be able to go past so much as Croc in that case. 6-2 to the board. Atlantic. 4 rounds up. MOUZ and NXT now have their chance to close that gap again. Rifles will be inbound.
Yeah, we saw Vertigo being played in that consolidation final in the Heroes of Tomorrow Fall. Up against Fnatic Rising. It was a 16-14 to come through from MOUZ NXT. At the time, it was Fnatic Rising's map pick. So even against the top squads, we've seen Vertigo come out even when it's not their pick. Jimpat out towards the mid-control. You don't often see anyone standing on top of the generator. That definitely is an off angle.
Nades on, damage done to QQ. AWP being passed back and forth from Xanto. Will try and grab it, get it out of the way. Force forward. Nexius. Swing. Yeah, not that great spray. Vesta also tries to transfer back and forth. Basso does find QQ in the top bang. It's 4 on 4. Decent effort there. There's the follow-up.
Slend being incendiaried out, has to start moving. Got to be careful about how wide he extends the angle. Oh, backstab too. Like this.
That kill clearing up the B stairs. Oh, Jimpat's caught him. Mistimed by Croc. Advantage T-side once again. Nexius, his AK holds and Vesta wraps over. Smoke's coming down. Lean in to try and hold off the back of the A side.
Oh, Jimpat just tries to sell the B lurk. they haven't over-rotated. They've still got 2 CTs towards A.
They got that kill and they recognize that he's the only player out there. They haven't seen anything else, so they're just going to stick with it until they get proven otherwise. Nexius catching best of the bomb going down. Xanto will look for the third player, thinking it might be in the corner plant. It's not. Prison deals with him, and Basso's just got to save.
I feel for Basso. He's the only one that's got picks in this round. But what's everyone else done?
Did extremely well on the B defensive, so, you know, like, it's the A side that's letting down.
Got to point the finger. Yeah, that's it. That's it. Well, Jay made the symbol for everyone that didn't see it. I saw it. I imagined it.
And you can see it on Dweg's vlog when it comes out.
Yeah. MOUZ NXT. Are we going to see them in Lofoten? Does it take an extra map?
Well, look, they have a map in hand already, and they're starting to claw things back here against Atlantic. Again, I'll make the point I just mentioned earlier by Nuke. It was a 5-1 start for Atlantic before MOUZ took over the game and then did what they did, as we all saw. So it's not like it could cut both ways at this stage, because it really is one of those things.
You can start seeing the way that it goes back into like a competitive scoreline just with the money, the way that it sits. Money's very low right here for Atlantic. So this is a massive swing round because there's not much loss bonus for either squad. There's not much savings in the reserve for either squad. So whoever comes out on top here in round number 10 can put a massive amount of impact to follow towards the tail end of the half.
Especially for MOUZ. It's kind of victory, which be the prime position. I was going to say the prime position to start to build momentum, get some rounds in a row, because they've only had individual ones up to this point. But you're bowing, man alive. That is a shot and a half to kick things off. Barely even had an angle against Prison here.
Xanto, even in the off angle towards mid's done well. Vesta jiggling down, looking out to the tops. Nexius to fall. Atlantic just picking up so much success in this ramp side.
Flash is over, Molotov's in. Slend trying to prod forward, 5-on-3 situation still. MOUZ has still lost control. Trying to rotate back to that B site where Croc and Xanto were holding.
So you've got a bait angle. Croc playing out here towards that quad. Even Xanto jiggling down towards default. And a third player from Basso that can be quick on rotate. I'll be very surprised if MOUZ even get a bomb plant.
Jimpat certainly won't. Xanto pick. More incoming. Smokes back to try to buy some cover, but now Slen's falling. QQ stands alone, 7-3 to the board. Yeah, this is not looking good right now for the MOUZ side. I mean, again, it was the big chance to swing. They had an opportunity to reset the economy. Atlantic, however, getting away confident and now getting away with a decent shout at this one here.
Would have been nice to get a bomb plant.
Yep.
It might have actually allowed a hero AK buy for Jimpat. I know sometimes MOUZ NXT like to go for that investment just because he can get so much out of it. Very similar to what Masonic do with Torsen. But not to be that extra cash injection not coming in. Atlantic trying to see if they can get some double digits at the half.
Taps to the Eagles. Prison does at least land on Crocs. That's a decent start here towards the B stairs. Boost up as well. Head a banger. One player trying to hunt for more. Basso detects him, bit awkward with spray, but does come through with the kill in the end. QQ down. It's 4-4.
And this is again Basso putting on a very good showing on map number 1, going into map number 2 and doing the same. Exactly what you want from him with the backup dancers of Xanto and Vesta. Now they did have a lurk towards the bottom of the forklift in there from Nexius, who didn't see anything being aggressed down, so they know that they can regain some of this ramp control back.
Now starting to prod forward. Made a little bit of noise out there. Vesta and Yaboin, happy to play a bit passive though. Actually playing towards the mid control. They think that B is going to be the play. That bomb. Gonna have to commit completely dry and careful. Trying to peek forward. One player is on site. It's Chris and the man has got to get here though.
They need to take some fights, and that's what Nexius is thinking. Good attempt.
Didn't work though. Jimpat, similar story. Basso takes the frag. Slend up next. Oh, never mind. Prison in the backline gets caught. The PT50 does catch one player. No more than that though. It's 8 rounds to the board of Atlantic. As it, unlike Nuke, they will win the opening half.
You can see what MOUZ NXT are trying to attempt. They realise we've got a bomb plant, but what are we actually going to do with it? We don't have the weaponry, we don't have the armor, we don't have the util. Let's start taking some fights. Let's catch players in transition, maybe rotating in or even with nades out. Take that advantageous duel towards the elevators, not to be. Double AKs and the AWP continuing to be safe for Atlantic. MOUZ NXT back in with a rifle round, and Slend, even though he's been a top performer on Vertigo in their 10 officials that have last been paid, we have not seen much from him.
Well, MOUZ got a bomb plant in that previous round, so they will have a buyback. But this is the point where you start asking them to make something of that buyback. When you start asking them to get another round, to get a streak in. It's still possible to make this 8-7. We just need to see signs of that potential.
Nexius and Co down here towards the bottom of the ramp portion. Flash over. Want to try and put some pressure onto your Bowen, who's playing up towards the left-hand side of the sandbags. He's even got Vesta up at 51. It's a proper bait setup here towards the ramp contact because it's very deep, and Vesta actually drops to the AWP.
A frag on. Incendiary on for Basso. Nexius. Molotov's back, and Xanto on the defensive line will keep himself held. AK for Nexius. Close right for one CT. Struggles with the kill, but does find Basso in the end. That's an advantage. That's another 5-on-3. MOUZ NXT now working in their favor.
Yeah, they're hoping that there's a counter rotation, that they end up back on B. It does not seem likely at all. Even that kill towards Ali was a team flash there for your Bowen. Repositioning and just gets one. That's not good enough from that position. That's going to have to be a save now.
Starman Impact with that trade. And you're right about that. Croc and Xanto, no choice in the matter.
Maybe you look for exits. You put yourself in a position where you might get away with 1 or 2 more picks, but nothing's going to get presented.
Exits at best. That's all we're looking at here. Plant will come down eventually from Crizzen. Well, I said they had to make something of this round here. I said they had to follow suit. Now the next step is improving upon that. Again, this will be the 4th round for MOUZ, not just in terms of the scoreboard itself, but the 4th round they've gotten individually, which have been responded to by Atlantic. It was round 4, at which they had a retake in the round following that on Atlantic. Round 6, 2 rounds came through. Round 9, at which point the last 2 rounds just came back from Atlantic to get them up to 8-3. And then there's this one here and now. Will it be followed up by the CT side?
Atlantic got to be thinking to themselves how they want to adapt to the top ramp portion, because they were punished there. Slend found that opening kill onto Vesta towards 51, and from that point onwards, players just started falling. MOUZ, really, for their sake, they've got to grind back to at least 6, I think. 6 is fairly comfortable to go into your second half with.
Well, guns will return as Atlantic try and let MOUZ walk no further than 4. Or AK set in to respond towards that. 1 AK at least for Croc. Firepower in the automatic, and Slend's AWP posted. Sees his man, but his man is your Bowen. And he has been winning these fights out here at ramp.
He's been playing very well. Vesta up onto the corner. Basso out there towards the alley angle. MOUZ NXT just need to get a fight back. Everyone's going to even regroup towards ramp. They're going to not even bring Jim Hat with a lurk anymore.
Incendiary's on with Xanto leaning forward. Damage done to Chris, and Jim Pat will fall off the back of 1 trade. But Nexius responds with 2 more, turning the tide back in the favor of MOUZ. A 3-on-2 favored for them. But the HP is low on at least 2 players, tagged up on all 3. Basso, 100 HP on the defense.
What a spray transfer. And now MOUZ NXT can slow it down. Wait for an overpeak. It seems like a battle is going to get presented out here at Alley.
Could well be a rotation from the T side. Nexius falling back. That bomb's on its way out. He'll cover off the exits and try and escape as they start prodding back, though. Basso's going to get the information. Croc's going to have to go back towards that B site. Both sides as slow as each other. I think MOUZ are going to beat them there.
They might beat them there, but Basso can still set up a really quick backstab. And they're not actually going to B stairs. They're now hearing this rotation in CT spawn.
They know what to do. Croc continuing to give away his position piece by piece. QQ now able to respond, but Croc gets that 1 kill. Nexius, fortunately, quick to the responsive. And now Basso on the wraparound. Molotov sent to his position. They read that backstab so well. He's going to burn as he can't make it top of the box. That nade sent to Sai, doing damage, but no kill.
And look at the way that Nexus isn't peeking, using this double stack for cover. And Krizen's got an AWP. They could just play off one another. There should be no chance here for Basso.
Won't stop him from trying. Taking shots. Been known for a while. A flashbang in his hands, but opting against throwing it, opting against committing to this retake. Holding onto the M4 for a round. As after a long and grueling effort, MOUZ will find it within a string 2 in a row and claim number 5.
And that is a very unfortunate read there from Atlantic because they've actually done so much right. They've gone for the info play. They've realized there's nothing tops. Now, normally in that kind of late round situation, if you don't see anyone, you think they're going B stairs, they're going for the B site hit. It's actually back up the ladder towards mid. Very uncharacteristic in that late round to do that. And that's why all that noise was exposed. And when the CT player dropped, that was it. Basso felt as if he had the backstab towards B stairs, but not to be. MOUZ and NXT make it a 5th and cripple the economy even further.
USP is on 4, hard stack in, Jim back space in the broad front force to the CT side, unfortunately. Yeah, I saw that too.
He's hanging on for dear life.
As are Atlantic in their land chances right here. 6 to the board of MOUZ, making it a bit of a formality. Basso backed up. AK probably the save at this stage. I don't see him doing much else here.
No, it doesn't seem likely. MOUZ getting quite a bit out of that mid walk. Basso's going to get hunted eventually. It's all about whether they can spot him early on. Jibhat's still out towards mid. Everybody else is regaining that top ramp control. You ain't got a lurker QQ towards the B stairs.
.55 on the clock. Basso holding back. Bomb trying to commit, going down to the A site. Plan to be secured, and there isn't really much left in it for Basso. Just hiding back here at white. I wonder if MOUZ will go hunting here. The money isn't fantastic for them. But to get rid of an AK from the CT side going into the next gun round, it might be justifiable.
It'd probably be a good idea because they've only got one more round left of the half, don't they? So
yeah, good shout.
Everyone's got pretty good money. Jibhat's got heaps. Slen's got heaps. Nexus has got loads. So yeah, send players out, and that's what eventually they're going to be doing.
2 players on the stairs are the biggest threat right now to Basso. Engaging, finding prison. Molotov sent, and indeed he loses his fight. Jim Pats supporting QQ's kill. And there will be no AKs for the CTs going into round 15. One more round of the half. MOUZ and NXT, 1 away from making it the closest half possible. Bringing together the last 4 of this half, in fact, to try and make it so.
Atlantic, very similar to Nuke. It feels as if they should be rewarded with more rounds in the first half with how they've played. But that's oftentimes the caveat when you're playing some of these top teams, is you will be scrutinized for the smallest of mistakes.
Oh,
even that one, Vesta's done nothing wrong. That's just a complete timing shot right there for the AWP.
Beauty kill. Flames extinguish. QQ following suit on Croc as well. A 5-on-3. The AWPs are trying to get involved for Yabo and wrap out towards this ramp control, and they're going to try and escape here on the T-side line. B's completely opened up here, by the way. 5-on-3, no rotations called. Yebone's going to try and catch the information. Nexus, meanwhile, walking in towards Ali, where Basso's going to catch him.
And they can start rotating players back over because Yebone's not seeing anything at all. You're right about B being taken. QQ hasn't acted straight away, so Xanto's actually got some time to get into position.
Slowly but surely we'll get there. Flashes are being sent with Molotovs on the bomb. Looks to go down. Xanto also has flashes, nades, going right past him. Flash forward, lean in, spray through. 1 T-side player up close. That's Jimpat isolating 1 and 2. Perfect from him. Coming into life to top out the board for his team. Basso does get QQ to return the response. Now looks to do a little bit more here. This clutch needs to be attempted. 13 HP though. AWP wrapped in upon, looking for the shot to the back, and the Tech 9 from Slen is good enough. 8-7. Atlantic still hold the lead, but MOUZ, what a recovery.
And MOUZ have worked insanely hard towards the tail end of that half to keep it competitive. It looked as if Atlantic had what it took to start running away with it. Found themselves in a very good position. Looked as if it was almost definite that double digits was going to be calling. And for MOUZ NXT, this is when they can only strengthen.
With a CT side half. Atlantic going to knuckle down. This could well be the final half of the week. USPs and Glocks. No major upgrades in the weapon firepower. There's utility on one individual and engagement from Yebowen looking for the first pick, but not quite able to land it. Xanto and Smoke up sight. They're going to hit A.
Try and get that bomb down straight away. Have to be a retake heavy setup. Double nades might be able to deny the bomb if it gets stuck rather than tapped.
Going to wait back for it. QQ holds his nerve. Tapped ones. They're going to try and pay in those nades, but they're not going to come down yet. They call their bluff. Second attempt will do it. Nades land perfectly, and Croc is the first casualty of the T side.
And that's a sit-up. Well read there for MOUZ, and now they might even disrespect it.
Nexius and QQ pressing on to left standing at the T-side line. Xanto picked up next. Vesta left alone. 1 on 5 on the defuse with a smoke in play. Detected and just tapped up by Jim Pat. All alive on the CT side. Pistol gained for MOUZ.
At least there's a bomb plant. At least Atlantic can buy it up. Get those Galils out.
Yep.
Good idea there for Atlantic. Bring pace. Get the bomb down straight away. But I like that from MOUZ, right? I mean, a lot of the time we know T's are going to fake it the first time, get it down the second, don't get baited. But then even that, they flash forward before the smoke goes in. Before the bomb goes down, I should say. And that way you just create chaos on the site. You make it really uncomfortable for Atlantic that as soon as that bomb goes down, where do you reposition? You just can't.
They're not going to opt to go for the forced invest here for Atlantic. They'll go for the early rifles instead. Upgrade pistols on Deagles for 4. No Kevlar bought. No automatics bought. Jim Pat and Nexius will suffer for that regardless. The hand cannons have done their work to do the damage, alongside QQ also taking damage himself. No kills found yet though. Vesta spots, taps. Can't land the kill against QQ though.
At what point do they just see the person up towards bang up? Well, now's the question. QQ deals with that first, and for Atlantic, you're just hoping that you could just get a couple of picks off of this one, make it expensive.
Vesta falling.
What do you reckon about a couple of A1Ss still?
A1S still king.
Really? Is that like a troll, or that you being serious?
That's my opinion.
You reckon it's still king?
I've always been an A1S user. I always have been, always will be.
For the matter of the skins, or the matter of the actual weapon?
The weapon.
Because I've got a cracking skin, and now I can't use it.
I had a, I can't remember the name of the skin now for the M4A4, which turned me over to the M4A4. But then
what, like the Hyper Beast or something?
No, because the Hyper Beast is M4A1S. It's actually funny you mentioned that, because I had the great skin for the M4A4, which turned me over to using it exclusively for that. And then I got the Hyper Beast for M4A1S, and I switched back to the M4A1S.
I remember when they put the Asimov on the AK, and it's like, can't lads. What's going on?
It looks good to me.
I like red line. Red line's the way.
I like it. Well, I mean, in that case, all pulse has a red line, so why not give the AK an Asimov?
No.
I like it. I think it's good. Oh. Skins aside. 9 to 8 to the board for MOUZ. Advantage sits with them by a single round. The AK sit in for Atlantic, trying their best to hold presence. Desperate to get an opening kill here.
Well, Krog's waiting for a timing. He's waiting for one of these B-site anchors to start repositioning, getting closer up to wide, or even crossing out from that default position. But so far, it's on the back wall of the site, meaning that Krog's just not seeing anything.
So, invest the spray. Trying to catch off individuals, but so far, so little has been gained. Croc leaning forward as Vesta looks around, does get engaged upon. Nexius opens things up. Xanto with a responsive, but that MP9 still pressing only for a moment. He backs away.
He needs help, and he needs help now for Crizzen. Line up with a wall bang.
Waiting. But not timing it right. Tried his best. Basso just allowed full reign of the alley control. And that makes it easy pickings for Atlantic. Jimpat, though, comes back with 2. Comes back with almost 3. 10 HP on Basso next. Croc needs to provide support with that bomb to go down. Here is there a nade. Smokes instead. Engagement spray does not transfer. QQ engaging against the first and the second. Using Jimpat's sacrifice to a perfection. And MOUZ finds 10.
And if I'm Basso, I'm fuming, man. Because he's literally just got them a double entry from Ali. And it's the small things there. Jimpat should not be able to do that. Again, that's the kind of player that he is, to create opportunities. But I look at that round from Atlantic and think they've got so much on the run up to A, and Jimpat's just got a multi-kill, which is then set up QQ for the clutch. But that's so close. That's one round we might look back on and say if Atlantic win that, we might be going to a third. That's what we're talking about with the thinnest of margins.
But rest it on Jimpat to have the most impactful kills when they need it the most.
Of course.
Glowing prospect of MOUZ NXT, and he's showing exactly why. Top of the board for his team. Not in the server, that's only goes to Basso, fortunately for Atlantic. Sprays on Vesta's part, nades on. Blend tagged up. Gonna do as much as they can from behind that smoke. The CTs are forced to back away. Meanwhile, Xanto looking for some mid control.
Not extending out all the way. Probably would have worked out for a good decision without utility or a teammate. You've still got Nexius and the crane angle being held. Slend is just waiting for a jiggle. Ooh, does get baited, in fact.
Nicely played there by the T side. That smoke not quite landed the way that I wanted it to. Mention it on the last Vertigo about the deep smoke into ramp giving you like a half smoke. QQ's catching the opening pick anyway. Proc down out to the B stairs, so B defensive holds strong.
And that AWP's repositioned out to Ali now for Slend. Could catch one.
Indeed he does. Your Bowen falling. Basso trades Nexius. Extends his top frag count. Looks for a little bit more though. 2 CTs out towards side alley, one of which has been seen. But Krisen still holds his nerve. Holds in the 4-on-2. Incendiary's back. Vesta caught by Slend. Last player left in Xanto had to challenge that AWP, trying to bait him. But Slend don't miss. 3K, 11 to 8.
Yeah, Slend's looking a lot more comfortable here in the second half of Vertigo than what we saw from him previously. Atlantic, 3 the difference, down to another eco. Oh boy.
Oh boy's right.
Basso needs some help, man.
Yeah.
Vesta's providing quite a bit, but that was more so in the first half. Those impact plays just need to see it more frequently from the surrounding members.
Nade sent. Incendiary's back. Molotov's holding. Vesta trying to join up with his pistol teammates in what is essentially to be an eco round. They do get a bit of investment on Xanto's part. Croc going to be the forward player though. One player at quad is known. One player back at Jenny is dealt with. That's Croc with a kill. M4 held back. Spraying manically. Surrounded by the T side though.
No!
No! Someone fell! That was Krisen! Oh, that's disastrous. The worst timing in the world.
He tries to get in from CT spawn quickly, jump around and just misses it. What a steal. In such a light upgraded eco round as well.
Oops. That's going to hurt. MOUZ, when they were just spooling up their 4-round streak at the beginning of this half, followed up by a total of 8 rounds if you include the 4 at the end of the last half. Come to a swift and decisive end, just down to 1 good rush and 1 bad mistake. Krisen's going to be replaying that in his mind, especially if this map comes to a head. Slend and Nexius at least hold their nerves, keep at least one of those rifles in play, not both of them. It's 11-9 for MOUZ.
And for MOUZ NXT, this is where we can rip into them and say, we don't expect that. Not from a team of that caliber. You can't be losing those scrappy rounds. That was so limited. It was good pace. Again, the pistols were able to explode out from B and just put instant pressure on. But those are the rounds that we look at for MOUZ NXT and say, that's a rookie one.
Yep.
That's for the weaker squads, not for you guys.
Yep. Maybe forgive Atlantic for making that kind of a mistake, but not MOUZ NXT. Not when we've bigged them up as the favorites. Not when they rightfully are the favorites. At least they have a gun by. At least they can rectify it here in round 21.
Slend. AWP battle.
Lovely.
And he's actually got it this time, because that was one of the things, is Bowen's been winning quite a few of them.
Stellar. Nothing short of stellar for him. AK sent back down to Pat. To find his angle on the defensive line. The opening start, of course, sitting with the CT side here. They wait. They hold their nerve. They wait for Atlantic to make a move, and that's the right call to make because they're on their way to the B site.
Read this well. Even QQ's waiting for the run-up. Another individual of Crizzen that can help out quickly. Slend is seeing nothing. Great information tell.
Might rotate that fourth man over. Indeed, they will. Utility send, telegraph up. QQ struggles, but the spray comes up together against two anyway. Might get caught back with a player ahead of Banger. Zanto finishes off the job. 4 on 2. The CT's crawling all over the B site, turning away from flashes. Might have long range for Vest to hit that, but no. Zanto does get picked up. One decent tap from the AK, but Crizzen there to close with the SMG. With a 12-9 for MOUZ NXT.
Much better there for MOUZ. They realise we need to make an info play towards ramp, group up nicely. Even QQ, White is not an easy angle to hold as a B-side player, and he makes it look like an absolute breeze. He's got Jimp Hat there from support, Crizzen with the MP9 as well. And Atlantic down to an eco.
At this late stage of the game, you don't want ecos. MOUZ maybe gifted a 13th, and for a moment, Croc was going to try and throw a spanner into the works there. QQ, however, with 2 back. Nades and AKs, 4 on 3.
Vesta just spamming up towards the alley position, because they just want to get as much out of this AK as possible. And even for Nexius, he's got the opportunity of just falling back. He doesn't need to hold this aggressively.
Didn't see the player crossing the top. Sten's about to. Ooh, doesn't hit the shot though. Nanto can't punish it. Nexius going to leave his teammate to try and deal with it, and that pistol's going to win out the fight instead. Back up here, the crossfire. Zanto may have forced out of position. The gun barrel seen. Oh, Vesta back to turn towards him. Perfect transfer available. And with Zanto's support, he gets his 2K in. QQ is suddenly alone.
Don't tell me it's another steal. Another round that MOUZ NXT lose to a crappy buy. QQ on for the ace at this point.
Might have to commit to it because the economy is in ruin for the MOUZ side, but even that might be a consideration for the save, and exactly is the call. AK saving 10 to the board. Just when I said MOUZ rectified it, not to be the case.
They're being proper tested here. And this, I think, is what everyone wants in this closed qualifier, is for a favorite to be properly tested, to be sweating it in some of these rounds. And I didn't think it would be Atlantic out of the majority of the best of threes.
I didn't even think Atlantic were going to go past 777.
Yeah, I'm with you. I'm with you.
Might be a couple maps away from doing it, but this is, again, another map unexpectedly where Atlantic are doing work against MOUZ NXT. They're still down by 2, though. They've got to make up this difference. And MOUZ are going to force it back. Try and make it up to themselves. Try and return onto Atlantic what Atlantic returned onto them. M4, MP9 bought, 2 pistols from Crizzen and Jimpat. Not ideal, but the best that they can get given the circumstances. And Croc has found that AK, but can't get the kill against him.
And we've actually got a lot of ramp exposed open as of right now. Very aggressive take of the ramp presence. Nexius on the other side.
SMG ready for it. He's going to hold his nerve. Shoulder bait. Vesta goes for the full-on peek and gets the kill.
And now they could just slow it down or commit off the back of it. Gamble stacked towards A. Everyone's rotating in.
Leaning forward to the AWPs. Molotov sent towards the sandbags. Crizzen's watching.
They're
Still
saving.
falling, yeah.
What else can you do?
Yeah, it's like, it makes sense, but it's going to be a tough pill to swallow. 1 round now to the good for MOUZ. The gap has truly closed. That AK and M4, though, more important to them. They could at least take it as a bonus round, if nothing else in the next.
Atlantic, that 1 kill out to Ali. Vesta, the IGL. Well, I'm glad he's back. I consider what we saw against 777, without an IGL still getting away with a victory. Individually, he's been holding his numbers and calling a good game. MOUZ NXT. I don't know who's going to get pressured more the longer this goes on. Is it the less experienced squad of Atlantic? Is it MOUZ NXT because they're the favorite?
That I don't know myself. Atlantic. Pushing us to the limit, pushing MOUZ's buttons. $2,000 thereabouts in floating cash. Personally, I wouldn't invest in Nexius. Use these two rifles in a similar capacity as the previous. Go for the buy in round 25. Try take it over from there. And I think MOUZ agree.
And this is where you possibly look at someone like Jimmy, big old Jim Hat, and say, mate, get us out of trouble. We need some X Factor. We need a gamble stack. We need as much out of you in this round. Everyone is pretty much over at this A side.
Use on the AK for it. The faith they must have in this kid. To peek in, to try and look for the opening frag. I mean, he has been tagged up to 81 HP. The nades, the Molotov, the Scent Croc. AK looking around. Kristen's P250 just barely evading contact against one T-side player. It's two pistols up close and personal. Flashes will catch off one man blind, second man lesser so. They'll jump in, they'll start moving, and they'll get the one kill for it, but Yeboah quick on the trade and falls out of ramp. That's three players committing. Nexus now with another teammate here towards mid to try and fight against Xanto at the very least, but meanwhile the B site is taken.
Opened up completely. The best that Slen can do is just try and slow them down. A save option's actually not bad here. Hold on to three rifles, stabilize the economy. No point going in for the retake.
Maybe if it wasn't two AKs. 12 apiece though. Atlantic are going to equalize. So you're right about that, but the money will stack up to a buy regardless here of how things have gone down for MOUZ. But there are further options opened with these three guns in play, so again, it's all about the right call here for this international team. The Danes, they've busted. They've hauled ass over this finish line and are desperate to try and get it within the final sprint. 4 rounds for either team to close out Vertigo. For MOUZ, it will also be to close out the series. The gun buy comes in, no AWP potential in this round for the CT side. But Yeboah, deadly as he's been so far in this big green, set in with Atlantic.
Now, MOUZ NXT closed map number 1, 16-12. They can do it again. 4 in a row would get them to the exact same marker. Out towards the ramp control. Jim Hat starting to aggress in from mid. Doesn't hear anything in terms of footsteps.
AWP set for Yeboah. Minute and 30. AK up for Vesta. He catches Slend. And Atlantic just fall the hell back.
What a timing that is. All it took was a single flash. Vesta catches. And now they don't even need to commit ramp. Nexius is looking down. It might be enough of an information play to start sending players back over. I say that, but Jimpat's actually joined them on A.
Sprays at the M4's blinded, has spotted one. Xanto. Smokes in QQ, his AK. Up at Scaff, trying to watch out that mid control, but he's got to play double duty towards the B site, which is where the T's are inbound from. He puts that flash out, perfectly timed against the execution. Blinds a couple of players and stalls Atlantic here.
Oh, he's going to get overwhelmed, though. There's just so many T's.
And then just, they don't have their hearts in it. Look at the rotations. Look how slow they are for the CET side. QQ backs out of there. 4-on-5 save for MOUZ NXT. And it wouldn't shock me with the money being where it is if Atlantic go hunting. MOUZ, their job is not over yet.
Yeah, Slender's got money, Jimpat too, so they'll be able to buy around it, but you're right about what happens if any players drop. Yeboah seeing nothing out here from the bottom of the B stairs. And it just shows you how important that one single entry was from Vesta towards the top of ramp. With Slen dropping a gamble stack towards A, even QQ was off of the position. And now a lead gets taken by the Danes. 'Cause 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 'Cause
For the first time in quite a while, since the turn of the half, in fact. MOUZ. Not as simple as many would have thought. Not as simple as they may have thought. Not as simple as maybe even we would have thought, Dwag.
And not even Vesta's officially signed to the team. He's just been playing with them for a few qualifiers and events.
Get that contract drawn up, lads. You might need it. Smokes in, Molotovs. Sent your bow in, catching Nexius. Again, the T-side start. Again, it's this AWP. But Crizzen is not willing to take that line down. Back towards Rampage, the most forward player. Meanwhile, the T's will start walking out towards mid. Basso, only moments away, feet away from catching where Crizzen is. It's a 5-on-3 for Atlantic.
And now they're walking mid. They've just got so much freedom right now to pincer down, to put pressure on the 2B defenders.
Xanto gets these 2 picks. MOUZ will eco to try play for overtime. They'll have no other choice other than that. And they're going to sandwich him. Croc, so ready. AK in. Jimpat does get the pick. And might even challenge the bomb carrier here. The AWP might be in trouble. Jaboan's got to fall away. But finally, Xanto strikes.
And Jimpat's got to try and drop this bomb if it's all possible. They're wrapping around one another. It's all a miss timing. They're going to end up on B. And this is going to have to be yet another save from the CTs.
And you have to start thinking for MOUZ, when do they call that tactical? We haven't seen one in a while. Mental reset, Jimpat. Rotating back to join his man. Rotating back to join Slend and just group up together, save their weapons. I'm so shocked that Atlantic aren't even thinking about the hunt here. They know that Jimpat was downstairs. He was the man that got the kill there. They take Slend out. That leaves nothing for the next round. No potential steal. Harsher eco to go towards 15 to 12. And finally, Xanto's going to start to make his move in. Jimpat does catch him, though. Stand and fight. Deagle Basso, though, wrap around that corner. Incendiary's in the ways. He might even get flanked in from the upper side as well. That player, if you're Bowen, moving up the AK, engages Basso, moves Jimpat. AK versus AWP. Slend with 1 pick. No more than that. Your Bowen closes, and that is a successful hunt for Atlantic.
That's a very good one. Jimpat's able to drop over an AWP to Slend, so they'll still be able to get a buy, but it's just tarnishing the money.
And there's that tactical, Dwag.
For Atlantic, though.
I mean, I don't know how to feel about that. It's a tactical for MOUZ at least, so they can readjust. But you are right. How MOUZ have not called this, I have no idea. Because this is dire straits for them. They are running out of chances, and they have let 5 go in a row. 5 bomb explosions. That's 5 saves in a row for MOUZ.
MOUZ NXT struggling against Atlantic, who's just playing with so much coordination on this T side. The timings, the lurks, the open gaps, and the opening picks. Yebowen with the AWP. Sometimes Vesta or Xanto. Between those 3, a lot of opening finds are being created. And MOUZ are just hoping to stop the streak.
Yebowen finds Slend. Vantage sits with the T's. Once again, another opening pick to go their way. Nexius, however, finally gets a response. Vesta falls to 4-on-4.
Yebowen still wants more, though. He's holding out here towards the bottom of the ramp. He's waiting for an overpeak to come through from Crane or the sandbags, and QQ does get a pick towards B, so that's the lurker Croc actually dealt with.
And at long last, an advantage for MOUZ. Yebowen, however, his AWP pick coming back into life in this server. He might be second bottom of the board for Atlantic, but this AWP has found the impactful frags in the last few rounds. He really has been the man of the hour. Basso inbound, Nexius caught. 3-on-2 for Atlantic. They have the advantage. MOUZ, surely they have to try and go for this retake here.
You might have to. 2v3, backstab in, no kit for either player. It seems very defensive again, and they've been seen.
QQ's been seen at least. Jimpat, flash turn that they're going to save. They are going to save.
You have to there.
Yeah, I see no better options, but this is going to be map point for Atlantic. And even with the max loss bonus buy potential for MOUZ, let's have a look at it. I'm concerned about Nexius. Jimpat and QQ will barely be able to drop.
They'll be okay. They'll get at least M4s out for everyone. No ult, though.
Unless Chris wants to sacrifice Kevlar for it. No.
Nah, he'd never do that.
Yeah. Not the best idea. 3 map points for Atlantic. MOUZ NXT's map pick has slowly but surely slipped out of their grasp. The last 6 rounds have gone the way of the Danes. Save after save after save after save after save after save for MOUZ. But now they have to stand and fight. There is no more saving now.
It's quick. Very quick from Vesta up towards Ali.
Molotov in the way of him, though. He threw it. Took a bit of damage towards it, and a counter-action nade comes in. Nexius, swing, spray, can't get a kill together, and Basso returns fire. With information call, it's a casualty for MOUZ NXT. Slen responds, Xanto's low, but Vesta leans in and Slen catches him. Croc responds, 3 on 2. Atlantic have forced out the advantage again.
And Xanto can get a smoke down towards that left-hand side. Rotation in from Jimpat, even further behind from QQ. Set it up. Your Bowen's thinking there might be another frag being presented out from Ali.
Molly's in. Croc playing supportive. Bomb down in the Orpa's hands. 1 CT up close. Croc's head's been seen. That's a 2 on 2. Jimpat keeps him in this round. Now he's the next man. Now's the time to go massive for you. Xanto sees him. And Jimpat keeps MOUZ NXT in the game.
Just when it looked like the Danes had done enough to close it out, a triple comes through from the Big Finn and just works individually, forcing such awkward fights. Even out there towards default, had his head ducked down, crouching under the box. And 2 rounds to overtime. Even Vesta's on a scout in this round. Must be a misbuy. They've got plenty of cash, no worries.
Or the rifles they can buy for the next 2, it's fine. MOUZ are going to win this on pure firepower and tactics alone. No economy game will help them. Flashes in, Nexius trying to aggress Slen's AWP. Looking ahead of the fire put out by that incendiary Bowen. And that similarly spot on angle, but it's Vesta that starts. Slen before Nexius dealt with the same. Is it going to end like this? Crizzen doesn't want it to. 1 pick back, favor to Atlantic.
And now it's a regroup. Out towards the B site. Croc is waiting for some counter-aggression just on the other side of the smoke.
Is this too much? No, he's not seen. Croc aggresses as QQ backs away, sees the jump, sees the utility inbound. Gonna need Jimpat to get here, but QQ's dealt with. Out towards Scaff. The AK stands. Crizzen's on the way. The nade sent to sight, doing a tiny amount of damage by comparison. He needs a whole lot more. The spray's a little bit better while blinded, and Crizzen can only see to the outskirts of the site. The bomb should get planted. Indeed, it will be. Basso blind sprays it, and there it is at last. 16 to 13. Atlantic refuse to die as they take us to map 3.
And there we go. The plucky underdogs once again. Atlantic are putting on a bloody good showing right now. They are really getting under the skin of MOUZ NXT in this series.
I thought it would be a close map, but I genuinely thought MOUZ were going to take it. Something really happened towards the tail end there at that half. What was it, 6 rounds in a row where they just let it go and they just let passiveness take over. They let the saves happen time and time again. They couldn't get those opening fights. They couldn't hold the sites themselves. That has got to be disastrous to MOUZ's mentality and their skill level at this stage. And it comes back to what you were saying earlier. This is their 3rd matchup today, Dweg. Is fatigue setting in at this very late hour?
It could be, but I just think Atlantic are just playing better. Honestly, I'd even look at that at Nuke, and I think there was a lot of rounds that probably could have even won them Nuke. You look back there towards the last 6, 7 rounds of Vertigo, your Bowen kept winning opening fights. Basso had impact frags. We saw Vesta consistently find damage with that AK towards Ramp. And what? Jimpat has to win ridiculous rounds just to get them over the line to almost take it to overtime. Atlantic was so much better there on Vertigo.
I can't disagree with you, honestly. Like, again, that you have to give credit where it's due because they won the map up and they continued to replicate performance from Nuke to Vertigo. And now they're going to do it on Mirage, the final map in this best of 3, the final map of the qualifier. Dwayne, do you think it's possible?
I think it's very possible. This is the first time that I've genuinely thought that an underdog has got what it takes to win the entire thing, to qualify for LAN.
Well, that's quite a bold statement to make, but there's been bold moments over the course of this series. Will MOUZ NXT fall at the final hurdle again here in the Heroes of Lofoten? We'll find out after the break. But we really are one map away this time from the end of the Heroes of Lofoten that closed that qualifier. Atlantic have taken us the distance, pushing us all the way to Mirage after a stellar performance on Vertigo. Once again, taking out MOUZ's map pick. We had them rated as probably taking this in 2-0 fashion at the start of this series. New gave us no reason to contradict that outside of a great performance from Atlantic. But man, they have put in the hard yards to make this work, Blake.
And I think it probably shows how hard they've got to be working in the 1 month that this new part of the lineups come together. I think Basso's played at a very high level over the course of this series. Vesta's improved me from a calling style and just some of his impact. Yaboan I mean, he's outclassing Slend right now. If we're looking at the impact between the two AWPers, he's definitely been the stronger.
Absolutely. Like, you think about, especially in those last 7 or 8 rounds of that last map up, how many times he was hitting the AWP, whether it be opening duels or follow-ups or defensive lines on that T-side line especially. It was really impactful. You're right about that. Slend kind of lost himself a little bit when it comes to the AWP battles. And overall, it feels like MOUZ lost their composure quite significantly. They lost 6 in a row, allowing Atlantic to usurp them, take map point, and ultimately, in the end, take the victory over on Vertigo. So, Mirage, our final map in the series. Dwayne, we were talking so heavily about the 2-0. We have kind of been a bit remiss to mention the details of this map up. So talk to me, who's coming into this one as the favourites on this final map?
It's always going to be MOUZ every single time. But we saw Mirage getting played against 777 for Atlantic, and they 16-5'd them. They looked very good on City side. They had a bit of pizzazz behind them. Bowen was playing very well. So I kind of look back at what I saw against the Norwegians, and I think this looks good.
Indeed it does. I mean, look, I look at this map up and I think there's serious potential right here for Atlantic to steal this series. You mentioning at the end of the last map up that there's an opportunity right here for them to actually pull off the upset, and what a way it would be to end off the day. And again, considering all the outside factors for MOUZ right now, they've lost 2 series today. They've played 2 series today. This is their 3rd one. It is late in the night in Europe. And at this point, I think fatigue is going to really start catching up to them. I feel like that, yes, Atlantic played extremely well, but looking at how those last 6 rounds played out, that win streak of 6 rounds rather for Atlantic played out, I do feel like MOUZ probably fatigue was a factor in that whole thing. You don't think so?
Nah, mate. They were just they were getting entries. They were calling a very good game. They were lurking down, and I think MOUZ were just losing opening fights and realizing we don't want to risk it. We just want to save every single time.
But why is the case in that? Why is it they're losing?
Because they'd lost bomb sites like that. Just they are. I mean, they're just simply going up against the team that's performing at a very high level.
I reckon, again, and I'm not to take anything away from Atlantic, because I do think they are playing at a high level, but I think there is a part of that really is the case. Because if MOUZ are as great a team as they are, competing at this high caliber, then surely as individuals, they should be able to win out those individual fights. Jimpat should be able to strike. Slend should be able to strike, but those were not coming through, especially in that 6-round streak. So from my eyes, again, I do think Atlantic played to a fantastic level, but I think that MOUZ could have got a lot closer in those rounds than being forced to save 6 times in a row.
No, I don't know. I think towards the tail end of that map, MOUZ just was shut out. Just did not even have a chance. And I think it was led by a very good all-rounded team. I mean, take Basso as a prime example. He's the most experienced player on this team. The last time he played at an international LAN event was in September of 2020. So think about what that must mean for him to be able to have the opportunity to say, lads, one more map and we're there. One more map and we've done it.
Well, the hunger certainly is there right now for this team, and Atlantic are proving that they could certainly take over in this series. So, anything you're looking out for, Dwayne? Anything that we should be looking out for here on this last map?
I mean, Mirage, Jimpat, again, is normally a top performer. Slend hasn't played a massive amount of it, so not sure what he's going to be like. But just from Atlantic across the board, just watch out for Basso, Vesta, and the likes of Bowen. That core triple is very, very strong.
Well, it's time for Strength to play into it. Our last map of the qualifier, our last map of the evening. MOUZ NXT versus Atlantic for the final time to decide who is going to Lofoten. Mirage, the battleground CT side start for the Danes as we kick things off with a pistol round.
And they've got a bait set up with Xanto down there towards Underdark. They'll need to try and get Vesta to provide as much cover as possible from top stairs.
Taking those fights to the USP, blocking from QQ, getting the kill onto Xanto. Vesta with a response of a 4-on-4, in fact. 4 HP for Vesta. Basso trying to look for a strike back towards mid alongside Croc's kill on QQ. Slend forced to trade it, 2-on-2.
No denial of the bomb possibility at all here. Bowen didn't swing out wide at all, and Basso's actually found a 2nd kill in the round.
All important. Glock leaning for Nexius. On his back, trying to isolate at least one of these 2 picks, but they're so back passive. He could get the bomb down here if he wanted to. He might extend into his demise, honestly.
Very clever here. Play together, play on the contact. Nexius has to fight against 2, and Bowen wins it out. Atlantic, those passive ranges being held from Basso just provided so much in the connector control and out there to jungle.
It's not the first time they won the pistol as well here in the opening stages of the map up, and it's led to their early starts. They've won both of the opening pistols in the maps themselves. Making it a 3rd one to add to the tally here in map number 3. MOUZ NXT. Not even a bomb plant bonus, so harsh eco to follow suit. They'll allow this early start to go against them. But they're going to have to pick up the paces very quickly. They're going to make their way in for the Palace dive. Basso's there to cover it off. 3 kills to his name. Jimpact with 1 decent trade. No more than that, though.
Well handled. MOUZ NXT going to be focusing up on the opening rifle round now. For their sake, 6 wins and 5 losses in the last 3 months of Mirage. We know that their T side is often better than their CT bases, so you'd imagine for the international squad, if they're able to push ahead with a slight lead at the half, they'll be happy with that.
The guns are coming back in from the T side line.
By the way, this is Basso's 600th map on HLTV. What a way to qualify with a big number like that would be.
Of course, he's got to actually qualify first. Now is the time to do so.
Like this info play. This is exactly what we saw on Vertigo on the City side.
Bowen coming this over, might even look for Jimpact, and that's a massive player to remove from play. He himself has had his impact, so especially on that Vertigo. Wasn't quite enough impact over the course of it. And the bomb might even be seen by the man. Yep, that's massive.
It's how much you can get from the top mid position. Again, does not have the M4, only the FAMAS. They're going to have to go back and return this, and there should be absolutely no way that Sled is expecting this. That's an easy kill for your Bowen.
Nice and effective. Doesn't go swinging up towards the AK. Scared that there might be another player right around that corner. Instead, focusing on Jimpact. Play out towards the ramp control. He doesn't know exactly where he is. He has an inkling that he's out there. AK. Straight through your Bowen. Frag to return. 5 on 3.
It's insane that this guy's 17 years old. One of the least experienced players up on Atlantic. Basso has not decided to peek from window just yet. And your Bowen could be on for more, to be honest.
He's holding. Molotov sent, your Bowen looking on. Nixius gets 1 trade back. Basso responding, and Crizin keeps it manageable. 3 on 2 still for Atlantic, though. And they're prodding in. They're trying to get towards the site, get this bomb down if possible.
And Crisin's got to try and be able to provide some assistance towards CT. Hold the cover.
Dive down here. AK picked up a clock. Burst through, spray through. Nexius drops Crizian. Now with it all to do. 1 on 3. Suppressed spray. Doesn't even get a kill. Just damage to Xanto. 3-0 start.
And for Atlantic, this is exactly what you're gunning for. You've gone out Mirage. You're on your CT side. Get that opening start. Just start running away with it. Get as much out of it as possible. Now, I do wonder, do MOUZ NXT continue to slow down the defaults only because of some of these info plays? 3 rounds. And for MOUZ, it's a bomb plant. The money's still not fantastic.
Yeah, probably a half invest here with these upgrade pistols to Kevlar coming in. 1 Galilda's come through from Nexius, so a little something. But nothing major here for round 4. Was 3 AK saved in for the CT side, and if you wanted a confident start, you got it right there. 4 pin for your Bowen. Posted and ready for the CT forces. MOUZ. Yeah, try the hand of the B hit this time.
Croc. Oh, this HE could be good.
Oh, Chunky on 2. And here they come. Jump face Crocs here in the footsteps with the smoke down support. Incendiary from Xanto as well. Going to do some damage, try to rip them apart with the engagements. 1 player has been seen. Not sure the status of the other 2, but Xanto has caught 1 player up in the apartment and 1 player on the bomb site. USP pulled down against the rest of them. Doesn't quite go so far against Crizin. Responsive there. Held AKs holding their nerve. Bomb should get planted soon enough. Eventually, yes. QQ picks up, follows suit. Crizin falls. 1v5 for Slend. Won't hold on forever.
Handled nicely. It's always difficult to hold off against those quick beer pops. Put the incendiary down, have some good utility. Rotates were so quick as well. You burn with that AWP out from Market. Basso to get in from the back bench position. And MOUZ NXT could focus up on the rifle rounds.
AKs across the boards. And each of these rifle rounds are going to be important, I think, in this matchup, because we saw how pivotal they were to MOUZ's lack of success in the tail end of Vertigo. How many times they got put back onto eco status, how many times they were forced to save.
Could be a palace walk.
Could well be with Crisin's flash support. 1 player in at the ramp entrance. Crisin's going to catch him through the smoke. Vesta dead and buried. Jimpact's also going to find Basso. Your Bowen does catch 1 player up towards top mid. The site's being gained. It's 4 on 3.
Oh, Plant got very close to being denied. That spam got closer and closer. Just damage, though.
Fox looking for more, and indeed engages against QQ, even standing once again.
Got to stabilize themselves. Even Slen stuck down here at underpass.
AK trying to lean. Isn't. Held back at Sandwich, holding his position. He flashes, sent over for Yabon. Going to try to get his teammates in from CT. Incendiary sent towards Firebox. They look to engage. They do a lot of damage towards Croc here. Time's too far ticked, I think, for Atlantic. Let's make their way in last second. Chris is going to get caught. One player backside. Oh, the York lands him. Jimpat picks up the diffuser, though, and that's enough. MOUZ are stolen around. They've got their first on the board.
Even though it might not be a round victory, your Bowen's hitting shots, mate. And when that starts happening, you know that Atlantic are on in this CT half.
It's currently 6 frags deep. Just one behind the top fragger of Basso at the moment. He himself has been a stellar element for Atlantic in this series. Bomb plant bonuses, plus the round itself, of course, leaving MOUZ with a bye. And the guns return from Atlantic 4 in a row will do that to you. And set themselves in towards the sniper's nest and the ladder room, but it looks to be another palace walk here.
And the timing on this is going to be key. Now, Xanto is playing out towards the mid control, and Vesta's not in A main like he was previously.
Nice incendiary there from Basso. Keeps them away from the entrance, stalls for time at the moment. Wait for that mid walk to come through from the 2 T-side players that are looking up from underpass and from top mid itself. Basso starts to regress towards ramp meanwhile.
Trying to make an info play. Xanto even up here towards jungle. Could get caught by the palace sightline.
Re-smoke on instead will stop them out towards connector. Crizzen will still work his way forward. One player out. Xanto catches 2 of them. Crizzen is also dealt with at a triple. All right, then. And just like that, suddenly, it was just the 2 players in Palace, Slend and QQ, getting that first prick, but nothing else.
I don't think they'll even get a plant. Looking at this crossfire, good towards A main. You've got Croc extremely passive in case there's a wraparound to come through from mid and into connector. Probably a save call here for MOUZ. Nothing to work with.
Yeah, I reckon so too.
What a round from Xanto.
Yeah. 3 kills to his name, all down to that connector control. They all kind of faced him relatively dry. The turn towards the Palace entrance, I think, was the most impressive kill, though. Took away a lot of that presence. MOUZ Sports could have potentially forced their way in from that Palace entrance, but that didn't happen thanks to only 2 players being left in play. So it's a 5th on the board of Atlantic. MOUZ still facing bad times in this early game, as has been the case for all 3 maps so far.
Looking at all of their history, other than that 777 result in the round of 16, there's been a crazy amount of losses on Mirage for Atlantic. 12 rounds against Sashi, 10 rounds against Tricked, another 12 rounds against Sashi. It was only that 16-5 against 777 that we saw in the round 16, which opened our eyes to maybe more success on this map. Locally, it has not been a successful one for them, but they're putting on a good show now.
Rifles engaged once again. Deagle still for Crizzen, though. Flash is sent. Basso backed. M4 held. The AK of QQ, similar story out here towards the apartments. Just back around the corner's going to wait. Croc. With a point of call once the hit comes through, but it's very passive, very spread out default here from MOUZ.
A re-smoking nade going down towards the bottom of connector. Very passive. Nade stat there from Xanto, doesn't see anything. It will eventually be a regroup towards top mid. Not a massive amount of pressure being applied either from Atlantic. No info plays from him.
The flash is sent towards mid. Nexius. Smoke on Molotovs. Towards the sniper's nest. Basso's going to get forced forward by it. It's pretty deep Molotov. The smoke doesn't allow him any progress and doesn't allow him any vision there in the mid control.
It seems like they want to try and take the short control and split B. You've got both Croc with an incendiary and even Xanto light the positioning, getting very deep now towards bench.
Another Molotov placed perfectly against QQ. Forced to use that smoke. In fact, it spreads too far. Meanwhile, Krizen moving in. Deagle firing away, not connecting his shots. Nexius and Slen do, though. Basta with one responsive, and Xanto still out here towards Truck, doing damage onto 2 individuals. 18 seconds. He's stalling for time, and backups there at Market. There's your bone with the AWP, picking up one. Is there another in him? No. Xanto removes QQ, and Nexius, 10 seconds, dealt with by the AWP. Effective lockout was tested by Atlantic, but it holds strong for their 6th.
Well, 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 Atlantic. I mean, the more that I'm looking for the CT side, the more promise I'm seeing.
Yeah.
The better the chance gets. 6-1 on the CT side. No bomb plant on that split B. Xanto repositioning back passive. Croc staying alive for so long. And then your Bowen on rotate. That's all that they need from him. Just be consistent with that AWP.
Is it time to be scared for MOUZ yet, Dweg?
Yeah, man. I think at the end of map 2 it was.
Pistols set in again to try and push forward. M4 Vesta, 2 to C, 1 to fall. Does only get that 1 pick, but at least Basso got 1 of the interim. Jimpat and QQ trading. AWP of your Bowen, though. Again, quick flicks. Again, another kill. Bomb dropped there towards ramp. Backstab from Krizen's the only hope they've got here.
Got to get into jungle, but he can't just get 1 kill. He has to find more.
They don't know that he's crept in, though. Yes, they do. Krizen turns on him, but gets domed in himself. 2-on-2 situation thanks to that Deagle shot.
Play out to connector. If the drop comes in, Santos should hear it.
He's faked it. I think Krizen made a noise. Oh, he's checked anyway. Xanto wins the fight. Jimpat, Deagle versus 2. He's already got 1 pick in this round. Oh, the nade landing perfect on towards him, though. They know.
And they can give the respect of a plant. Just play the retake heavy. You've even got your Bowen super deep out here towards CT spawn, waiting for an overextension, waiting to see if that cross will come in. And Jimpat's only got a single flash. No smoke for connector for cover.
Might have to take the risk and plant it open. An M4 has been grabbed, though. There is a rifle to play with, but he's playing right into the hands of Xanto. Finally, we'll look to force back. That flashbang's going to get sent over there. We'll blind off your Bowen. And that will draw attention back at the next CT. He's going to try and win that fight, though. 1-on-1. 6 seconds. Oh, open plant. This is over. Wrong call to make. Xanto to swing. Win it. 7-1.
Xanto's a king, man. His impact out there at jungle. It's a close round. Very tight one, but it's still being won. And that's only going to benefit here for Atlantic. You do wonder why we're not seeing more tacticals as well.
Yeah.
That's got to be something on the mind there for Atlantic. Like, just keep it going. Keep that herd up, because they're not taking tacks.
MOUZ are just continuing to find loss after loss here in this series. 3 in a row for Atlantic. 7 of the last 8. Rifles brought back in. Basso. Set to try receive your Bowen's AWP. Peek. Sin crack scene against Nexius. And this guy's just on fire in this map up. Almost caught a second, in fact. But at 10 kills, he's top of the board.
And that's enough. Jimpat wants to try and make a play outside of Palace. Croc not seeing anything close to that window position. They're going to move the AWP around. I like this. You've shown the opening pick towards B. Get it into jungle. Look for a Palace peek.
Jimpat's forced to fall away. Play it back in Palace for some sort of coordination from MOUZ. Well, they look so miscoordinated at this moment here. They'll leave 1 player towards mid. Krizen trying to force something out. Now Bomb's going to try commit towards the A site, meanwhile from ramp. See what they can do.
They got double mollies, so Basso should get mollied to under dark. Vesta's just jump spotting. Even he doesn't have any nades for response. This is a slight misread, actually, for Atlantic. They've got a very heavy setup towards B, but now your Bowen's going in. That allows Xanto to rotate over.
35. Basso, M4 holding. AWP watching. The Molotovs will be sent out towards the backside. Or will it? No. Basso, 1 trade back. Slend. AWP picks up the 3-on-3, but Basso holds his line, holds his nerve at point blank. Jimpat is forced to find a responsive. 2-on-2 bombs picked up. Should get planted. Or will your Bowen get here in time? Nades on. Damage done significant. Your Bowen leans, gets his shot. That's Jimpat to fall to the double of the AWP. And Slend now to win a 1-on-2 of his own right. Flashed out blinded. Your Bowen gives him no chance. as Atlantic will win the half.
Yeboen came into today with 5 maps on HLTV in his entire career, and he might just beat the MOUZ NXT squad that should have been in the grand finals over in Heroes of Tomorrow Fall. One of the teams that we thought were going to go deep. One of the teams that constantly made playoffs in the Academy League. And he's taken over this series. His impact has just been skyrocketed now in the finale of map number 3.
Atlantic have played an incredible game. And at this stage, MOUZ are getting sheerly outclassed. They got so close in fourth leg.
And it's been a while since we've seen a deep Danish underdog run. The last one probably has to be Masonic on previous iterations when they probably still had the likes of Black and Bruiser on the lineup with Queenix. We might have to just open up our horizon to Atlantic once more.
If they make it to Lofoten, we certainly will. If they perform at that event, then my goodness, there's another Danish squad to keep your eyes on. Damage done to QQ already. AWP landing a wallbang shot, not to the casualty, but to 17 HP instead.
Yeboen's just keeping that lock right there to the apartments. And that probably stops a lot of B-center defaults for MOUZ NXT, just because they know they're losing so much damage taking apps.
One kill has come through for Croc, Nexius caught. Nades on. Finally finishing off QQ. Well placed for him. 5-on-3 already for Atlantic.
Getting desperate now. 3v5. Krisen's got to try and make a play out to Connector, Vesta, and Basso.
Minute to work with. And Krisen's caught by Basso. Again, another kill to go the way of the M4. Slend and Jimpat. Slenders get one pick back to return, looking onto the site itself. Jimpat's turned away from Vesta's court. Gets him in the AK of the Finnish fragger to find a 1v4 or save his weapon with 30 seconds on the clock. It looks like the latter.
And it reminds me of that Masonic 7 AM game where we had Inferno, where 7 AM were tested in the series, but they were just clinical. We saw Vacancy hitting all of those shots. We saw them playing with freedom. They're playing with confidence. They're taking map control away. They're making lurks. And everyone is holding their weight. Basso's making some good impact. Yeboen's doing the same. Xanto around jungle. Croc even out to the B site and from short is finding picks. Him and Ladder just constantly being a thorn.
Ten rounds deep and it's a 9-1 scoreline. But not for MOUZ NXT. Atlantic. To think we'd counted them out after map 1.
Yep. Before the series, for me.
Yeah. Here they are right now with the most perfect position. With the MOUZ that look like they are very lost right now in server. Damage done to Slend and to Jimpat. Part of this half invest around the saved AK. T's working their way up into the mid control for now.
Yeboen doesn't even try and strike with that AWP. Croc still jump spotting out to the apartments. Has got a smoke at the ready. Another B split. Now, last time MOUZ did this, Xanto got very deep. This time around, he's actually playing towards Get Right. Lovely nade for chip damage too, and Xanto does not strike. In fact, it's Jimpat.
Not getting out of the way, but Nexius' Tech 9 removes him. 5-on-3. Yeboen, orb set. Ready to receive. The bomb will get planted. Open for the short control. No CT's able to respond to this, though. Finally, a little something going the way of MOUZ. Has taken a fair while to get here, but this is their second round.
And it just comes off of the back of a couple of good entries, both from the short control and out there from the apartments. And Croc and Xanto not able to find much between them. A slight hunt there from Krisen towards T-Spawn, but even he gives up on the fight on Tabasso. MOUZ NXT find their second.
and break the winning streak of Atlantic. Has been 5 rounds in a row, so it's not quite as bad as we have seen over the course of today. And even then, some of these rounds have been close. The economy is not fantastic for the CT side. MOUZ could bounce back. That's entirely possible here.
And consider this, though. Atlantic beat 777 and they made roster changes. If Atlantic beat MOUZ NXT, we've already seen quite a few AWPers.
It wouldn't be encouraging for Slend, although he is not the worst performer right now for MOUZ NXT.
Could they do it to 2 teams back to back? Just beat them and force roster changes.
That would be a curse. Or maybe a blessing, I guess, for Atlantic. Certainly a curse for us 777 and for MOUZ NXT if it happens. Positions are held. AWP of your Bowen. Flashed against, I think Slen saw him. Still lands the leg shot, and it's more damage done to Slen than it was to your Bowen.
I'll be happy with that start. Xanto out there towards the window room. Does get smoked off, so put a nade down towards underpass. Croc is waiting for any short walk to come in. Nothing to be. I wonder if Basso starts taking back ramp presence.
Smokes on over at ramp control. Gonna block him from the access, but will look on to the Palace defensive. Meanwhile, Nexius setting up fake smokes, trying to sell him on the A play. But really, it is all about the B site, and your Bowen stand strong to defend.
And no one's quick on rotation. He's got to try and stay alive for as long as possible.
Prison's caught one, but your Bowen top frag up, catches QQ Croc with a secondary follow-up. And the AWP holding nerve, but can't hit the quick scope, and will get over one by Jimpat. 3-on-3 with Slenzorp chiming into 2. And MOUZ have found their rhythm.
Just when you felt as if the AWP might have found a double, I think the position there from your Bowen, he realizes because he doesn't have teammates on rotation quickly, he has to fight. He can't afford to fall back to the back of the site and wait for a reposition from a teammate or some util. Get out to the van, a quick scope not quite being landed. And MOUZ NXT, well, this is just a relief, if anything.
After getting smashed out in the first 10 rounds of the game, now they find themselves a couple back in return. Their own little mini streak going. Obviously a long way off from recovering potential in terms of this map up. But it is a start. And at this point, a start is what they need.
Atlantic, they're still 1 away from double digits, and I think double digits would pretty safely confirm a good position to be in to go into that second half.
And their CT side has certainly been stellar for them. MOUZ. Get those guns in, the SMG of Croc. Nade sent, incendiaries up, QQ. Backed up behind the smoke, the AK involved for him, but not seeing anything that pushes against it, the CT side. Hold their nerve as MOUZ wait for the perfect time to execute.
And this is where we might start seeing an info play from Atlantic. Off angle massively from Vesta. Catches the first player out and deals with QQ.
Opening frag, there's a bit of distraction pulled out towards the B side by Crism, but again, the majority of the forces to commit in from here for the T side. 1 AK out, AWP trying to provide support. Jimpat, blind spray back the stairs, can't quite find the C2, drops in for your Bowen. Jimpat can deal with him. 4-on-3 still for Atlantic, they have the man advantage.
And this lurk out from mid's gonna have to present something. Vesta's got the eyes locked on the apartments and they cancel. Maybe they wait for Christian to make a play.
AK. Walking that bench, trying to look for Xanto, but he can't see him. He's backed up towards the B site. MOUZ slow things down. They've got a couple of flashes and a HG to try to get back into the site itself. We've got to recommit here.
They might deny the bomb. If it gets planted open for default, I think there's going to be a very heavy wide swing from spawn itself. Time is running very low.
Anything open for spawn is going to be awkward. Default. Sandwich side. Behind danger. Even open connector could be a problem with Xanto. Hot on their heels. 15 seconds. The bomb's going to commit to site. Plant down. Protection there from Chris. And actually does get caught by Xanto. Double up. There it is. There was the risk. No matter where they planted, they were in trouble realistically there for MOUZ. 10 to the board of Atlantic. And that little glimmer of hope is snatched right away from the MOUZ side very quickly.
Atlantic, just good protocols. The way that they peek out from the short control, the level that they bring with the three of them. Because a classic Danes, right, it's just percentage Counter-Strike a lot of the time. You get an opening man advantage, establish good crossfires, and you win the round. That's something that we can always expect from these sort of teams. Play it safe to the book.
Flashes in, Molotovs up, you're Bowen. Holding that angle, ready for someone to peek in from mid, but so far so little is seen of MOUZ, that one individual. Rotating back towards spawn to join his teammates on the approach to A.
And QQ showing the apartment's pressure. Puts that molly out to the balcony position. Even Nexia slow walking into underpass, smoked off towards window, so a reposition from the AWP. Back off towards CT spawn, maybe think about where's the best position for the AWP.
Swinging from Croc. Watching and waiting here, looking in the kitchen. Back to the apartment's entrance, Basso.
Double dark.
we
Ooh,
go.
this is very spicy. Because as soon as a molly goes in, they can smoke it, but they might not think two are here.
Third player playing on the other side of the A side, they might have more immediate issues to deal with. Meanwhile, Croc starts to walk around in the backstab from the apartments now towards mid. Might catch at least a player here. Oh, he's missed him. He's missed him. One jump. Oh, he's turned on him, but Krizen is still caught. 5-on-4, Atlantic. Advantage again. Nexius, however, catches Croc getting a little bit too overly aggressive. Vesta caught one on QQ and Xanto trades it. 3-on-2. Vesta holds Jaboan's AWP is picking names. Simple stuff for that AWP. It looks simple for him. 16 frags, top of the board still. Where do you go from here for MOUZ?
Oh, I don't know. They're in a very dark point. Things are looking awful. The success, just, you can't even imagine it. Coming into today, nearly beating the 26th best team in the world on HLTV. Losing to a CIS squad in forward, ranked 110th on HLTV. And now, potentially losing to ranked 224th in the world of Atlantic.
It's all falling apart. MOUZ mitigated at every step. Flashes in, Molotovs up, QQ trying to aggress out. Croc holds the line with a crossfire. Him and Xanto get the defensive. Not a casualty yet. Not a casualty at all. Slenderlone, 1-on-5 for Atlantic. To concede one pick back at last, but surely from here to have the information and the crossfire needed to take a 12-3 at the CT half. MOUZ looking checked out, looking lifeless, and maybe looking out of Lofoten.
And we've always had this discussion about Masonic, the team that everyone steals the players from. Salazar went from Atlantic to Ecstatic. Just got taken, just got stolen away, and they pick up Yaboan. Well, my goodness, that's a good find. Basso as well, a thoroughly experienced player in the Danish scene. Played on Copenhagen Flames, Finest, Tricked, North Academy. And now 4 rounds away from qualifying to an international LAN.
What a beautiful day it's for him. And what a beautiful day it would be for this young blood of Atlantic. All they have to do is secure 4 in a row. Out of many, out of the next 15 here. MOUZ NXT are on the CT side on the pistol basis. They can't hit a single shot. They've extended so far. 5-on-5 retake.
A wrap step coming through from Xanto. Boost up towards a short control. These Glocks are close towards market.
Hold their nerve. 2 on the crossfire. Shots in. Smoke sent. Xanto holding. Basso trying to aggress. You've got QQ taking damage. Slend is the first casualty. Part of them outside, and they all start falling like flies. Jimpat and Krizen giving us a bit of fight. Last 2 players remaining, but Krizen's falling the market. Jimpat on shore. 1-on-3. No kit, no time, no round for MOUZ NXT. They might lose 4. but it's a pistol gain for Atlantic. And Jimpact doesn't even make it out alive.
And for MOUZ NXT, they've got such a tough decision. Do we force or not? Because what options do you have at 3-13 down?
If I can be honest, Dweg, I don't think it's relevant.
Yeah, I don't think so either. This is a done deal from Ecstatic.
MOUZ look checked out.
What a performance,
Yeah.
man. Out of all of the best of threes in the qualification round, this easily had the biggest differential between favourite and underdog.
And here's the favourite getting smashed by the underdog. Bowen doesn't need an AWP to frag. Mac 10's good enough. Nexius, kill found. Advantage Atlantic in the round.
Gamble stack on B. Even the CTs are starting to get aggressive in the apartments. Bowen could be called up again to react to this moment.
Oh, that's 2 back for Slen, though. Little bit of life, a last gasp from MOUZ. Basso knows that SMG must have been tagged up here. And a 14 HP. Flashing against him, he's going to lean forward, jump face. Jimpact gets one to drop that bomb. Slend has fallen in turn, but Vesta has a Galil, and he'll swap it up to an AK for that trade. 2-on-2. The CT around the corner at Pillar. Ooh, will he be checked? Yes, he will. Vesta gets the kill. Crizzen alone. SMG, long range, can't get a burst shot to the straight up kill on Xanto, who will make his way closer to the bomb site and get domed in for it. 14-3. It's over, Dweg. It is so far from over. It's been over for a while, to be honest.
It kind of reminds me of Eternal Fire Academy back in the last event, where I think a lot of people underestimated what they had to offer, Jay. Ended up going on a fairly decent run, having some good placements, catching some eyes on some interesting prospects. But to actually qualify over MOUZ NXT, I mean, think about it from MOUZ's perspective. You've got Onyx and Atlantic in your route. That's a free pass to them, surely. That's what you got to be thinking to yourself going into both of those officials.
That's what we were thinking to ourselves going into both of those officials. And now they're 2 rounds away from stuffing a qualifying spot for Lofoten again. Atlantic. They're really about to do the unthinkable here. We've seen many an unthinkable result. But this was so far out the realm of possibility that the situation for MOUZ seems like it goes from bad to worse. A buy up on the table here because they just kind of have to at this stage.
QQ. Jump spot into the apartments. Double play out to connector from Slend and from the likes there at Nexius. Underpass play, regaining top mid control.
Basso leaning in. AK watching alongside Bowen, backed up. Grab that bomb. Start to think about where they want to go with it here, Atlantic. He smokes on towards mid and the sniper's nest to allow any progress from the one CT that's out there. Meanwhile, Jimpact took some damage elsewhere.
Yeah, he might think about having a flash further forward just to get an idea of what's going on in this short control. So regroup in the apartments. It looks to be another B split.
Oh, Basso does get caught by Slen. Vesta with a responsive. Nexius is Deagle able to respond back, but meanwhile QQ hold the defensive. Nexius got 2, and suddenly Bowen is all that remains. 1-on-4, AK in hand, taking shots back from short, aware of the one player back at the pillar. Engagement, the burst fire, shot swinging. Lean forward, seeing the player at market has always got info on 3, but just needs to win these fights, and it's just not going to happen. They stagger the peak. And MOUZ by a lifeline. But the thinnest lifeline at that. 1 out of 11 needed to equalize. Atlantic at least will be on force by territory for MOUZ NXT. This should be, I'm going to emphasize, should be a freebie.
Yeah, it should be. Definitely so. 10 rounds of difference, upgraded pistols, double eco status. Have to try and get that force in. Look for an opening fight. That Deagle from Croc out towards mid will have to move because of that incendiary. Even Vesta trying to make a play from A main.
The Eagles at long range can still be deadly, and we've proven that over the course of this series. Let alone the course of this day. Incendiary is held. Croc. Watching, waiting. Oh, that's not a good sign.
That is really not a good sign for MOUZ.
That's a good opener. Even Krisen does not see this walkout from A-Main. Oh, the timing.
Come on, mate. Don't let it go like this. And taking damage. Leans forward. Does very little in return to your Bowen. And Xanto knows what's inbound in connector. Krisen caught off, damaged up. Xanto closes out with a kill. Jimpat takes your Bowen back out of play. 3-on-3 gain. The Deagle still fighting the bomb. Will go down. At the least they've got the bonus money here. Are they going to steal it? It's still on.
Double AKs. Aggressive approach towards CT.
QQ caught off that flashbang from Xanto. Not quite as effective as they'd like it to be. Now he's backed up, bursting through. QQ dealt with. 2 left to find on the CT side. 1 player on site as well, sitting close towards the bomb firebox area. No incendiary can go down either. Slend waiting, smoke on the bomb. Checked. No, not seen. Basso gets it. Jimpat 1-on-1. Kits on him. Player known. Deagle fires. And Basso stolen it. Add insult to injury to embarrassment now for MOUZ NXT. It's map, match, and qualification point for Atlantic.
Oh, the vet's done it. 5 years older than the oldest player on MOUZ NXT. Basso, the 24-year-old, the most experienced player in server, comes through with a massive clutch.
That's going to sting. That's going to hurt. That's going to bruise. 11 match points for Atlantic now. The end is nigh for MOUZ. They have not looked in Mirage at all. The only player showing any semblance of competitiveness has been Jimpat, but one man can't do it on his lonesome. Atlantic, from the back foot, 6 in a row, over on Vertigo. It's straight into this. Straight into this. Barely skipping a beat. Barely given a chance. I think the flights are getting booked, Dweg.
Croc, already seen the presence out there towards the short control. Smoke off top of connector. Even Pincer down towards A-Main. They would have put pressure on a split.
Molotov's in. Vesta, Deagle, Krisen, SMG. Basso sets up the flashbangs to go in for the A hit, but not quite a full-on commit. Molotov's in. This should force this player and Dark out. Smoke's being sent. Player involved. Krisen gets 1, but 2 return. Atlantic, so close. Slend, the linchpin element. 2 to line up. He gets that first, but the trade so quick from Croc. And the bomb will go down as Jimpat trades it, responds to the second. Xanto, burst, tap, spray, not quite connecting the same. QQ, once again, will buy MOUZ another lifeline. But the last one was snatched away so quickly.
Yeah, it's only going to last so long. Double eco status, have to buy it down again. Croc's even got enough money for an AK. Get as much of that upgrade out as possible. Upgraded Deegs. MOUZ NXT, 10 in a row necessary for them to get to overtime. Atlantic, it doesn't matter which round it is, Jay, whether it's an eco, a half-fire, or even a rifle round. That AK, unfortunately, tries to swing out wide towards top mid, does get caught early on.
It's a start up. Smokes on Krisen. And for next year, sees his man, but can't get the kill shot. The ammo runs out. AK stays in play, can get passed back to a teammate as well. There are players with helmets and 100 HP here. Atlantic working within their means. Vesta doesn't even catch Krisen though.
Gets close. A lot of damage being done for a couple of individuals. Regroup outside of A-Main. Keep moving that AK around at least.
Lash is in again and ready to go. Your bow and Deagle. Xanto tapping, moving in ahead of that flash, ahead of the smoke. Looking on the dark, but Slend's back over towards Danger Box. Gets 1 pick before Basso trades it. Krisen doesn't know where to look. There's a player also upstairs. Caught off at Palace, and Basso will fall in the open. Bowen's Deagle, 1-on-4. Got to go down for the money on this here, ideally. But MOUZ, again, keeping themselves as alive as they possibly can.
Jimpat might have to be the one involved for it. Again, like you mentioned, quiet numbers for the rest of the guys. He's getting closer to his 20 frag. You're going to have to look at Slend because the money's going to get into a state where he's going to get the big green.
Yeah.
You'll definitely need as much out of him. Of course, you can use this as a bonus round. Know that the eco's coming in. No bomb plant.
Harsher pistols. No support utility. It might just be a B rush to get this over and done with. Slend's at least got the SMG backed up towards Dark, so they won't be able to receive it. Utility will be thrown out as they'll suppress them, try and stop these rushes from coming through.
Anti-rush nades too, you can see from Jimpat and
Yep.
QQ. They're expecting this.
As soon as he sees contact, he'll call it in. Nothing spotted as of yet, though. All sorts of passiveness from the T side. There won't even be a flash of indication. It's just going to be spot the info. Ooh, they've timed it well against the jumping face, though. Seen. No, not seen. Okay. That means the Incendiary won't be there to support, but the HE will be. Flash also in hand. Okay, this is getting a little bit confusing as to what's going on. They've seen nothing at all, but QQ stands steadfast. Atlantic, it's only a matter of time.
Yeah, of course it is. They're going to get minced off of the back of this. Quick rotation could come from the short control. And QQ just has to make sure they don't get a bomb plant. That's the necessary factor.
With the way Atlantic are playing, though, I wouldn't be shocked if they did. There is zero movement from these guys. 30 seconds. Nade sent. Contact. Damage very chunky. And everyone falls. Not quite the ace for QQ. Jimpat closes. But again, an important and necessary round. You mentioned not getting damage, not getting the bomb plant here. Now Slend is on the AWP. Now's his time to step up. He's second on the board. Yes, quite a margin behind Jimpat. But one of many that needs to step up and become winning elements right now. MOUZ need a miracle.
Atlantic. Just know, keep it simple, keep it tight. Let's trade off one another. Vesta tries to show the early presence out there towards A main. Even the CTs wanting to show some presence towards mid. A couple of players going underpass, in fact, from Atlantic.
Or pin, what a shot for Slend. Finally. Opening frag found by the AWP of the CT side this time. You're bowling down there as well. Trying to outplay them, trying to outpace them. But nothing is being seen else. The smokes will come in. And your Bowen starts to creep up.
It's all about catching a timing. Chrism will look in towards Connector and see exactly what's going on. A lot of damage being done.
You're Bowen down to 16, Xanto down to 70.
It's a fate, they're going B.
Bombs on short, 2 players on site to find. QQ is one of them, Jimpat is the other. Nexius will get one, spray, lines up only one here, QQ holds the line, and Xanto is left alone. A 1-on-4 situation, dropping into the site. We'll be able to get that one good shot, but no more than that. Nexius responds. And MOUZ are on the warpath, trying to get back into this game. 4 in a row for them, but so much more to gain.
And we're going to get to the stage come the next round. Max round loss bonus is kicking in. You get bomb plants on these bonus rounds, and you're kind of giving yourself the creativity and the power to steal one of these ecos, but also give yourself a good rifle in the next. It's only a matter of time, surely.
Yeah, I'm with you there. The question is that matter of time going to be so long that MOUZ start to bring it back? The MOUZ get back into overtime. Atlantic. Nade set, smokes up, M4 spray for QQ, removes 2, Nexius gets 1. And once again, it's effective, efficient decimation. You're Bowen, not much you can do there. Quadra for QQ. And as you mentioned, max loss bonus. Guns are in for Atlantic. Their primary chance to close it down now.
Atlantic have been brought to 3 maps in every single best of 3 that they've played in Heroes of Tomorrow. Taking a map off Eternal Fire Academy, taking a map off OG Academy, nearly beating them with a core 2. Beating 777 in the round of 16 and now going to map 3 against MOUZ NXT. Slend aggressive in mid.
Smokes up, Orps in. Incendiary's up top mid, Croc trying to spot the CT aggression. MOUZ are giving them none of it. They don't want to press towards mid. They don't want to give away the opportunity for a frag and then from them to turn it into the map victory itself.
Ooh.
They need to play this smart. Xanto is taking nades back though. I think he's been known. Yep, 24 HP. MOUZ doing well with the utility.
I think your Bowen's either been naded or spotted out here towards Palace. Slen's getting aggressive up towards top mid, deals with Croc.
It's finally a start. Xanto, meanwhile, seen. More utility at the ready. Crisant Bowen back at the ticket booth. Minute to go. The two spread out to go for a hit here. They're going to have to start to formulate themselves soon.
Investor's going to wait for this smoke to start to clear. Regroup on a contact even outside of A main. Slend with the AWP.
What can you do with it? Plenty as we have seen in the past over the last week or so. Started to pick it up in this map up, but your Bowen's still better. Lands his AWP v AWP battle. But Crisant with a responsive towards Vesta now. Rotations inbound from the CT side. One player in mid could cut off one of the individuals out towards short. Is seeing that utility. The flash is in against them. And Nexius catches off a quick kill. 4-on-2 situation. 20 seconds left. Basso revealing himself. The bomb on his back. Does catch Crisant. Nexius gets your Bowen back. Basso with a second. Not quite any more than that. QQ responds. It's 15-10. MOUZ. 6 rounds in a row. Does that sound familiar to you, Dweck?
Yeah, we've seen it before. We definitely have. And for MOUZ NXT, they're still going to be up against a lot of rifle rounds. And for Atlantic, it feels like they're getting closer. Again, oftentimes, closing can be the most difficult factor in a best of 3. You can play fantastically across map 2 and even map 3, but it's what happens right at the end when you're on 15 to close it in. How many more rifle rounds? Well, if they keep getting bomb plants, it's pretty much every round. MOUZ NXT got 1 AK in there for Jimpat, still the AWP for Slend. And Atlantic, no. That round was close. That lurk up there towards underpass interconnector nearly fell through a foundation.
And despite us calling it over at 15-4, MOUZ have done the unthinkable in the other direction. Everything they can to claw this map back. Everything they can to claw Lofoten back. They've only got 5 more rounds to go to take us to our overtime. What would be our only overtime here. Damage again compounding. Atlantic taking nades. Ooh. 28 on Xanto. Croc on 75. Deep smoke. T-side players revealed his position though.
Slend, AWP's just looking down into connector. Smoked off from the front side, but they're going to commit.
Make their way in to try look towards the short control. Crisant and Jimpat catch those kills. One player dropped in connect, another one dropped out towards ramp. Nexius looking for the next man. The bomb's been dropped as well in the midst of the smoke. Vesta's in trouble. Receiving fire, receiving face, trying to grab that bomb if possible. Xanto trying to strike but can't do it. Vesta did catch one trade though. Needs to combine with his teammate in at Palace. Smokes are coming in. Engagement spray is off kilter. And Basso pressured by the CT side, forced to fall back. I don't think there's much he can do here.
Nah, not really. Even saving doesn't help massively. Kind of skews the economy for the team. Overly aggressive play coming through out from CT spawn. That's Crisant making his way all the way into A main. 11 up now for MOUZ NXT.
Atlantic 15-11 still on map and match point. MOUZ NXT, however, have gone past the 6th streak we saw on VRZ to go into 7 in a row now on CT side. They are making a case for themselves still. The number of times we've counted teams out from these matches, even before the matches have begun and they found a way to find the victory, might still be denied by Atlantic here, though. Quick flashes in, going in for the quick dive out of the apartments. Tech9 in for Croc. Xanto also will drop. Jimpat and QQ hold the line. They're ready for anything, it seems. Vesta, Basso engage. A couple of picks in between that Tech9 and that M4. Vesta trying to find his way back up towards site. Slend gets the AWP pick and Crisant closes the last. Bit leery for a moment. But MOUZ hold faith.
A good effort there for Basso. Lots of impact out to the short control. Try to squeeze even more into that round, but not to be. 3 to the difference. Atlantic have kind of only got 2 more decent opportunities. Round 28 and round 30. The AWP back out to Yeboah. Could he be the one to start getting an opener?
He's been sick with it. Has been overtaken by Xanto and Basso for top of the board though, and Croc gonna add to his own tally. Nexius caught first. Xanto bursting through while blinded by flashbang potential. Croc burning the 13 HP. And that nade not quite on point, not quite a kill.
Jimpat's trying to get a height advantage. Just the one pick onto Xanto and he gets it.
It's good enough, 4 on 4. MOUZ hanging in there by a thread. But a thread may be all you need. Threads can lift up hundreds of pounds in the right materials. And so far, MOUZ Sports have been kept afloat. QQ falling back with his smoke. The only real defender on the B side. Rotations have got to come in from Jimpat.
I like this position out from ladder room. Smoke goes down for QQ. That's going to waste a lot of time.
Shoulder bait. Jim's going to get back as well. Crossfire mostly held short, unaccounted for the time being, but the AK will start to move his position. Atlantic setting up utility. It looks to be the B call.
Oh, the mollies to the van, not the balcony. They might not know at all.
Krizen's caught a kill meanwhile. 4 on 3. Lockdown, spray down. QQ with 2. Croc, AWP versus 4. Adjusting desperately. Can't land on Jimpat. 13 for MOUZ. You're right about round 28 and round 30. It will be the last chance for Atlantic right there and then to close this one out. Realistically close this one down. MOUZ. Is it really going to be that our only overtime is in the last map of the tournament?
It's just Atlantic struggling to close it in. They're even going to buy here for round 29, so it's slightly weakened, but they feel as if they give themselves 2 opportunities.
Inbound smokes out, force invest with the Galils and the AK. Slend finds that first pick. Prison smoking off the Palace entrance. The M4 backing away, the nades in play. The CT's hold, the smoke's in. Yeboah passing off that bomb. Finding a player, but a spray is so awkward. Xanto trades it and everyone falls. MOUZ are involved, no bomb plant for Atlantic. Round 30. And our favourites not ready to let go of that title yet.
Atlantic just thought that's the opportunity, that's the way that we overcome them. Just run them straight, smoke down the molly, just send it. But the trades just aren't there. The over-aggressive top stairs peek for Yeboah doesn't work out. And now 1 round for win or overtime.
Heavy invest. Again from Atlantic. Could have been better had they took the eco in the previous round. The Mac 10 is the proof in the pudding. Falling to Slend. Krizen onto Xanto next up. Galil's in play for the last 3 players. A 5 on 3 that MOUZ have full control over. Yeboah tagged to 52. Vesta inserting himself in the midst of the smoke. Onto the A-site bat line. Back to extend on 1 CT. Swing. And Krizen still kills him off. 2 left of the T side. And it looks like we're on for overtime, Dweg. I don't see any way out of this now for Atlantic.
Bowen's got to try and make a play into jungle, at least deals with the first, noses a player up towards Palace, but just misses the timing.
Croc going to try hold back of his own right, the Galil, the weakened weapon. And Slen catches the stronger weapon. The AK dropped. Croc, unknown entity here and now. And MOUZ have done it. 15 apiece overtime for that 3. The last one of the series, the last one of the day, the last one of the entire tournament. 11 in a row. How's that for a comeback?
That's ridiculous. But one thing I will pose to you and pose to the audience, Jay, is how many times have we seen the team that struggles to close do well in overtime? That does become a very good factor.
In general or in this tournament, because we haven't seen it overtime yet, Dweg. We don't know how this late dynamic is going to affect these two squads. And for MOUZ, given what we've just seen from them, given the stellar steal to bolster up and return fire and return as many as they have, the world is their oyster. They just have to close it.
Yeah, Bowen trying to see if he can win this duel out towards CT Spawn. The jiggle's been seen, but now the angle's disappeared.
Was a tight window. Couldn't quite connect it. Execution, smoke, set pieces in towards the A site, but it's all a ruse. Croc trying to strike out on his lonesome, getting picked up by Jimpat, and now Atlantic have got to hit the A site.
Oh, that would have been a great way to bring that bomb back to B, or just even to pull over rotations. So close to that pick onto QQ. And they've used quite a lot of the utility in the first pump out to A.
Krizen's caught a leg shot somehow. Orpa couldn't quite get the casualty. Atlantic are on the site, looking for their plant. The Orpa's ready. Bomb tapped. Stuck. Flash is sent, not quite finding Nexius and Slend. Now get a couple picks back of their own. MOUZ, full control. Your Bowen can't land a frag of his own. Basso alone. And it's all 5 alive for MOUZ. The confidence has fully returned to NXT.
And this is where Atlantic just, they don't know what to do. They just are not finding that solution on T side. And this is just them buckling under the pressure of closing it out. You now give a round over to MOUZ NXT. And if you are this strong academy experienced squad that have been together for quite some time, this is where you thrive, Jay. In a comeback like this, you get into overtime and finally you've got a lead.
12 in a row for MOUZ. Are they going to streak it right the way through to the end? Jimpat has really put in the effort to drag this team out of the depths of despair and almost certain elimination. 32 frags for him so far. Top of the board by a country mile. And he'll lead the charge in with the 4 AKs saved on the CT side.
It's the worst weaponry to be up against. Basso gaining that connector control. You've got Slend looking out to the apartments, not seeing a thing. Even Nexius is waiting for a boost to come through from window.
Basso waiting for the smoke to clear. Croc. He's found one. Nexius. Down and out in the sniper's nest. That is one frag. Responsive's right there for Slend. He's seen the gun barrel, seen the first and the second as well. Will stall him, try to look for the pick after the fact. Nades on ahead of the flashbangs, not quite landing of his own right. Meanwhile, the short play comes in and Croc finds Slend. Vesta moves in, Jimpat and QQ hold the trades, and Vesta's not long for this world. Neither is your Bowen, it seems. A 1-on-3 dealt with by Krizen. 13 in a row for MOUZ. 17-15 on the board.
Even Jimpat just puts on such a solid anchor roll out there to the B site. Just when it feels like they've pressured the Orpa, just when it feels as if they've got Slend to drop, Jimpat still stays alive. And Atlantic just cannot stop this streak.
Now it looks like Atlantic are the ones in trouble.
This is the kind of story that just turns into nightmares for the Danes.
From 15-4. That's where this has gone. That's where this has come from. But Croc knows that they are not as far back as MOUZ were, knows that they don't have to do as much to bring the closer into their own right. They start by breaking the streak. If they can do that, then there's still a chance. They started off that streak break by getting the kill on Slend.
HE onto Xanto, lot of damage. In for the A split with a double play up to connector, and Krizen actually falls to the AWP.
So picking one, Croc looks round in mid, gets one kill. Jimpat responsive. 1 or 2 players left in this last round of the first overtime.
Hang on, look at the bomb.
Look at the bomb. Oh my god, QQ, he's barely missed it though. He's moving in real quick. The backstab, I don't think it will get here in time. It might have to concede the bomb plant if it comes in open though. Jimpat playing distraction, but he's going to hide and wait and bait for QQ. Bomb is going to go down in the open. He hears those footsteps of one player backed up here at Rab. He's going to check him, but QQ with one pick needs one more round that corner.
It's all about the reposition. Your Bowen just getting out of danger, making sure he gets to a safer position.
They've got util, they've got nades. Incendiary, in fact, as well. On Firebox, combination doesn't actually land. It doesn't extend, it goes on default. Not to where your Bowen's holding from, but a spray through the wallbang damage coming through, the flashbangs come out, and Xanto gets Impact. QQ with 1 out of 3. No idea where the last 2 are. And no time left to get the defuse, and that one swing in from Xanto closes this one, not quite. Basso will trade it. But the round streak ends at 13, 17-16 for MOUZ.
And this is anybody's game at this point onwards, because we've seen how CT based it's been. We've seen the lack of T-side success from both teams out of Mirage. When do we see double AWPs? We haven't really seen much double AWPing from either squad in this competition so far, but you kind of think about where you're at. It's Mirage, CT side. It might be something that it is considered.
MOUZ hold the lead for the first time in this map-up. In overtime is when they took it. Now 2 away, I should say, from gaining control. Slender deals with your Bowen's great sequence off truck. Trying to get that first pick in for the CT side. It works better for MOUZ though.
And this is going to be so tough to defend if it's just an Apeks pop. Opening kill, slow it right down. They're trying to wait for a CT to make an info play. Croc is deep. Xanto is deep. Vesta is deep. Basso the same. No CT is getting baited for an aggressive play.
Smokes in. Suppression held. Croc trying to play around the defensive. Smokes it in, he baits the AWP, the nade's down. Doing no damage.
I wonder if that gamble stack off of the back of that Croc has been able to actually drive them away. QQ's going to stay around, but it seems like everybody else, or are they faking that they're driving away? Oh, Krizen's getting great map control on a lurk up from short.
Utility throwing Molotovs up, flashes sent, QQ moving in, Krizen catches Croc. 2-man advantage, they storm the B site, the bomb will go down. CT's quick in, Xanto wrap the corner, QQ gets him. Second player out there smoking the way, there is a trade from Vesta for him and Basso. 2-on-4, make it 1-on-4 for Basso now. And not even gonna walk further than short. Krizen puts him in his place. And now it's map, match and qualification point. But for MOUZ NXT.
Unbelievable.
Yeah.
What a comeback. And that's going down in the MistGames history books.
Certainly is.
4-15 down on map 3. Oh, you feel for Atlantic because they've just tried so hard in this series to cause yet another upset in the bracket. But MOUZ NXT are pulling ahead.
At this point, all you're left is questions. Why was it like this? Why did it get so one-sided for Atlantic's match point? How did they let MOUZ back in? How did MOUZ force their way back in? And how have they carried it on? How have Atlantic not shut it down? 2 more chances to take us to another overtime. MOUZ set with their rifles. Croc with the M4. Jimpat, he waits.
Now this is timing. Whoever overextends here is going to lose the fight. And while that happens, further mid-control's being taken, putting pressure on the ladder room.
Xanto finds the opener. Krizen falls. Croc sees Jimpat acting off the back of that kill, but the trade goes the way of the T side. Xanto's got an easy pick to find here, surely. Your Bowen burning. Nexius now backstabs held. Kill found against Vesta. Man advantage gained by MOUZ now.
Putting pressure on. AWP could not afford to miss this shot. He's back in the right-hand side corner.
Oh, I have no idea. It's a kill for Nexius next. And MOUZ are closing in the gap. They are closing the door on Lofoten, removing all that stand in their way. Atlantic remain the same. Basso, their last lifeline. They're going to the ace side. He's going to have to pull off nothing short of a miracle. He's seen, and he falls to the greatest comeback you may ever see. 19-16 for MOUZ NXT as they claim the result, the victory, and the final spot at the Heroes of Lofoten.
A win's a win, Jay. That's what we say. And for MOUZ NXT, they had to work very hard for that comeback. Heartbreak for the side of Atlantic. How much this could have meant for a fresh, brand new rebuild after losing players, after making 7 roster changes in the last 2 months, forced at that. It felt so close. It felt like it was theirs for the taking, but MOUZ NXT, I think the experience showed towards the tail end on that comeback.
And it's good for them as well because it looked like they were going to lose 3 series in one day, and the mentality must have been really wrecked off the back of that. I know I'm exhausted just sitting here watching it. They must be beyond themselves at this point in time, but they've got the victory. They're going to Lofoten, Dwag. I don't know what to say to that because, again, I'm just left with questions at this stage. As I said at the end of that map, why did the scoreline get so ridiculously one-sided in the first place? How was MOUZ allowed back into the game? Why didn't Atlantic shut it down? There's so many potential theories as to why that could be the case. I don't think you could give me a definitive answer to that, but I'm going to ask you to try your best anyway and give me your own personal theory.
Well, I think in the first half, Atlantic were just all over them. They read the game really well. They were fighting some good exploitations, a lot of open space. Vaso was having some impactful frags. We saw the Aubrey Yaboan doing the same. And I think they just had the classic case of just struggling to close. You're up 15-4. There was that 2v2 that they lost out. A couple of really tight rounds. Obviously, there were some really one-sided rounds, and there were some where they just had no chance whatsoever. But Atlantic, I actually reckon from 15-4 onwards, they maybe had 2-3 very good opportunities of closing. And I think the pressure just got to them. The pressure just buckled.
Pressure certainly was mounting as that matchup went on, and MOUZ were not letting up in terms of it. They had the pressure against themselves, but when the weight of the world pushes down, you have to push right back. That's what MOUZ NXT did. From 15-4 to a 19-16, they are going through to Lofoten. Dwag, MVP, I think I know who it is, though.
Yeah, it's going to be someone that turned that game around. Big Jimmy, the Finn, put on a fabulous showing, and I don't think without him, that would have been possible.
No, absolutely not. 37 kills in that map up right there.
Yeah, he had a lot of impact. He was holding down the B-bomb site very well. He had some very good multi-frag sequences. Even was involved in a couple of those retakes towards A that came down to keep that streak going. So Jimpat, once again, we were searching for him. It took some time for him to really knuckle in when it came to Mirage, but when they needed him the most, that's when he was able to step up.
Yeah, I mean, we could speculate all day as to how that whole thing went down and the reasons why it did. Honestly, we could come up with a million theories, and that maybe any one of them could really be right. All of them could be right, in fact, at the same time at this stage. Like, really, this is how much of a wild matchup and a wild final map that was on Mirage. But the bottom line is the scoreline. 2-1 for MOUZ NXT, who make their way forward to the Heroes of Lofoten. And that concludes our week. Let's take you back over the bracket one more time, show you how we got to the position that we have. It started with 16 teams, Dwag, an incredible lineup of squads as well. Many that we saw as heavy favourites in their own respective opening matches, some that didn't quite manage their own sort of respective victories, but cutting those down to R8 in the qualifying games, and the Young Ninjas, 0-0 Prospects, Masonic, and MOUZ NXT are the teams that, of course, will move on alongside Ents Academy and Astralis Talent in the Lofoten LAN already. That is the final lineup, Dwag. Was this what we were expecting? Was these the teams we thought we were going to see off this qualifier?
Without a doubt. This was the top 4 that was coming into the bracket. It was the top 4 teams that looked to progress all the way forward. There's no room, I think, for any slouches. We have got 6 incredibly stacked teams. The competition going to be incredibly tight, and the story will only continue at LAN.
Indeed it will, and indeed LAN is the next step for us. We have walked the road to Lofoten and has ended in this week. It has been a very long end to the week here today. Our 3 best of 3 day concluded. And that's it from us for now, of course. We'll be back in Lofoten in spring for the grand finals, the 16 bracket that you saw, of course, played out over in the in the Lofoten venue. We're very exhausted at this stage, Dwayne, but I'm going to ask you for a final sort of a final thought, a final
Yeah.
note to leave on for today.
I think for Atlantic, keep your heads up high, guys. Again, you're going in today with your bow and having 5 maps on HLTV. Vesta at 20, who didn't even play in their first best of 3. They had a stand-in. And Xanto at 21. I think that they've got a very good project building over there from the Danes. And for any of the teams, even if you got knocked out early in the round of 16, there's always something that you can improve on. There's always something that can get you further up the tally. And I think this was only just a taste to what our heroes really have.
There's an old MMA saying, if you're not winning, you're learning. And I think that's really the case in these tournaments, and especially in the qualifier itself. For our winners, though, it's glory, glory, Lofoten. We will see them there in the springtime. But for the time being, for this week, for the qualifier, that's been it from us. On behalf of myself, the Eternal J, my co-commentator Dweg, and everyone behind the scenes here at MistGames, we want to thank you so much for watching and for listening. Make sure you're following so you can be tuned in for the Heroes of Lofoten. But until then, good night and goodbye.